third alcove. It looked as if someone had tried to form a grotto in the boulder. This was deeper and smoother, but there was also suspect dirt lying in crumbles all over the ground. It was easy to see where it had rolled off the sides, as if something had disturbed it recently. Dragomir kept going through that narrow corridor. Behind him, Afanasiv and Andor followed. Afanasiv stopped abruptly and materialized, his large frame taking up a good portion of the hallway. He was forced to bend over, and his shoulders didn't fit. So he also had to turn sideways as he crouched down to examine the floor. There was a large fracture zigzagging down the center of the passageway. All around it was dirt and debris, a few rocks. Nothing lay in the crack itself, no dirt at all. Dirt should have been caught in the fissure, but there was none. Afanasiv ran his finger down the fracture until he got a tiny piece of rock that looked as if it had fallen in the crack, but the crack had formed around it. "I've got something," he said. Dragomir stopped moving forward. He materialized beside him. The two barely fit in the narrow space. Andor streamed past them. "I'll check out the rest of this passageway and come back." Dragomir concentrated on the fissure in the floor. It had been there for centuries. No vampire had constructed it, but they could easily have taken advantage of it. Even though they were in darkness, with a mountain on top of them, a barrier between him and the sun, he still felt the burn as the sun began its first journey. "Let's get this done. You ready?" In answer, Afanasiv waved his hand to open the crack. It widened a mere half-inch. As it did, the entire boulder above and around them creaked and groaned. Dirt ran down the sides of the cavern to land on the floor. Dragomir was already streaming through the crack, Afanasiv behind him. They were used to traveling in complete darkness. They were used to tons of earth overhead. More, hunting vampires was what they were most comfortable doing. Below them was space, lots of space. The boulder hit a cave beneath with no outside entrance. The cool air hit their bodies, feeling good after the heat of the narrow corridor. Dragomir knew instantly they weren't alone. Vampires had a stench to them. They were undead, their bodies often decomposing before they could figure out how, or bother, to overcome that little stumbling block. The stench indicated the lair was used often, or by multiple vampires. The latter would be highly unusual, but then he didn't discount the idea simply because in the past it hadn't been done. Vampires were vain and selfish. They wanted glory. They didn't want to share their victims. On the other hand, their biggest drive was to stay alive. Vadim had somehow connected with that drive, and he'd built himself an unusual army. These vampires used modern technology, and they worked together. They had an acknowledged leader. "We're not alone," he warned. "One, possibly more." The attack came out of the darkness. A fireball that lit the world around him, exposing the cave to his vision. He instantly mapped it, committing every curve, every rock, the ceiling, floor, and surrounding walls to memory, even while he dodged the fireball and dropped straight down toward the vampire rising out of the ground. It was Leon, and he wasn't alone in the chamber. Leon called out, and 3 spouts of fresh dirt rose into the air like giant plumes. In the dwindling light of the fireball, Dragomir recognized 2 of the 3. One called himself Ravenous. He must have turned quite recently because he was disheveled and shaky as he came out of the ground. The second one he recognized was named Eugen, and he also must have turned recently. Both had been a few centuries younger, but they'd been impressive hunters. Leon must be the master vampire, or at least moving in that direction. He gave the information to Afanasiv, even as he drove straight at Leon. Leon squawked and hurtled the spinning spear of fire at him, dodging to the left and disappearing behind a large rock. "He wishes he was a master vampire," Afanasiv said. "Collecting pawns doesn't make you good in battle. Leon and his brothers perfected the art of running away. Dragomir had to agree with the ancient. Truthfully, though, he'd been out of the game for a while. His recent battles were the only experience he'd had since he'd entered the monastery. Yes, they'd kept up their practices, and they'd shared battle strategy and what they knew of various Carpathians and vampires, but he hadn't had actual practice in a while. He pursued Leon, expecting an attack, but Leon circled around toward Ravenous and Eugen. "Do you know the third one?" He had some information on the other two, and he imparted it immediately to Afanasiv. He shared the lesser vampires' weak sides, which weapons they favored, which battles they'd fought in, everything he could remember. Dragomir couldn't remember his past growing up as a child, but he remembered battles, wars, weapons. He pushed what he had into the ancient's mind. It took no more than a couple of seconds to arm Afanasiv with everything he knew about the vampires. The third one is called Kaiser. He was a hanger-on with the Asters. I'm surprised you don't remember him. He's a tricky devil. Well-versed in warfare. My guess? He's been with the Asters, running interference for them for centuries. Watch him. He's probably the most experienced and the deadliest. The spear had been thrown with such force it embedded into the wall of rock, throwing light through the chamber. Kaiser's lips were drawn back in a savage grimace as he saw who he faced. If he chose to stay and fight, he would be fighting two ancients with fierce reputations, with little help. If he ran, he would be chancing burning alive as the sun rose. He didn't have any good options. Kaiser raised his hand and waved it toward the spear. It dropped to the ground, and as it did so, the flame was extinguished, plunging the cavern into darkness again. Dragomir had no trouble seeing in the dark as a rule, but there seemed to be a thick veil covering the space, one difficult to penetrate without light. He waved his hand, and light burst throughout the cave. Kaiser was nowhere in sight. Leon flattened himself against the ceiling near the opening. When he realized Dragomir could see him, he screamed to his three pawns to attack while he crawled along the ceiling to the crack. Dragomir smacked his hands together loudly, and the fissure closed with a clap of thunder, sealing itself, preventing Leon's escape. Afanasiv dropped down fast, driving his fist into Ravenous's chest, fingers reaching through bone and sinew, talons scraping away flesh to get at the heart. He tore it from the vampire's chest and flung it to the floor of the chamber. Ravenous abandoned tearing and biting at the ancient to dive after the falling heart. Afanasiv waited until the vampire's outstretched fingers nearly connected before sending the fiery spear rolling right through the withered, blackened organ. The flames were white-hot, bright orange-red, spilling glaring light across Ravenous's face. His lips were pulled back in a soundless grimace of sheer strain as he desperately tried to force his long, bony fingers into that fire to retrieve his heart. Leon crab-walked down the side of the cavern. His features, too, illuminated by the fiery spear, incinerating the lesser vampire's heart. He didn't appear as fearful as he should have. The cave filled with the sound of a drumbeat. A call. Leon sending for reinforcements. That told Dragomir that there were other pawns in the web of underground caves. That didn't matter, since the other ancients, he was certain, were already dispensing justice to those vampires. He followed Leon's every move, matching the steps like a dance partner, he on the ground, Leon coming down the side of the cave. Leon's eyes flared, went bright with excitement and adrenaline, a red flame flickering in their depths. Dragomir took that as his warning, spinning to meet the attack of Kaiser. The vampire came at him with dozens of replications of himself surrounding Dragomir. The ancient ducked low and went under the wall of Kaiser's, somersaulted, and came up behind the one he was certain was the real flesh-and-blood vampire. He'd chosen that one simply because just once, the eyes shifted toward Afanasiv. It was a small thing, but it was telling. He caught the head between his hands before the vampire could spin around. wrenched with his enormous strength, snapping the neck bones and tossing the body to one side. Leon waved his hand at the replicas, giving them a kind of life. Each of the bodies, and there were a dozen, turned to face Dragomir. Afanasiev darted toward Leon as soon as Ravenous's heart was fully incinerated. It took much longer than the mere second with a lightning whip, but the way the cavern was formed, they had little chance of bringing the lightning down to them. He improvised, heating the fiery spear as close to the temperature as possible. Leon, as if directing a symphony, had both arms in the air and tossed his make-believe army in front of the Carpathian hunter. They rushed him, wicked talons reaching for his chest and face, trying to gouge out his eyes and get to his heart. Dragomir kept to his task. If he could incinerate the heart, all the replicas would drop. Kaiser's head flopped to his right and then fell back, a grotesque parody of what had once been a Carpathian male. Kaiser didn't seem to need his head to maneuver. He reached up to right it, smiling insanely at the ancient as he did so. The moment he straightened his head, he launched himself into the air, flying at Dragomir's face, scoring with his talons across his eyes to try to blind him. Dragomir was stoic, accepting the pain and the injury as he slammed his fist into the vampire's chest, using Kaiser's own momentum to penetrate the armor of the bones and muscle. Blood running into his eyes, he stared straight into the vampire's, as his fingers closed around the heart and he began to extract it. Behind him, Leon divided his army, sending several after Dragomir. They crept up behind him as he began to withdraw the heart. Kaiser fought hard, raking Dragomir's chest and leaning forward to bite chunks from his shoulder, trying to reach his neck and the pounding pulse calling to him. Dragomir suddenly spun, forcing Kaiser around as well, the heart in the ancient's fist, using his chest as a pivot to bring them both around. The attacking replicas raked talons down Kaiser's back, tearing through his flesh to bone. The vampire screamed in agony as he was struck from behind, and Dragomir ripped his heart from his body. He tossed the heart into the air and followed it with a spinning, fiery spear. All replicas and Kaiser leapt into the air to try to get to the heart. Leon waved his hand to send the spear off course, but Afanasiev launched another right behind the first one. Dragomir followed with several more. Some pierced the bodies flying toward the now dropping heart. One went straight through Kaiser. He was closest to the withered organ, stretching to reach it. The spear penetrated his back, right at his spine, and came out his abdomen, flames engulfing him. The spear flying behind the first hit the heart dead center. By the time the spear hit the ground, ashes were already falling to the earth. The replicas faded from sight as Kaiser's body, in flames, dropped to the floor of the cavern. There was a moment of silence. Leon stepped out from behind the rock where he'd taken refuge again. He smiled at them. "It has been a long time since I saw either of you. If you're stalling for time, Leon, you can forget it. I brought others with me. They are hunting your pawns right now." Dragomir was very aware Leon probably already knew that when they hadn't come to his aid. The master vampire was stalling, but his hope was that dawn would break and leave the ancients helpless. They were old and had too many kills to be able to sustain being out during even early morning hours, at least not without severe repercussions. Leon shrugged and casually touched the rock. One finger, two. He tapped as if nervous, but Dragomir wasn't fooled. He didn't wait to see what Leon was going to do. He started forward. The cavern trembled. The floor buckled. Dirt ran down the walls, first trickling and then in a steady stream. Overhead, the ceiling creaked and groaned. Dragomir continued his forward momentum as giant fissures appeared in the ceiling. Scorpions poured out of the rock and swarmed up his legs, viciously stinging with poisonous tails. the strikes penetrating his calves and thighs to inject their venom. Undeterred, he slammed into Leon, his fist hitting the solid wall of the master vampire's chest. Great chunks of rock rained down on their heads. Around them, the mountain shuddered and shook as if a great seismic event was occurring. Afanasiev groaned under the weight of the ceiling as it fell. He stood in the center of the cave, legs wide apart, knees slightly bent, both arms raised, hands palms up, to keep the tons of rock from coming down on top of Dragomir as he fought to extract the heart from the master vampire. Leon calmly raised both hands, his nails lengthening into sharp daggers. He slammed them into either side of Dragomir's neck, burying the nails deep, piercing the artery on both sides. Dragomir didn't waver, not even when Leon slowly pulled the nails loose, so the ancient's blood spurted out. Leon opened his mouth to catch the treasured blood. He gulped as his army of scorpions swarmed up Dragomir's thighs. "Get it done!" Afanasiev snapped. It wasn't easy extracting the vampire's heart. His blood was acid, burning through skin to penetrate bone. It felt as if each individual finger was burned off. Dragomir couldn't feel the heart, only excruciating pain as he closed his fist around what he perceived to be the organ. He cut off all ability to feel and kept pulling. Leon was bathing in blood, rubbing his face in Dragomir's shoulder like a cat might, lapping at the blood as it ran down the neck and shoulder to the chest. He smeared it on his hands and licked his fingers. He didn't appear to notice that Dragomir's fist had retracted from his chest. When several scorpions made their way up to Dragomir's chest and the blood there, Leon waved them away, so they fell off the ancient's body and retreated back to the base of the rock where they'd crawled from. Dragomir staggered and went to his knees, the venom and loss of blood taking its toll. Leon caught him and eased him to the ground, almost embracing him, holding him close as he licked and sucked at the blood. A frenzy of need, a euphoric high. Dragomir opened his fist and looked down. The heart pulsed there, black and withered but alive. It jerked in his palm, ready to spring back to its master. Leon was close, but Dragomir shifted slightly, as if offering his neck and the hideous wound there. Leon made a sound, a kind of greedy triumph. Dragomir tilted his hand and allowed the heart to drop to the ground and roll a few feet from them. His sight blurred. In the midst of the pain, he was all too aware of the sun climbing into the sky. His skin hurt, began to smoke, and then blister. Leon didn't even notice his own skin was smoking, and blisters were forming just from the presence of the sun. It mattered little that they were underground. The presence of the sun still was felt. Soon the paralysis of their kind would strike all of them. Dragomir sent a spear from above, spinning straight down so that the point penetrated the center of the heart, and flames engulfed the organ. Leon lifted his head, clearly shocked. He smiled and petted Dragomir's head. "You're dead too. You know that, don't you? I've killed you." He was still smiling as the second spear hit him. Dragomir crawled away from the deadly flames, but he didn't get far. Weakness hit. His legs felt useless. He rolled over and stared up at the chunks missing from the ceiling. Afanasiev cautiously allowed one hand to drop so he could begin to weave a holding spell. Above their heads, the rocks began to reconstruct the interior ceiling. Immediately, Sandu and Andor floated down into the cavern. Sandu crouched beside Dragomir, whistling softly. "You're a mess," he greeted. "I know." There wasn't much more to say. Pharaoh joined them, and it took all of them healing and giving blood, pushing out venom to try to keep Dragomir from succumbing to the vicious wounds. All of them had blisters rising on their skin when they finally gave up working and went to ground for the rest of the day. Dragomir woke just before sunset. For the first time in his life that he could remember, everything hurt. His body protested the slightest movement. He lay still, absorbing the feel of the soil cocooning him like a warm blanket. He knew he needed the healer. His wounds had been mortal, but he counted himself lucky. Leon, for all his idiocy, was a master vampire, and he had endless skills. He hadn't had a taste of ancient blood in centuries. Clearly, Vadim hadn't shared Val's blood with his lesser underlings. The moment he gulped that first mouthful of ancient blood, his greed overtook all else. Dragomir knew that was one of the biggest downfalls for master vampires. It wouldn't work on Vadim because he'd used Valentin for years, caging and feeding off him. That blood had been ancient, and Vadim wouldn't succumb to the high it would cause in others. Still, it was a difficult way to defeat a vampire, allowing them to inflict mortal wounds and try to drain their opponent dry. He used his mind to move the earth above him. At once, he felt the coolness of the night air. Sandu, Andor, and Pharaoh had worked hard on Afanasiv and Dragomir, while Niku cleared the cavern and marked out all the best places one could find healing soil. Dragomir was alone in the chamber where Leon had taken refuge. He moved slightly, his body stiff. His legs were on fire. His neck throbbed. His arm, right up to his bicep where he'd slammed his fist into Leon's chest, was burned and painful. He was starving. Starving. At that moment, he was grateful he had found his life-mate. No human would have been safe for him to feed from in the state he was in had she not been anchoring him. Dragomir, I am dreaming, and you are in need. I can't find you, and the healer won't allow me to wake and go to you. He stiffened. His heart nearly seized. Carpathians didn't dream. Well, as a rule, they didn't. Throughout history, a few had reported having nightmares, but no one took the phenomenon seriously. Now, his woman, the one Vadim wanted for her visions, could continue to dream after she'd been converted. He didn't know which was more extraordinary, that she could dream or that she could reach out to him in her sleep beneath the earth. Are you dreaming that I am in need of you? I will always be in need of you, life-mate. You are most important to me. There was a small silence. He pictured her little frown. He found himself smiling instead of checking his body for levels of pain. That is a good play on words, but I know you're injured, and those injuries are severe. If you allow me to wake, I can send the healer to you. The healer will soon be on his way to me. I am sending for him. He loved being in her mind. He loved the way she thought of him. Her worry for him. He wanted to be with her. No, he needed to be with her. Why didn't you send for him on waking? We have set a trap, and if I call to him on the common path, everyone will know I am injured. I am needed to fight, not be bait. I took the healer's blood, but he didn't take mine. She was silent a moment. He was in her mind and could feel her trying to sort out what that meant. There must be an exchange to forge a unique telepathic link between two people. Her exhaustion beat at him. He didn't want her to keep talking or dreaming. I can't help my visions. This one was of you in a cave, and you were being attacked by insects. Scorpions, I think. He touched his legs, burning with a fire that shouldn't have been there. You lost a lot of blood. The pads of his fingers found the puncture wounds in his neck. They felt raw. The rake marks down his back where talons had flayed his back open stung. Your eyes. His eyes hurt like hell. He touched the laceration that ran across both his eyes and his right temple. You are not healing as you should. The earth and the ancients tried to heal you, but they cannot. I dreamt this, Dragomir. My visions are real. I know there is something that horrible vampire did to you, Something you're unaware of." Dragomir took a deep breath and let it out. "You're dead, too. You know that, don't you?" "I've killed you," Leon had told him, stated it. Dragomir thought he meant no one could heal him or give him blood before the sun rose. Ancients could endure. They did endure. Even burning, the members of the Brotherhood did what was necessary to save their own. Leon meant something else, something altogether different. "I need to know exactly where you are. I can reach Blaze, and she can reach the healer. Tell me now, Dragomir." "They know. We set a trap. Tell him here." He sent her the coordinates. Maybe they were both wrong, but he didn't think so. He'd never felt like this. He couldn't move. He didn't want to move. Lethargy had crept into his mind. His body felt like a furnace. He forced himself to lift his head enough to look down at his legs. They were swollen and blackened. "He is on his way." Her voice was soothing. A cool breeze moved through the cavern and flowed over his face and body. "How did you do that?" "We are connected to each other through my vision. I can change things that have not already happened. I know where you are. I have the picture in my mind, and I just added to it." She made it sound so ordinary, as if anyone could do such a thing. His woman. Well worth the wait. Well worth all those centuries of nothing. He knew the exact moment when the sun went down, giving the Carpathians back their world. Sandu, Andor, and Pharaoh joined him immediately, shocked that he hadn't risen when they had. "Niku and Afanasiv have gone out to hunt. When they return, we'll go," Andor said. "This doesn't look good, Dragomir. I have not seen this before. Leave it to Leon to actually find something no one else has done when he's always been so lazy about everything else." Dragomir attempted humor. "The healer is on his way. Be ready. Vadim will send others the moment they can rise. He will not want to lose Leon and his pawns. Eugen escaped, Dragomir. He will go to Vadim and tell him we're here," Andor pointed out. "Eventually, but he won't want to admit he abandoned Leon. He will have found a resting place close. The dawn was breaking when he fled. There's still a good chance Vadim will send a few others to aid Leon." Dragomir closed his eyes, waiting, feeling Emmeline. She held the connection between them in her dream until Gary Deretrazanov materialized beside him. "Be well," she murmured, and faded from his mind. At once he felt bereft, his mind seeking hers automatically. There was only a void where she had been. She was in the deep healing sleep of their kind, and she needed to be. He just wished he was right there beside her, his body curled around hers. "Have you seen this before, Gary?" he asked. The ancients retreated, all but Sandu. He waited in the shadows on the pretense of giving the healer blood should he need it. In truth, he needed to feed every bit as much as the others, but he stayed behind to protect Dragomir and the healer in case Vadim's men got through. "I know of it, yes." Which wasn't the same thing. Along with battle experience and all the negatives Gary had endured from the ancients pouring into him, he had their healing experiences. He shed his body and entered Dragomir's without hesitation or any thought of himself. It took time. Time enough that outside, a battle had raged. Vadim had sent 3 more vampires to catch the Carpathians between Leon and his pawns and the ones Vadim ordered to fight. The ancients made quick work of them and brought blood back several times to feed Dragomir, but mostly to keep Gary from succumbing to exhaustion. He worked for hours until finally he deemed he had gotten rid of the poison that had found its way into the bones. The scorpions had stung over and over, puncturing the bone, making tiny holes. Those holes were deep, and the venom went right in and spread. It hadn't been easy, but Gary had managed to turn the tide and rid Dragomir's body of all venom. With ancients surrounding them, Dragomir and Gary returned to the compound. Dragomir to the healing grounds to finally lie beside Emmeline. No one knew where Gary chose to sleep, and no one made the mistake of asking. Chapter 11. Emmeline woke in a bed in her home. She was dressed in a soft gown, red with red roses embossed throughout the material. Before she opened her eyes, she realized she felt no pain. None. She inhaled and drew the scent of Dragomir into her lungs. He always smelled wild, dangerous, delicious. She would recognize that scent anywhere. Sliding both hands protectively over her unborn child, she smiled without opening her eyes. "You're here with me. Where else would I be?" The deep timbre of his voice slid over her skin like a caress. "Open your eyes for me." He always spoke softly. She loved the way he did that. His soft was commanding yet gentle. She lifted her lashes, her gaze moving over him a little anxiously. She knew every wound on his body. She'd seen them in her vision. She'd experienced the battle with the vampires as if she'd been there. That world was so far removed from the one she'd been born into. She thought she was tough being a street kid, but Carpathians were on an entirely different playing field. She would never have had the courage to go there if it hadn't been for Dragomir. He laid his hand over hers. "Gary, check the baby. And she's doing fine. I'm going to feed you. She needs blood every bit as much as you do." She winced at the word blood. She didn't like the image, and she knew he used the word deliberately to get her used to the idea. She took a deep breath and sat up, looking down at the gown. "Did you do this for me?" She smoothed her hand over the silky material. "It's beautiful. It feels beautiful." She reached up to touch her hair. It fell in a thick braid down to her waist. "You thought of everything. You'll get used to taking my blood, Shivamet. It will feel erotic to you." Her stomach did a slow somersault, and a flutter started somewhere deep. Everything about Dragomir was erotic to her. His scars, the raw line across his eyes that told her he'd nearly had them taken out, the long salt and pepper hair that fell like a waterfall, every bit as soft as her own hair, that chest of his, and his back with the tattoos drifting across muscle. She found her courage. "Tell me what to do." She wasn't certain she could do it, but for him and her daughter she would try. He rewarded her with a smile. "You don't have to do anything. I'm going to help you." "Does Maxim help Blaze?" "I don't know. I don't care either. We make our own rules. We do what we're comfortable with. Come to me. Hanku Kuulua, Shivamet." He pulled her gently into his lap. In all her imaginings, even her wildest, she never had considered she would like sitting in a man's lap. She couldn't remember ever sitting on anyone's lap, even as a child, but Dragomir made her feel safe and secure. He drew the side of his nose down her neck, a long, slow sweep, skin against skin. For some reason, that small gesture made tension coil in the pit of her stomach and flutters grow in her sex. She moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue. His lip followed the same path as his nose, a long, slow caress that started at her earlobe and continued down to the pulse pounding in her neck. Her heart beat faster in anticipation. As much as she wanted to be afraid of what he was doing, it was erotic. The way he held her, the way his mouth moved over her skin, his tongue sliding over her pulse, lingering. His teeth scraping back and forth so gently, barely there, back and forth, until she couldn't focus on anything but that movement, the feeling. Her stomach did another slow roll. Her sex clenched, her breasts reacted, nipples hardening beneath the gown. She closed her eyes in anticipation, waited. His hands slipped over her gown, slid to the back, and then she felt the gown glide over her breasts. Cool air hit skin. She looked down and saw her breasts exposed. the gown under the soft mounds pooling around her waist. All the while, his teeth continued that teasing, tugging, nipping. Each sting sent liquid fire arrowing straight to her sex. Her breath came in ragged pants. With every pant, her breasts lifted and fell. One hand cupped her chin, the other her left breast. The feel of his palm cupping her soft flesh was exquisite. His thumb, brushing back and forth over her nipple, sent invisible sparks leaping over her skin. She felt boneless, her body melting into his. He trailed kisses both open-mouthed and closed, from her neck to her throat. His teeth nipped and scraped, keeping her body on edge. His mouth moved down her throat to the curve of her breast. She hadn't expected that to feel so sexy. Every nerve ending flared into life, came alive and centered entirely on him. The hand at her breast tightened possessively. He tugged at her nipple roughly. She was sensitive, and the little bite of pain shocked her. Teeth sank deep, right at the top of the curve of her right breast. That was more than a sting, more than a bite of pain. It was a flash that took her breath, immediately giving way to something altogether different. Pure pleasure, sinful pleasure. So erotic she couldn't think beyond giving herself to him. Her arms cradled his head and she stroked his hair. He drank, pushing into her mind to share how taking her blood felt to him. His cock hard and full, pulsing for her, throbbing, jerking with each strong pull of her essence into his mouth. She tasted better than the finest wine ever could to him. He was addicted to her taste, obsessed with it. His body was on fire for hers. The wicked things in his head he wanted to do were right there, easy for her to see. Emmeline wanted to try all of it with him. The more he shared the way his body reacted, the more her body needed. His hands stroked her curves, traced her ribs over and over down to her waist. Then his tongue swept across her breast, closing the 2 puncture wounds. His hand anchored in her hair, pulling her head back, and his mouth was on her, tongue slipping in, sharing her taste. The craving was there instantly. She knew part of it was his craving for her blood, but it was also hers. She wanted blood, needed it. It might be abhorrent to think about, but the hunger was there. She shifted in his arms, her hands locking at the nape of his neck. She kissed him over and over, hot, delicious kisses, sexy, wild, a little out of control. She wanted to be out of control with him. She wanted him that way, so into her he couldn't think, because she was that way about him. She was the one leading the kisses now, her mouth moving over his, her tongue dancing with his. Her hands pushed at his shirt, wishing it was gone, and it was, just like that. There was bare skin beneath her palms. She kissed her way along his jaw, feeling that shadowy bristle, that made her thighs tingle. She'd seen that image in his head, his mouth between her legs, those bristles inflaming her nerve endings even more. She wanted that. She wanted everything from him. She nipped his chin with her teeth, scraping them down his throat. She paused for a moment over his pulse, feeling it in her mouth, feeling the answering beat in her sex. She was dripping for him now, feeling empty, needing him to fill her, complete her. She kissed along the fierce lacerations on his chest, nipped the heavy muscles of his chest. His cock was raging now, and she wanted to feel that. She turned to straddle him, the silken gown bunched up around her waist. She wore no panties, and her bare bottom slid along his thighs as she leaned forward to keep her mouth pressed to his chest. The lengthening of her teeth shocked her just a little, but the call was too strong. "Tell me what to do. I need you right now," she telepathically said to him. His hand came up to cradle her head. "Your instincts are just fine. I'm going to lift you up. You're so ready for me," he returned. She was. She wanted him with every breath she took. She wanted his blood. She wanted his mind. She wanted his body. Mine. He gave himself to her. He'd said the words, his heart and soul. His body. She was claiming every square inch of him. She licked along the heavy muscle of his chest, right over the pounding pulse. She heard it so clear, that beckoning sound. Strong, comforting, arousing. His hands went to her hips and he lifted her, held her so that his cock nudged her entrance in demand. She licked a second time, hunger beating at her. Did she need his blood? She craved the wild flavor of him. She remembered exactly what he tasted like. Dragomir's fingers bit into her hips, but it was Emmeline who impaled herself on his cock. She drove down hard, unable to stop herself. Her breath left her lungs as he filled her, pushing through tight muscles, stretching and burning her feminine sheath. She flung her head back, gasping for breath as pain and pleasure mixed together. "There is so much more," he said to her, the devil tempting her. The sound of his voice triggered a hard clenching of her sex around his thick cock. Just that little movement bathed his shaft in liquid heat. She felt his pleasure, the way her sheath surrounded him, grasped at him like a scorching hot silken fist. He held her still when she needed to move. "Let your body adjust to me, to my size. Concentrate on other things." Again, his voice triggered a spasm, her body clenching his hard, dragging him deeper when he wanted to be still. She nearly sobbed with her need to move, but one hand was back cradling her head, pushing her toward his chest. That heartbeat was there like a beacon, calling to her, a summons. She couldn't resist. She leaned forward, rocking her hips on his cock as she sank her teeth into his chest, right over that steady drumbeat. His taste exploded in her mouth, so perfect, addicting. "All for you, Shivamet." That whisper in her mind was as intimate as his cock stretching her body. She had never felt so much pleasure. There was a sting, too, a burn, but that added to the heightening of her passion. She felt his love, so dark, and his lust, so sharp and terrible, mixed together like some forbidden aphrodisiac. That was his blood. That was the taste of him, dark and forbidden. What he was doing to her body felt wicked and sinful. She rode him, his hands forcing her to move the way he wanted, the way she needed, her breasts mashed against his chest, nipples rubbing his muscles with every movement of her hips. She couldn't stop feeding or moving. She ground down on him, made tight circles as she went up and down, riding him as if he was some wild horse. She lost herself in the feeling, in the need and hunger. The feeling was beautiful, terrible, glorious. She would never get enough. His hand slid between his chest and her mouth, a silent command. For a moment she thought to resist him, but his cock swelled, stretching and burning the tight muscles of her sheath, and she couldn't think straight. She let him take over by sliding her tongue instinctively over the small punctures on his chest. Immediately she threw her head back, grinding down, rising and sinking on him. She didn't want that to end either. She wanted to live there with him, sharing the same skin, the pleasure spilling through her like a diamond comet streaming across the night sky. Pure and perfect. "You're so beautiful, you make me cry," she whispered the truth into his mind. So intimate. She knew he saw her, every sin, every fantasy, everything she was. She wanted him to know because he'd given her so much. He'd believed in her when others might have thrown her out for carrying the child of a Malinov. He had made that possible. He had tied himself irrevocably to her, when she claimed to be the life mate of a vampire. "I'm so ashamed. I didn't know the truth. I just couldn't believe someone like you would ever be for someone like me." It would still take her time to believe it. She felt vulnerable and terrified at the same time. She was given a miracle. She didn't get those. People like her were lucky to get through life with food in their bellies and a roof over their heads. She had Dragomir now, but she felt that at any moment he could be ripped away from her. "I'm not the beautiful one, Emmeline. You are. I look at you and can barely breathe," he said to her mind. He moved then, tipping her back on the couch so that she lay on the cushions, and he was over her legs on either side of his hips, spread wide for him. He was exquisitely gentle as he moved in her, going deep, over and over, settling them both back to a slower burn. I need more. She felt helpless under his weight. She ran her palms down his back to his buttocks, digging her fingers in to try to force him to go faster and harder. She slid her legs around him, hooking her ankles, taking him even deeper. He smiled down at her. Slow is good. You'll like this, he said into her mind. She was so close. That force gathering in her. So tight. The tension coiled and coiled until she wanted to scream and claw at him for more. Still, looking up at him, at his face, so scarred, so beautiful, so hers. She hadn't known she was capable of so much feeling. The strength of her emotions shook her, scared her, no, terrified her. Emmeline had always relied on herself. She didn't trust others easily. In her life, there had been Blaise and her father, no one else. Now, her world had narrowed to this one man. She barely knew him. His mouth brushed kisses over her eyes, trailed more kisses along her cheekbone to the corner of her mouth. His tongue traced her lower lip, teased at the seam, and when she parted her lips for him, he kissed her again, over and over. You know me, Emmeline. You know me better than any woman can know a man. I give you everything. I trust when you look into my mind that you will see the good with the bad, he whispered to her mind. He kept kissing her until she couldn't think. Fire burned through her. His body was still in hers. He just lay over her, his hips cradled by hers, his mouth wreaking havoc with her senses, his cock a steel piston, stationary, stretching her tight muscles until she felt every breath, every beat of his heart right through his shaft. That doesn't belong on your face. You have no need to fear, Emmeline. You're in good hands. As he spoke so intimately in her mind, his hips slowly pulled back. She gasped and caught at him, trying to keep him close. He surged forward, filling her, taking her breath, blurring the edges of her mind. He knelt up slowly, his cock shifting inside of her, so that her muscles clamped down hard around him. The friction was incredible, taking away her ability to think clearly. She could only feel, only need more. He was right. Her body was in good hands. It wasn't her body taken over by his that alarmed her. She could give him her body, and would, as many times as he wanted her. The pleasure was too intense, unlike anything she could have imagined. It was her heart in jeopardy. Your heart is just fine, Emmeline. I am its keeper. I have given you mine, and trust you to take the utmost care of it. Do you think I could do less for the woman who matters more to me than life itself? He said again into her mind. There it was. She could see into his mind, read him as easily, in that moment, as she might a book. He meant what he said. Her heart was safe. Now, she just had to convince herself she was worthy of him. And that was going to be the difficult part, when it had been drilled into her since childhood that she was worthless. Feel, Emmeline. Don't think, he said again. His hips moved again, and a streak of fire raced through her body, leaving her gasping. It was impossible to think when he moved, and she gave herself up to the moment, letting him sweep her into another realm. Fire burned, flames spread through her veins, rushing to every part of her body. He caught her hips in a firm grasp and began to move faster, harder, just what she craved, needed, hungered for. That terrible coil inside her gathered tighter and tighter. His face was a mask of sensual carnality. The tension in her built and built until she was thrashing under him, her hips rising to meet his every thrust. Her lungs burned for air. Every cell in her body was alive and focused on him, on the way their bodies came together, and that coiling tension terrified her, It had to stop. Emmeline was beautiful, utterly beautiful. Dragomir stared down into her eyes, dazed. Long lashes fluttering, her breasts jolting, stomach muscles rippling with every hard thrust of his cock. That raw sensuality that colored her features a soft rose, her lips a dark red. He breathed out and watched her lungs take in that breath. That small action sent more heat flashing through him. His cock swelled. Lightning struck as her eyes dilated, sizzling through his body. A fiery whip of shocking pleasure. Her lips parted on his name, and there was another strike. Every move of her hips, the way her muscles rippled around his shaft, gripping hard with scorching heat, the friction as they came together. Her breath came in ragged pants. There was panic in the beauty of her gaze. She was skating so close to the edge but wasn't going over, not surrendering to him, to their passion, to the inevitable loss of control. Every move of her body produced more lightning strikes, until there was no holding back. Now, Shivamet, let go and give yourself to me. Surrender, Emmeline. I will never let you fall without catching you. Her helpless gaze clung to his as he shifted his angle and rode along that sweet spot, hard, heavy strokes. Her eyes widened. She expelled her breath and she breathed in his name, soft, reverent. So beautiful, that whispered name. Dragomir. On her breath, in his lungs, binding them together. All the threads between them, soul to soul, mind to mind, body to body, and now breath to breath. The music of her ragged breaths rose, a crescendo. Her body clamped down like a vice on his, surrounding him with scorching fire, so tight it was strangling him. His own breath hissed out of his lungs, a harsh accompaniment to the melody of hers. He felt a dark force gathering in him, the pleasure so intense it bordered on pain, gathering, moving, rushing. A hot, explosive release. All the while her tight muscles clamped down, gripped and stroked. It was a kind of sweet but brutal harmony, dark and forbidden, perfect and terrible. He never wanted it to end. Emmeline clutched at Dragomir's arms, those hard, defined muscles that seemed to be everywhere. His body didn't have an ounce of fat. She was a mess, and he was perfect. Everything he did or said was perfection. She'd just jumped him. She'd been so out of control. She hadn't been able to stop touching him, stop making demands. She'd all but forced him. Dragomir burst out laughing. He blanketed her body with his, letting her take his weight as he framed her face with both hands. It was heavy, and she couldn't quite catch her breath, but she didn't care. She loved him lying over top of her. She couldn't help her reaction. His hands, holding her face with such exquisite gentleness, allowed her to look up, to meet his gaze, when she really wanted to hide from sheer embarrassment. He was beautiful, that face. All male, all perfection. She was lost without him. She knew that. She had no idea what she could bring him in return for giving her him, for his making her his choice, but she was determined to find a way to even their relationship. Forced me. I'm still in your mind, Shivamet. You can't think things like that with a straight face. I want you every moment of the night or day. There is no forcing me. I will have to remember there are certain rules in place in society, or I would be pushing you up against the trees outside, the front veranda, the play yard, wherever we were walking together. He allowed his heavy cock to slide from her body, and she wanted to protest. He filled her body the way he filled her heart. Without him, she felt empty and alone. Never alone, Emmeline. Never again. You are in my mind, the way I'm in yours. Whenever you have need of me, in any way, even if it is just to touch me lightly, to know I'm always here, you have the capacity to do so. I drank blood. It was the most beautiful, erotic thing I've ever done. The confession slipped out of her, her darkest shame, Her gaze slipped from his because she couldn't let anyone see what was in her soul. How she wanted to repeat the experience over and over. The craving was there. The insatiable hunger. "Look at me, Shivamet." His voice was so gentle it turned her heart over. How did he manage that particular tone? It didn't just sound that way to her ears. His voice caressed her skin, moved over her body, inflaming her senses. She loved the way he sounded. She wished his cock was still in her, stretching and burning and bringing that intense fire. "I don't think I can." "You need to breathe, and I'm heavy. I'm going to sit up and put you on my lap." Even as he said it, he didn't give her a chance to protest. She worried about their combined cream spilling out of her body, ruining the couch, but it was gone as he lifted her and put her on his lap. She was naked in his arms, and she felt more exposed and vulnerable in her mind and heart than with her body unclothed. "Now, Emmeline, look at me." This time, his gentle voice included that note of command. Sometimes when she heard it, like now, she wanted to disobey just to see what he would do. Dragomir laughed softly. "I see I am going to have an eternity of my woman challenging me. Do not worry, Shivamet. I welcome the skirmishes." The notes of joy and happiness in his voice allowed her to look at him. She couldn't help smiling. It didn't matter that she had taken his blood and enjoyed it, or that she had been the sexual aggressor in the beginning. He was happy. She wanted him that way. The lines in his face had softened, and he had laughed. He barely smiled, almost as if his mouth didn't know how to form that upward curve, but he was laughing. She felt the way he was happy. Deep inside, she felt that and knew she'd given that to him. Everything else melted away for her, and she hugged that tightly to herself. "I can't believe I have you here with me," she whispered, and turned her face into his throat, nuzzling him, inhaling, tasting his skin with her tongue. "My life was pain and terror. You took away his voice. You gave me hope that my daughter would survive and others wouldn't shun her. I was terrified and alone, and you changed all that. You brought beauty and hope back into my life. Thank you for that, Dragomir. I swear I will spend every minute making you happy." He bunched her hair at the nape of her neck in his fist and gently tugged until her head went back and she found herself looking into his golden eyes. "You gave me back my soul, Emmeline. You gave me life. The scales are more than even, much more. Still, having you make me happy sounds good, especially since I am very aware I am not an easy man." A frisson of alarm slid down her spine. Small, a cautioning, an awareness. She frowned. He'd warned her before. He looked scary. Outside, around others, he acted scary. But he'd never been anything but gentle with her. "You've said that before. What do you mean?" Slowly, she sat up on his lap, pulling herself reluctantly out of his arms. If they were going to talk, she was going to have the armor of clothes. She looked around for her gown. It was a beautiful gown. Dragomir had given it to her. "I made it for you." Her eyebrow shot up. The gown was beautiful, in material and design. "How? Are you telling me you can manufacture clothing along with everything else you can do?" He nodded. "I wish I didn't have to tell you the truth because I like the way you look at me, as if I can do anything, but actually, Emmeline, you can manufacture clothing for yourself or anyone else. When you rise with the sinking sun, you think about being clean and what clothes you want to wear for the night." She felt a small smile welling up. "What? No shower? I was looking forward to showering with you. That can be sexy." "Show me." The growling demand sent another shiver down her spine. But this one was delicious, fun, sensual. She did her best, picturing the fantasy she'd had more than once. Maybe a few too many times. Him lifting her, her legs wrapped around his hips. the water running down over both of them, her mouth on his cock, his mouth between her legs. It was embarrassing, yet she wanted him to see the things she'd thought about long before he claimed her. While the scenes played out in her head, and he saw them in detail, more, he felt them. His cock grew hard and thick. She felt the hot pulsing against her bare buttocks. If they kept this up, neither was going to be able to resist the other. They wouldn't dare go out in public. She moved deliberately, sliding her body over him in a slow, sensual massage. "I see the benefits of a shower," he said. "Good." She slid off his lap, down to the floor. "I'm glad you're wise enough to see some of the things humans can do be very beneficial." She caught his knees and tugged. Dragomir obeyed her silent urging, allowing her to widen his thighs so her body could fit between them. "I have seen, over the centuries, many men sitting while their women knelt on the floor at their feet. I always thought it was strange, but I can see there is advantage in that as well." She smirked at him. "It's good you're willing to learn, Dragomir." "Very willing." He circled the base of his cock with his fist and did a slow, sexy slide. She couldn't take her eyes off him. He leaned back just slightly, and the tension he always carried in his shoulders and face was gone. Those scars on his face were softer, and his jaw wasn't so strong. He was beautiful to her, just like that. All male, his cock in his fist, so sexy her heart pounded and her sex clenched hard. She couldn't help herself. The temptation was irresistible. She leaned forward, her hands on his knees, and licked at the flared head. A shudder went through his body, and pleasure flooded her mind. She loved that she could feel what she was doing to him. She saw herself in his eyes. He found her the sexiest creature on the face of the earth. He loved watching her body, the sway of her breasts, the hardness of her nipples, telling him she loved what she was doing. He watched intently as his cock disappeared, engulfed by her mouth. He loved the way her lips stretched over his girth. He liked watching her tongue lick up his shaft and dance under the crown of the head. Every movement of her mouth brought scorching heat rushing through his body, centering in his groin. She felt everything he felt, and her body reacted. She was giving him paradise. She liked that she could take everything from his mind and replace it with her, with heat and flames, with passion and fire, with sheer pleasure. It was an indulgence, something he'd never experienced. She loved that she could give that to him. She loved the moment he couldn't think clearly, yet he was still gentle, even while his hips moved just that bit out of control. She knew she was giving him a kind of ecstasy he never expected from her. Complete giving, all for him, everything for him. She loved the way her image was in his mind, branded there, her kneeling on the floor, hands on his knees, her lips around his cock, eyes on his while her breast swayed and brushed his body with every movement. She was burned into his mind. That picture, that feeling. The picture of him above her, the look on his face and the feeling in his mind were burned in her memories for all time. She knew she was just as addicted to this moment as she was to taking his blood or having him in her. She would always crave giving him this, the feeling, the image. She felt him swell, grow hotter. Then she was tasting that wild Dragomir flavor that was unique to him. All for her. His groan was deep, and one hand went to the back of her head, holding her there, her mouth gentle on him now, her tongue lapping up every drop that had leaked. His breathing had gone ragged, and his entire body shuddered with pleasure. She'd given him that. Satisfaction was a beautiful thing. She stayed there on the floor, looking up at him, her man. When had that happened? How? She might never feel she deserved him, but she did know, just by the way he saw her in his mind, that he would always be happy with her. "We were talking about something, but I can't remember what it was," she said. "I got distracted." I hope you don't mind." "Not at all." He watched her tongue lick at her lips as she sank back onto her heels. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Throughout the centuries, I've seen quite a few women, but none of them compared with you." The wonderful thing was, being in his mind, she knew the compliment was sincere. He honestly felt she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He was nuts, but that was all right with her. She smiled up at him because he made her happy. She couldn't believe how he had changed her life in such a short time. "I had dreams of you, Dragomir. First, daytime fantasies, like the shower, and then I was horrified when I began to dream that you died trying to save me. I dreamt of Vadim coming and you were lying on the floor of my living room. Wounds everywhere, so much blood gone, and I thought you were dead." Her heart hurt just thinking about it. There was a huge knot in her throat, one she couldn't swallow. The idea of his death because of her had weighed on her. "I didn't want to ever meet you, and I went into my house the moment night came, so there was no chance that you would try to save me. And yet you still did. You ended the dream with me lying on your floor." He reached out and caught her hair in his hand, tugging gently. She nodded. "I couldn't go past that moment, with you lying without a heartbeat, no air in your lungs, and your blood soaking into my floor. Because of me." "Had you forced yourself to keep going?" "No." She shook her head, uncaring that the action caused her hair to pull at her scalp. "I couldn't. I tried to save you, Dragomir, but you just wouldn't let me." "Good thing, too." He leaned down to brush a kiss on top of her head. "Your dreams interest me. Tell me about them." "I've always had them." She nuzzled his thigh because she couldn't help herself. His body was warm and hard. It was hers. He'd given himself to her, all that he was. She liked sitting on the floor, her body between his legs, surrounded by him. There was safety in it. There was also the heady realization that this man was hers, and anything she did, any way she touched him, he was fine with. "I started having dreams when I was fairly young. I really didn't notice at first, but somewhere along the line I realized that some of the places I went to I'd already dreamt about. Once I was paying attention, it wasn't only places, but what was happening in my dreams, taking place in reality, days or weeks after. That was terrifying to a child. I thought maybe my imagination was causing things to happen. When you're alone and scared and hungry, people can be cruel. In retaliation, I would think bad thoughts about them, and if I dreamt about it later, I was so terrified I was making bad things happen to those I didn't like." "Shivamet." He murmured it softly. The hand in her hair was soothing and gentle, stroking caresses down the silk of her hair. She wasn't used to compassion, and tears burned behind her eyes. Joyful tears. She'd never known what that was until that moment. Dragomir changed her perspective on everything. "I would dream about something bad, and if it hadn't happened, I would treat that dream as if it would happen. I'd call it up every night, changing little details. I found I couldn't change what happened, but I could modify it. I could change the way I reacted. So I'd play the dream over and over in my head and change little things until I could change the outcome of the dream. Most of the time, the dream didn't spill over into reality, but the times it did, I was ready, and I knew exactly what to do." "Tell me about having the dream where you went down into Vadim's underground city." She felt her brain shut down. She didn't want to relive that nightmare ever again. Not even for Dragomir. She shook her head. His palm cupped the side of her face, his thumb trailing over her high cheekbone. "I wouldn't ask you if it wasn't important, Shivamet. I am here with you. He can't get to you or our daughter. You're safe now. Detach yourself, and just tell me the dream. Tell it as if it remained a dream. For him, Emmeline knew she would do anything for him, even things that were difficult for her. If he wanted or needed this from her, she would tell him. He hadn't offered to help distance her from the dream, so she knew he wanted her complete version. The dream started years before it actually occurred. My dreams don't always happen in real life, even the recurring ones, so I never know what is real or not. I wasn't certain, at first, if that particular dream would happen, although it was vivid and night after night I dreamt it. One day I came across vampires killing in an alleyway, and I knew they were real despite everyone I told wanting to lock me up. She looked down at her hands. They were shaking. The dream reoccurred over and over. The girls were taken down into the city. Liev was eaten alive night after night by Vadim's puppets. Blaze and I couldn't stop it. We couldn't save her in time. Amelia was taken by the vampires, and they drained her of blood and left her dying in a corner. Bella, she broke off, pressing a trembling hand to her mouth. They eventually fed her to the same puppets that ate her sister. And Danny was used for days as food for the vampires. Blaze and I went into the tunnels nightly to try to change the course of what happened. We did little things at first and found what tools we needed. How fast we had to run. What would be behind a door when we got to it. I repeated the dream night after night and shared it with Blaze. How did you share it with Blaze? Emmeline frowned. She hadn't thought about trying to explain that. I can do it easily. I could do it with you. I think it's the same way we get into each other's minds. Dragomir sat straight abruptly, the action causing her heart to jump. His eyes went from lazy and languid to sharp and demanding, the gold going bright and hot, glittering with intelligence. You can get into people's minds? Anyone's? You could do that before you were converted? She chewed on her lower lip until his finger rubbed along it, easing the bite, making her conscious of what she was doing. I don't think I get into people's minds. It's when I'm dreaming. I can reach out to anyone around me. If I were connected at that time to others, all those in this compound, could you share your dream with them all? Of course. It isn't like it requires tremendous effort on my part. I reach out, just the way I do when I want to connect with you. If Blaze was a distance away, it would be more difficult. But if you were connected to her or Maxim, and I shared with either one of you, the dream would be easy to give her as well. Her voice rang with confidence because she was confident. He nodded. How would Vadim know this about you? He did, didn't he? When he had you prisoner. He had to have mentioned it. She nodded, keeping her eyes fixed on his mouth. She hadn't told any of them, not even Blaze. No one. She had been terrified that whatever Vadim wanted her to do, the Carpathians would either kill her to keep her from doing, or want it for themselves. She had told herself numerous times that was a leftover fear from her childhood, that no one wanted her, the woman, only what she could do for them. He did ask me. I refused to answer. Even when he tortured you and tried to get the answer out of you. How did he know? I went to the Morrison Psychic Center for testing. I put down that I could share my dreams. It was so stupid of me. I thought it was for fun, like those psychics at fairs. I kind of thought it would be funny to have a real ability, but to pretend I didn't. It was the worst mistake of my life, and started everything. I'm grateful for your mistake. I wouldn't have you had you not made it. Chapter 12. The water on the lake was like glass. Emmeline had never been on it, or even on the dock around it. She found it was peaceful and gorgeous. All of her life she'd been drawn to the night, until she'd gone into that underground city and realized that monsters were lurking in every shadow. Walking hand in hand with Dragomir gave her back a sense of peace and serenity to the night. He kept her tucked in close to him, her fingers threaded through his, and he took her straight to the lake. She loved the way the moon appeared silver in the dark sky. Stars were scattered overhead, as if thrown haphazardly. Yet they formed unique patterns. The sounds of insects and frogs added to the beauty of the place. "I can understand why Tariq chose this place to build," she said. "He has everything, the lake and the woods, yet he's close to the city. It's also easily defensible. Maxim owns the property to the south, and I told him we'd buy up as much of the property toward his east as possible." "You need a lot of money for that," she cautioned. "I have lived centuries. Even before I entered the monastery, I had wealth. Most Carpathians do. You learn what is needed and you acquire it." "Good to know. I don't have a penny to my name." "Not really. I work, so I have a bank account. Or rather, I did work before all this vampire nonsense. But I didn't acquire actual wealth." He looked down at her, waited until she looked up and smiled. "You've acquired it now. You can have anything you want. Go anywhere you want." "I want to go out on the lake. In a canoe or the rowboat. Or the paddle boat. I've never done either one, and the minute I saw the lake and the boats, I knew I wanted those experiences. I think we can do that tonight. How is little Charisma feeling? She making you sick?" He stopped abruptly and took a step in front of her, forcing her to stop as well. He put both hands over her tummy. "She's feeling good," Emmeline said. She couldn't help but smile. The baby seemed happy and content. She kicked and stretched a little, the feeling as if butterfly wings brushed her insides. But there was no sickness at all. "Good evening, little Miss Charisma. This is your father talking to you. I hope all is well. I am going to take your mother out onto the lake, and I would prefer that you didn't make her sick. You'll like the feeling. It is almost like the rocking chair your mother says you enjoy." Emmeline laughed, the sound shocking her. It was carefree. She'd never been carefree. She hadn't known what it was like not to worry where her next meal was coming from or where she could safely lay her head down at night. Those fears were ingrained in her and stayed with her even after she could work and rent an apartment. "I love that you talk to her." He looked a little embarrassed, if that was possible, with his two male features and his expressionless mask. She couldn't help smirking. "You're so caught, Dragomir. You only pretend you're a tough guy." He caught her arm at the elbow and began walking along the dock, back toward the small canoe tied up there. "You worry me, Emmeline, that you choose not to see all of me. You have never looked into the things I have done for my people. The things you were forced to do to keep our world safe." She stole a quick glance at his face. "The things I chose to do. I was born a predator, Shivamet. I am still a predator, and I will go into the next life a predator. You cannot mistake me for anything else." He stepped into the canoe with complete balance and reached up for her. His grip was strong and comforting as he put her on the end close to where the canoe had a backrest. It curved at the top in the traditional sense, but clearly Tariq had designed the canoe for comfort. She worried a little that Dragomir kept insisting she wasn't seeing everything about him. Of course she wasn't, but she did see what mattered most. He was kind and courageous. He devoted himself to her. He accepted her baby without hesitation. What was he referring to, over and over? She settled on the floor of the canoe and watched him settle opposite her and take the oar in his hand. One strong pull had them gliding fast out over the water. The sensation took her breath away. She loved the quiet of it and the feeling of moving over the wide expanse of the lake. The color of the water was different, depending on where the sliver of moon shone, or the depth and the darkness. The farther out they got from the lights of shore, the darker the water appeared. "This is beautiful," she whispered, looking up at the stars, one hand trailing in the water. "Thank you. You've given me so many experiences I never thought I'd ever have. I appreciate every single one of them. I love giving you things you want, Emmeline." Another powerful stroke took them gliding farther away from the shoreline. Her gaze jumped to his face and then drifted over his chest and arms. He was hers. All that unadulterated male beauty was hers. "I love knowing you're mine." She felt a little shy telling him, but at the same time, she wanted him to know. That was more important to her than revealing her embarrassment. He deserved to know what he meant to her. "Do you feel safe with me?" "That's an odd question. Of course I feel safe with you." She wrinkled her nose at him, wondering where he was going with that line of questioning. "Then why are you gripping the edges of the canoe until your knuckles have turned white?" She looked down at her hands. He was right. She was gripping the edges and her knuckles were white. She absolutely loved the teasing note in his voice. "I'm hedging my bets." His eyebrows shot up. "You do know I could float us out of the water, turn upside down and still keep you from falling." She didn't like that matter-of-fact way he asked. "I am certain you can, but I prefer that we stay in the water, exactly as we are meant to. Humans are meant to. They don't fly. We fly. This part of we is just trying out canoeing and enjoying it. Flying can come later. I watched the children on their dragons and was a little envious, I won't lie. The beauty of being Carpathian is you can do both. You can fly by yourself in any form you choose, and you will be able to fly a dragon if you really want to do that." "I do." She drew up her knees cautiously and, one by one, pried her fingers from the side of the canoe, so she could wrap her arms around her legs and settle her chin on her knees. "Do you remember the first time you ever flew?" Dragomir shook his head. "Memories faded over the centuries. Even after getting my emotions and colors back, I don't remember much from my childhood. I can remember every vampire and how they fight, what their preferences are in lairs and safeguards, but I can't remember my mother's face." He sounded crushed by that, but his expression hadn't changed. She realized he often refused or more likely didn't recognize an emotion that was sad or negative. He didn't dwell there. He felt them, but he didn't identify with them. Emmeline couldn't make up her mind whether she thought that good or bad. "I don't think about my parents much," she said, needing to give him something back. "I didn't really have family. Maybe that's why I fought so hard to keep Charisma. I heard her screaming in pain, and I just couldn't hate her. She was an innocent caught in Vadim's ugly world." She rubbed her chin on her knees, and then put her head down, staring out at the water. "He does that, you know. He hates innocence, and does his best to strike at it." There was a small silence. 2 more powerful strokes of the canoe sent them parallel to the shore. "I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. That's exactly what he does." "He's determined to kill the children, Dragomir. All of them. He targeted them for some reason as well. It wasn't just because he knew it would draw me into the underground city, either. He had a reason he went after those children. I tried to find out about their talents, but then I realized if I knew them and Vadim was in my head, then he would know their talents as well. So I stopped asking. They don't let others in easily, but Blaze, Charlotte, and I are closer to them than anyone else here. Probably I have to include Tariq in that as well. Still, I don't think anyone knows what they can do. Valentine would know. Liv, the little girl, is his life mate. What is in her mind, he knows." "I didn't think of that. I thought he left." "There was that trouble with the lightning when we were converting you. He came back to protect Liv." "I don't understand how he would know she was his life mate. She's too young. I thought it had to do with sexual maturity." "That plays a huge part," he admitted. "Sometimes being in close proximity over time can make a man aware his life mate is near. His colors fade, but don't altogether leave him. His emotions don't completely disappear, and he has a sex drive. One that won't go away. I've heard all kinds of things that tip off the male. Most don't have those luxuries. Valentine most likely discovered it when Vadim brought the child to him to take her blood. Vadim had kept Valentine starving for so long, he thought when he gave him a child, Valentine wouldn't be able to resist killing her. It was Vadim's poor luck that he handed Valentine's life mate to him. What will Valentine do? He will watch over her until she is of age. What else can he do? She's too young to claim, nor would he even consider it. Dragomir shrugged his broad shoulders and gave more powerful strokes of the oar so that the canoe slipped over the water easily. Emmeline realized he was keeping along the shoreline for her, recognizing that, although she loved the water and what they were doing, she was nervous. She licked at her lips. "I don't know how to swim. I never had the chance to learn. I was more of a dancer." Dragomir's look wasn't one of shock or judgment. His eyes had gone soft, and his incredible mouth curved in that sweet smile that always shook her. "Now you don't have to worry about it, Shivamet. You are Carpathian. You can swim, fly, or dance up to the stars." Her breath caught in her throat. She loved dancing. She lost herself in dance. Blaze's father paid for dancing lessons for me. I was homeless, crawling in his daughter's window at night, and he paid for my dance lessons. That was better than eating regularly, although he let me raid their fridge and cupboards whenever I wanted. But you didn't. He set the oar across his lap, his focus completely on her. She shook her head. "I didn't trust easily in those days. He was a really good man, but I didn't dare wear out my welcome. At first I was very young, and the streets were intimidating. Then I grew up, and there was an entirely different set of obstacles. You still don't trust easily." "It's difficult to believe you're for real," she admitted, her hand moving in and out of the water, as if she were dancing on the surface with her fingers. She'd given him her body and her heart. She was fairly certain she wouldn't survive without him, but he was right. There was a part of her that didn't trust that he'd stay. Maybe she'd never be able to trust that he'd stay. "I'll stay. And if you really want to dance in the stars, we'll do that too. Any time you want to go dancing in the stars, or the clouds, or on the pier, I'm ready," she assured him. The sound of childish voices drifted on the wind and made Emmeline smile. She hadn't seen the children yet, and she missed them. She turned her head toward the sound. The boat glided over the water as the oar cut through it, powered by Dragomir's strength. She made out Danny with Laertes on his back. Bella ran beside them, calling out to him that it was her turn. The scene was familiar to her. Danny gave the youngest ones rides all the time. It was the two littlest ones' favorite pastime. Liv had a book in her hands and walked with Amelia, talking softly. The sound carried on the slight breeze, but the words were lost. She was animated as she talked to her sister, occasionally stopping to make a point. Amelia took the book from her when Liv's wild gestures threatened to send the book skittering across the lake. Amelia indicated the ground, and Liv crouched low, searching for a moment. She picked up a rock and sent it skipping across the surface of the lake. Amelia followed suit. Both girls laughed. "I love to see them like that," Emmeline said. "Sisters are so wonderful together. Do you want more than one child, Dragomir?" She rubbed her palm protectively over the place the baby was nestled and safe. He frowned, and her heart clenched hard in her chest. "As many as you want." His gaze remained on the children rather than on the lake. She sat up straight, her hand going protectively over her baby. "Dragomir, do you not want children? Because if you don't—" She trailed off. She was having a baby. If he didn't want children, that was a big problem. Huge. "Of course I want children. Why would you ask me that?" He dipped the oar in the water, and they went soaring over the glassy surface. He'd frowned, and she'd panicked. That was another testimony to the way she felt about herself. Unworthy, not good enough for him. For someone to really love her or want a life with her. She was going to be the problem if she didn't watch it. What man liked a woman who was afraid every minute that he was going to leave her? Emmeline. He said her name softly, and her gaze jumped to his. His eyes had gone that molten gold she loved, as if it was melted and hot. "I want you any way I can have you. Children, no children, you're always going to be my world. There is no other, and there never will be. I know you have a difficult time understanding the concept of life mates, but you'll get it eventually. I would tell you to stop worrying, but I can see that won't help. I'll try, Dragomir, she promised. It's just that for a moment, I thought maybe you didn't want children, and I do. I want it all. The family, the home, the man who adores me just as much as I adore him. She ducked her head, her gaze going to the water, anywhere but facing that penetrating stare. I want you to want that same thing, especially the children. I want the same thing, he assured. The more girls we have, the more life mates we give to the Carpathian people. She rested her head back, letting the gentle sway of the water lull her. I never thought about that. How a child we have might save one of the males of the Carpathian race. All those women. She broke off and closed her eyes, shaking her head as if to get the sight out of her mind. Those women, he prompted. In Vadim's underground city, they were psychics. He told me they were, but not strong enough for his purposes. The bodies were piled up, and I could see half-formed babies, some fully formed, all dead. When these women died, they were life mates, weren't they? Life mates to some of the hunters waiting. More than likely. The loss was felt deeply. The souls will be reborn, but there is no way of knowing if the hunters can hang on that long. That was part of Vadim's plan. If he takes the life mates away, destroys them, more hunters will turn, helping him to create a larger army. If they know they'll be reborn, there is no way of knowing when they will be reborn, what century, where. The world is a big place, and some of these hunters have held on for centuries. When there is nothing to hold on to but honor, it can be very difficult. She studied his face. He had suffered. It was there in his harsh male features. Dragomir would never have been called handsome in the traditional sense of the word. His features were too angular and male, almost brutal. But he was beautiful and sensual. The scars on his face and body added to his appeal. He looked dangerous. Walking into a room, she knew he would command attention and scare most people. Maybe all of them. I hate that you had to wait so long. You are worth every moment of that wait. Sincerity rang in his voice. She turned her head toward the shore where the children were playing. Listen to the frogs. So many. Sounds like they're gathering for a frog concert. Noisy little things, he observed. If I'm going to take you dancing in the stars, we need better music. She liked the sound of dancing in the stars. For the first time, she allowed herself to fully relax. She tipped her head up and studied the constellations scattered overhead. The sky looked beautiful, so dark it was nearly blue. The stars and sliver of moon hot and glowing against that backdrop. There were a few drifting clouds, but they looked inviting rather than threatening. More childish laughter caught her attention, and she turned her head to see the Waltons standing with Danny, talking to the two youngest. Mary Walton carried something cradled in her arms. Her husband, Donald, had a large gun slung around his shoulder. She sat up so fast she nearly spilled into the water. What in the world? She stared at the couple as they laughed and talked with Danny. Dragomir, they're carrying guns. Both of them. They're the sweetest couple. They live in the boathouse. I've never been in it, but the children tell me it's really nice and homey. Why in the world would Mary be carrying a gun? Or Donald, for that matter. They could hurt themselves. My understanding is they know how to use them. They're both efficient at it. I suppose they're protecting the children. I hate that Bella and Lorades have to see that. And poor Liv. She's only 10, and she had those terrible creatures of Vadim's tearing at her, eating her alive. If it weren't for Valentine, she never would have made it out of there. I couldn't have saved her, nor could Blaze. It was Valentine. The sound of the frogs increased, and, along with them, the crickets started. She found herself laughing softly. She almost couldn't believe anything could make her laugh. Not when she'd been thinking about Vadim's underground city and the atrocities he'd committed on men, women, and children there. The frogs and crickets added a magical reality to the night. Listen to them. Any minute I expect them to burst into song. They are singing, he said. Dance with me, Shivamet. I believe I have pulled enough information out of your mind to lead you in a waltz. He put the oar down, and the canoe glided by itself over the water to the dock nearest the Waltons' boathouse, and away from the children. It was darker and more secluded. He stood up, balancing easily, and held out his hand to her. She hesitated. They were still in the canoe, and if she moved wrong, they could both fall into the water. He might be right, that she could swim, but she didn't want to test his theory there in the dark. His white teeth flashed at her, and his lower lip curved into the soft, intriguing smile she found herself watching for. Emmeline, really? You think I would allow you to fall into the water? Especially since you're afraid. That would be cruel. I'm capable of great cruelty, but never to the woman I love. Give me your hand. He held out his hand to her. Her heart went crazy. For him, or out of fear, she wasn't certain which, but it beat like a drum out of rhythm. She placed her hand in his and allowed him to pull her to her feet. The canoe didn't so much as rock. That was all him, looking out for her. He moved then, shifted his feet, took them into the air so that her sandals hovered just above the canoe. His arm went around her back, and he brought her hand up. His frame was superb, as good as any of the professionals she danced with. She put her hand on his shoulder and allowed him to pull her into his body. Close. Closer than she would ever have allowed any other dance partner. His body felt wonderful. Strong, male. Pure Dragomir. No other man could ever make her feel the mixtures of things he did, or give her the intensity of emotion he gave her. She felt safe and sexy, beautiful and intelligent. He listened to every word she said, gave her strength and made her hope, believe, even if it was just for a few minutes. Dragomir enfolded Emmeline into his arms, guiding her body into the shelter of his. If dancing was what she loved, then he would be an expert dancer, guiding her up through the air toward the stars. The song that was playing over and over in her head played in his as well. He brought the music to life, hearing the beat in her head, feeling it in his body. Below them, on the ground, the children continued to play together. Liv and Amelia skipping rocks on the lake, Danny and the little girls talking with the Waltons and Genevieve, who had joined them. The scene seemed surreal. He didn't care about any of them right in that moment. Only Emmeline and her happiness. They moved together in perfect rhythm. Dancing was like making love, he decided, his body guiding hers through the intricate steps as they danced up unseen stairs, going higher and higher until the clouds drifted past them. He allowed her to step on one, ensuring that to her it appeared a fluffy white floor. He whirled her out and brought her back into him. All around them the stars shone brightly. Their cloud drifted across the sky as they danced to the music, her body moving in rhythm with his. He always was in control, yet when he was with Emmeline, his body refused to listen to his commands, taking over, rebelling, swelling with urgent need. She couldn't fail to feel his cock, hard and aching, pressing so tightly against her stomach. "I love that you want me, Dragomir," she whispered. Her head was against his chest, her ear over his heart. "I want that always. I want to know when I walk into a room you're aware of me. I'm always aware of you." The sound of her voice whispering against the immaculate suit jacket he wore ratcheted up the hunger beating through him. "From the first time I saw you in the yard with the others, I thought you were the sexiest man alive." She turned her head so her chin dug into his chest, and her eyes were on his. "I daydreamed of you. I fantasized about you. I dreamt of you at night, before Vadim's attack and certainly after. I never thought about sex. After I saw you, it was all I could think about." She pleased him with her admission. She didn't have to tell him, but she gave that to him. Just handed him that gift, as if it were nothing. She was very shy about their relationship, more so than about their sex. Yet she gave him a piece of information that was a little embarrassing to her. "You didn't share your dream with me." Color crept into her face. Her long lashes fluttered. "Well, no. That was private. I wasn't about to share the kinds of things you did to me. Good things. In my dream, there were good things. In reality, I'd be afraid. We already went up in smoke together. Can you imagine if you were getting creative? I plan on being very creative. Do you have a problem with that?" He nuzzled her neck. His teeth tugged on her ear. "No. I'm just saying we could set the world on fire." "Show me." His voice had lowered to a sinful, wicked temptation. She shook her head. "We're dancing." "We have this cloud to ourselves, Shiva Met," he pointed out. She couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. Of course they had the cloud to themselves. No one danced in the clouds. No one danced surrounded by stars. Leave it to Dragomir to give that to her. "We have too many clothes on for me to show you anything," she said. Already her blood had gone hot and rushed through her veins like a torrent of fire. Her center had gone liquid with need. She tasted him in her mouth and wanted more. Immediately, just as she'd known he would do, their clothes were gone in a blink of an eye. The hand that had been on her back slid down to cup her buttocks. His fingers kneaded and stroked, sending heat waves through her. "Show me," he commanded. She would have done anything for him. His cock was heavy against her stomach, and she wanted it inside her, right that moment. Her hand slid up his hip to find that thick girth. She wrapped her fingers around him and bent her head so she could lick at the pearl drops leaking there. He tasted as good as she remembered. She stepped out of rhythm and then had to straighten to keep in step. He never stopped dancing with her, keeping up the rhythm of their bodies moving together. It was not only beautiful to her, but sexy. With every movement, her nipples slid across his chest, sending streaks of fire aimed straight to her center. His hands cupped her buttocks, pressing her mound tightly against him. She couldn't stop her hips from riding his thigh. It felt so good. He always felt so good. She was lost in the sensations his body created. "If you don't show me, little rebel, I am going to have to wake you up." She wouldn't mind him waking her up. She let the various ways he could do it play through her head. She didn't have a lot of experience, but she read books, tons of them, and there were many books that had erotic relationships, ones that intrigued her. His hand came down hard on her bottom, startling her out of her fantasy. His palm rubbed and heat spread through her center. She pressed closer to him. "All right. Before you get too comfortable, I'll show you." She pushed the image into his head. He was behind her, hands on her hips, taking his time, controlling her completely. She couldn't move or she'd fall. He held her up with one arm, forcing her body over his forearm, so her head was down and her bottom up in the air. He teased her, first with his hands and then with his cock, making her plead for him, making her so needy and hungry for him she had gone mindless. She wanted mindless. She wanted sexy. She wanted him to make her feel out of control. At once, he spun her around, his hands hard on her body, the sheer strength and speed making her heart clench hard and fear pound through her body straight to her sex. Excitement and trepidation mixed together. She knew he could read her emotions and that he monitored them, but she hoped he would realize this was what she wanted, this mixture of emotions. His arm was an iron band around her waist, as his other hand slowly pushed her head down, so she hung over his arm. She should have known Dragomir would take creative license. She found her upper body hanging over a padded bench. Her breasts swayed in the air, and her hair spilled to the soft cloud. She stared through the layers of cloud to the lake far beneath her, her heart pounding. The position left her feeling very exposed and vulnerable. Biting her lip, she started to pull up. Instantly his hand came down hard in warning on her bottom, a stinging pain that morphed into heat as he rubbed her buttocks. Then his hand was between her legs, fingers sliding over her clit, circling, tugging, and then moving away. Her breath came out in a ragged burst. He repeated the entire sequence, started with a swat on her other cheek. His fingers were relentless, moving in her, around her. Then his tongue was there, lapping at the cream spilling from her body. She couldn't catch her breath. There was no way to know what he would do next. Hit her bottom with his hand? Devour her with his tongue? Use his teeth? His fingers? She closed her eyes and gave herself up to the wicked, sinful sensations he created. She hadn't known anyone could feel so much or so intensely. The tension in her built and built until she knew the tsunami was going to overwhelm her. She would get close, so close, right on the edge, and his fingers went away. He took his mouth from her. She couldn't help the whimper escaping or pushing back with her hips, trying to reach his hands, his mouth, his cock. She craved his cock. She needed his touch. Oh, God, his mouth. She absolutely needed his mouth. She'd take anything from him, but he had to do something. She moaned and bit out his name between her teeth. His hands came back, but not on her sex. He was under her, his mouth on her left breast, pulling strongly, sending waves of fire sizzling and crackling through her veins. His finger and thumb were on her right nipple, tugging, rolling, dancing in a kind of rhythm with the pull of his mouth. So hot, so incredible. She could barely think with the sensations pouring through her. It didn't stop. His mouth was on her breasts, but she felt his hands moving on her bottom again, that quick, hard swat, the rub that spread the heat, the sensation of his finger pushing into her tight folds. His mouth, tongue devouring her, teeth scraping along her clit. Then there was his mouth at her breasts. The twin sensations took her right up fast. She screamed in frustration when everything stopped. Only her harsh breathing could be heard, a loud, ragged dragging of air into burning lungs. He caught her hair and pulled her head up. At once his cock pushed into her mouth, grateful for something, anything to distract her. She closed her mouth around him and she suckled hard. Her tongue danced and stroked. He held her head still, following the images in her head, his hips pushing into her. "That's it, Shivamet. Take me all the way." His voice was harsh with need. The sound encouraged her, and she poured herself into the task of making certain he felt as much urgency as she did. She tried to reach his cock with her hands, but found she couldn't move them. Somehow they were pinned under the bench. His mouth was at her breast, pulling strong, teeth tugging on her breasts, his cock pushing into her mouth. Then she felt his mouth at her sex, tongue and teeth driving her right back up. The tsunami hit hard, sweeping her over the edge, her entire body feeling the ripples, her breasts, her mouth, her thighs, and her sex all rippling with the powerful quake. It seemed to go on and on. She opened her mouth to scream, but his cock was there, demanding she keep suckling. She couldn't catch her breath, especially when she felt him, the broad, flared head pushing slowly into her entrance, forcing the invasion when her tight muscles tried to prevent him. She was slick, dripping with her need of him, and nothing could prevent her greedy body from not only accepting him, but pulling him deeper. It didn't matter that she was tight. Her muscles gave way. Then he was everywhere. Dragomir behind her, pounding into her, below her, his mouth on her breasts, in front of her, filling her mouth with heat and fire, with the addictive taste of him. It was too much, overloading her. She came and came, over and over, One orgasm ran into the next. "Honey, you have to stop. I can't. Not again." But that was a lie. Her body tipped over the edge again, gripping and milking his cock, determined to take him with her. She didn't want him to stop, but if he didn't, she'd lose her mind. The pleasure was too intense. The grip in her hair tightened until there was a bite of pain. Reluctantly, she lifted her eyes to his. His hips surged forward, burying his cock in her scorching hot channel, burying his cock in the heated depths of her mouth. "Look at me. See me. I'm in you, surrounding you. Yours. Always yours in every way. I will bring you pleasure beyond your imagination. I will keep you safe. You will have the things you want in life because I love you that much, and I can give them to you," he said into her mind. She felt the swelling of his cock in her sheath, pushing at the tight walls, creating friction that sent fire coursing through her. In her mouth, his cock matched, pulsing and throbbing, and then she felt the hot release jetting into her, deep, so deep it splashed along the walls of her sheath, triggering another hard orgasm. In her mouth, he erupted as well, pouring down her throat, giving her that taste that was only his, only for her. She lay over the bench, unable to move, completely worn out. He was behind her, his hands on her hips, his cock still buried deep, gliding gently, soothingly. She found she could move her hands, and she put them out in front of her, stretching while she licked at her lips, feeling as if they were coated with him. "Why do you always taste so good?" His hand rubbed her bottom, and then he slowly, with obvious reluctance, pulled out of her. "I taste the way you imagine me to taste. Let me help you sit up." She didn't want to move. "You took creative license. Big time." "I put my own stamp on it. I gave you those sensations, each of them, and chose where I would be and where you would feel me. It can make our sex life interesting. If it gets any more interesting than that, I won't live through it." That was crazy sexy. She felt his hands on her waist, and she let him lift her onto his lap. She looped her arms around his neck and buried her face in his chest. "I think you wore me out." "You're Carpathian. Breathe, Shivamet. How did we not fall through the cloud to the lake below?" She stared down. Through the cloud's thin layer, she could see that little sliver of moon shining invitingly on the lake's surface. It didn't seem possible that such a short time had passed. She was certain they had been having sex all night, but everything was the same. The lake, the moon, the children. Only she was different. She lifted her face to look up at him, to trace those beloved scars on his face. He'd given her so much. Nothing had prepared her for this night. Canoeing on the lake, dancing up to the stars, sex in the clouds, wild, crazy sex that shook her to her core. Not because it was wild and crazy, and it had been, but because she felt love in every touch, every stroke. Hard, gentle, brutal, exquisite. It had been a beautiful declaration of love. For her. She knew it. She felt it in her heart. He'd filled her with him, surrounded her with him. He meant what he said when he'd told her he was in her. "I'm so in love with you," she admitted softly, her eyes burning with tears. "So very much in love with you, I can barely think straight with it." He framed her face with his hands. "That's a good thing, Emmeline. Your heart is in safe hands." "I know." She was beginning to know, daring to start to believe. Chapter 13. Dragomir brought Emmeline safely back to the dock and settled her feet there, holding her until he knew her legs were steady. He deliberately used the marina closest to the boathouse and away from where Amelia and Liv were skipping rocks. He glanced over at the two girls. Amelia was watching. He wrapped his arm around Emmeline's waist, tipped up her face and kissed her, hard, possessively, wet and deep. She melted into him instantly, her body going soft and pliant, her arms circling his neck. He loved her mouth. It was always so responsive, his kisses, his cock. Her mouth loved both, and she showed that to him every time. "I like your creativity," she whispered. "I intend to explore every inch of you when we're alone." "In the middle of a crowd we can be alone," he informed her with a wicked laugh. She pulled back just enough to look up at him. "How?" "I could take you right here, remove every stitch of your clothes, carry you to the picnic bench and pound into you. No one would see, unless I wanted them to." "So, in the nightclub? We're dancing and you could do that?" A frisson of pure desire slid down her spine. Her sex clenched. She shared both with him, pushing her reaction into his mind. Instantly, his body reacted as well. "I can see that dancing is something that gets you in the mood." "I'm always going to be in the mood around you. But yes, dancing does it for me." "Then we're visiting a nightclub really soon. You could wear something very sexy for me." She stood on her toes so she could press a kiss to his throat, and then scrape over his pulse with her teeth. The action sent heat coursing through his body. His cock stirred again. "For an old-fashioned man, you've taken to modern clothes nicely." "I realize they have their uses. Although I still object to your undergarments. They seem silly. Sexy when you're wearing just them, but otherwise not at all useful when I want access to you." He caught the image of a very short skirt, black bra and sheer blouse in her head. He waved his hand and clothed her in the outfit. "Nice. But still doesn't make sense." He waved his hand again and removed the bra and panties. At once his hand slid up her thigh to caress her bare bottom. His other hand found her nipples through the sheer material. She shivered and pushed into his hands. He liked the way she was so responsive to him. He liked that she didn't protest his hands on her, that she welcomed his stroking caresses. She was so perfect for him. "Would you want other men to see my body?" His gut knotted at the thought of other men near his woman. Times were different, but he was still primitive. "I told you, they wouldn't unless I allowed it. And that wasn't happening." She bit at his jaw and then licked the sting. His body tightened. His cock jerked, pulsed, strained hard against the material of his trousers. He loved his reaction. He felt, actually felt. "Do you know what an exhibitionist is?" There was a teasing note in her voice. Of course. She wanted him to believe she was one just to see what he would do, but he knew better. "So if I told you I was one and wanted to go to a club dressed like this, would you allow other men to see me?" He kissed her again, hard. "You're not. I know everything about you, what you like, what you don't like, what you want to try but are afraid. So we're going to try, but slowly and gently, so we can stop if you don't like it. You like the thrill of having sex in public places, but you have no desire to be seen or get caught." She nodded her head in agreement. "I wouldn't like other men to see me. But still, what would a life mate do?" If he was okay with it, he would allow her to be seen. If he wasn't, he would walk in with her, making it appear as if she was seen. Either way, she gets her way. Life mates are compatible. They make each other happy. If one has needs like that, chances are very good the other would as well. The frogs took their chorus up a notch, calling to one another, serious about their symphony. The crickets sounded off, trying to rival them. Dragomir waved his hand, and she was once again in her long gown. She looked ethereal and elegant. He liked the look. All her looks, including the one with the transparent blouse. He was beginning to think he could live in these times with the technology and the women wanting to be partners. He dropped his arm around her shoulders and started her walking in the direction opposite the children. She didn't protest, or seem to notice. She leaned her head into him and wrapped one around his waist. Every step I take, I can feel you inside me. You're sore? He scowled and stopped, pulling her tightly against him. I should have checked and healed you. You're very small, and we had vigorous sex. She burst out laughing. Vigorous sex? Is that what you call it? Honey, we had great, amazing, and awesome sex. The best sex ever in the history of the world. I'm deliciously sore, and I don't want you to take that away from me. I love the thought of feeling you in me with every step I take. It's very sexy. His heart turned over. It hurt. Hearts didn't hurt because you loved someone too much, did they? Because his did. It was a physical pain, and he rubbed his palm over his chest to ease the ache. There was no easing it. Not when she was looking up at him, and he knew all that beauty was his. Inside, where it counted, she was everything a man could ask for. Her outside body was perfection, as near perfection as a woman's body could get. He knew by human standards, Emmeline was considered beautiful. By his standards, she was beyond all measure. Something moved in the grass. A gopher peeked its head up from a hole in the ground. The sliver of moon sent a beam right down to the lawn, spotlighting the little creature. The tip of its nose glowed with a strange white star. He looked around the lawn and saw several white stars shining. 10, 20, more. They rolled out of the holes and stood on their hind feet. Not gophers, something else. Emmeline, we're going to float to the house. It is starting. Get to leave. He called to the other Carpathian hunters waiting. What is it? Overhead an owl screeched. The trees around them shook, the limbs sagging under the weight of hundreds of birds settling on the branches. Another attack. I need you safe in the house. Once you're under cover, I can aid the others. Emmeline turned back, trying to pull away from him. The children. His hold on her didn't loosen in the slightest. He kept moving them toward the house, refusing to let her struggles soften his resolve. Dragomir, she began. He took her to the front door, yanked it open, and thrust her inside. You are to stay. He waved his hand at the doors, and then in a circular motion, sealing every door and window. Even if she tried to use her Carpathian abilities, she wouldn't be able to leave the house. He caught a glimpse of her furious little face, and then he turned and streamed out into the yard. Vadim wouldn't make the mistake of exposing Amelia, but he had threatened the children, and he would want to show Emmeline he could get to them, even with the Carpathian hunters around. With their added safeguards, it didn't make sense that Vadim could strike, even with his splinter in Amelia. They had safeguarded the children, allowing Amelia and the others to come together as they often did in the evenings, but the hunters remained especially vigilant. Liv was with Amelia, nearest to her. She was Carpathian and a life-mate to one of the hunters. She would be his first target. The birds took wing, flying low, a heavy migration, so heavy the air seemed to groan, and there was little to breathe. They flew at the children, the Waltons and Genevieve, pecking, ripping at them with beaks and talons. Dragomir threw a hasty shield over them as he burst past them. He saw Tariq materialize, and with him the healer, Maxim, and the triplets, Tomas, Mateus, and Lohos. Dragomir's job, along with the other ancients, was to get to Liv and Amelia. He winged his way over the lawn, filled with creatures that should have been gophers, but had morphed into something altogether different. The mutations flung their bodies at the hunters, swarming up legs, hurtling themselves onto arms and backs, biting ferociously. Their giant teeth tore large chunks of flesh out of the Carpathians, while the birds circled and came back for a second assault. The timing was perfect. The mutated creatures keeping the Carpathians occupied with their terrible teeth, while the birds regrouped and circled. darting in to try to tear the little ones from Danny's hands. He had dropped to the ground, covering both little girls with his body. Genevieve covered him, adding a second layer of protection. The mutated gophers bore through the ground to get at the children, forcing Danny and Genevieve to stand, each protecting a child, vulnerable now to the attack from the birds. Tariq and Gary laid double protection over all the humans, so that the birds battered at an invisible barrier, and the mutated creatures threw themselves over and over at the shield. Tariq used a torch, throwing flame across the lawn, incinerating as many of the gophers as possible. Most ducked into the holes and came up behind him. Gary caught them with his flamethrower. The ones he didn't get went back into the holes, regrouping as the birds made a third attack. Dragomir saw the ground moving, a solid green-brown carpet, and realized it was the frogs. They hopped to the girls, covering them, weighing them down, taking them to the water's edge. Amelia screamed and beat at them. "Take my hand! Get my hand!" She reached frantically for her sister. Their fingertips touched, but Liv was pulled away from her. The sheer numbers of frogs carried the smaller girl into the lake. Amelia threw herself into the lake, diving, coming up, looking around hysterically and diving again. Dragomir dove straight down into the water from above, right over the spot Liv had disappeared. He could see the girl being dragged, her little body thrashing as thousands of frogs of all shapes forced her body toward the floor of the lake. Amelia dove under again, and this time they met beneath the water. Staring eye to eye, the frantic, desperate look slowly faded, replaced by silver eyes. Glowing silver eyes. Eyes filled with hatred and triumph. Amelia swam straight at him, so fast her body was a blur in the water. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Valentine, swimming at an angle to reach for Liv. The frogs used sticky hands, feet, and tongues to hold Liv to the lake floor. As Valentine approached, large bullfrogs leapt on his back, impervious to his spells and waving hands. He kept swimming toward Liv. Fish surrounded Valentine, cutting him off from her. They darted in, huge mutations, teeth grabbing and pulling in a feeding frenzy. Dragomir timed Amelia's attack, spinning to one side and clipping her hard as she rocketed past him. Vadim had shown his hand. He had to know Dragomir would recognize the girl was possessed. They'd stared at each other. He'd revealed himself to Dragomir. He planned to sacrifice Amelia to make his try at the children. That worried Dragomir. If Vadim was willing to lose his spy, he was planning something much bigger. To his shock, he felt Emmeline moving through his mind, searching for the way to undo his command to safeguard the house. "Stop. I cannot concentrate when I worry about you. The girl will die." He was trying to save the teen, mostly because Emmeline cared for her, but also because she belonged to Tariq. That, and he wouldn't allow the vampire to harm one more child if he could stop it. He half expected Emmeline to fight him, but she didn't. He felt her there in his mind, watching, but she remained silent. A large mutated fish hit him from behind, just as Amelia's body jerked to a halt, and then was spun around. She came flying at him, this time with her body contorted, face a mask of twisted hatred. He stared into Vadim's eyes. They were silver rimmed with a red glow. The teen slashed at him with a knife she must have had hidden in her clothing. The blade slipped under his arm, the tip dragging a slice down his ribs as he wrapped her up, one hand catching her wrist to force her to drop the knife. Her hand opened, and as the knife fell toward the lake floor, a fish caught it in its mouth and rocketed toward Dragomir, blade facing him. He had his hands full trying to subdue the teenager, their bodies turning one way and then the other. It was Emmeline who hissed a warning. At the last second, with her warning burning in his mind, Dragomir thrust the teen from him and turned to face the fish. The blade bit into him as he batted it aside with his forearm. Instantly, he knew the edge had been treated with a concoction of Vadim's. "Get out now, Emmeline. I may have to kill her." Do you want to see that? Do you want me to live with the knowledge that you witnessed, even shared in a kill? He said to her telepathically. She had to leave, to be safe. It wasn't safe in his body with poison spreading. He spun to face Amelia, his heart heavy. He knew Vadim intended to kill her. If he thought Emmeline was watching, he would do it in a sick, twisted way that hurt the teen as much as possible. Shivamet, you have to go, please. The burn down his ribs increased until it was almost impossible to block the pain. But the one along his forearm was like a wrenching, excruciating hole that seemed to be spreading. He didn't bother to look. It wouldn't matter what he saw. He had to prevent Vadim from abandoning Amelia in the lake. To do that, all the vampire had to do was kill the teenager. Dragomir could see Amelia had come to the realization that the vampire was in her, forcing her to do things to the people she loved. There was desperation behind the eyes Vadim had taken over. She tried to fight for supremacy, looking toward Liv, her little sister. Twice she turned toward the drowning child to try to get to her, and both times Vadim forced her back to face Dragomir. Liv and Amelia are the targets. He's striking at the children, he told the hunters, telepathically, even as he swam straight for the teenager. If he kills Amelia, his sliver will be impossible to find. He'll attach to a fish or a frog, and it will make its way back to him. How did he get in? Amelia didn't let him in. She couldn't, not with the safeguards we wove around her. Ancients were everywhere, swimming to save Liv, sweeping the frogs and fish from Valentine, circling Amelia so she had no way to escape. Dragomir saw it in her eyes, that moment of realization that Vadim was going to kill her, that he would drown her before he would allow her out of the lake. Save yourself, Dragomir. I want Amelia alive. I do, but I can feel the poison spreading through you. Get out now. Let the others save her. Get out of there, she said to him telepathically. His heart clenched hard in his chest. He knew what it cost Emmeline to say that to him. She loved the children. She'd sacrificed her life for them, endured torture and continued to safeguard them. With all that, she'd chosen him, taking the chance that one of the other hunters might not reach Amelia if he abandoned his task. There is no choice, Han Shivamak. I cannot allow this child to die. Please, wait for me, and know that I put you above all others always. It wasn't enough if it was a final goodbye, but he had to let her know how much she meant to him, how much her choice meant to him. Amelia hurtled herself through the water, determined to gouge out his eyes. Dragomir caught her around the waist and kicked hard at the fish and frogs, leaping onto his back to tear at his flesh. The water around him turned red. The mutations were after Amelia now, in earnest, trying to keep her from Dragomir. She fought the hunter, tearing at him with her fingernails, punching and kicking, frantic to get away. Then she went quiet, opened her mouth, and gulped lake water. At the same time, she inhaled. He gripped her hard around the waist and shot out of the lake up into the sky. He turned her upside down so the water was forced to drain out of her as he took her to the dock. The birds screamed when they saw him and circled around to begin the attack on him. He threw up a shield and started pumping her lungs and stomach to rid her of the water. The moment it began to trickle out of her mouth, he turned her on her side. All the while, his hand was over her pulse, making certain she stayed alive and Vadim couldn't escape. The birds went insane, screeching as they dive-bombed. Each vicious creature the master vampire created and manipulated turned its assault on Dragomir. Dragomir knew they were too close to the lake. Too many of Vadim's creatures surrounded him. If the vampire was successful in killing Amelia, his sliver could escape her body and had a very good chance of returning to him. He said to Emmeline, I have immediate need. Amelia must be transported to the safe room with my body. I will be inside her trying to keep Vadim from killing her. He would have to leave his body behind, unprotected. but she didn't have the time it would take to get her to the safe room. He heard the soft echo of Emmeline's cry. "No, no, don't do this." The wrenching pain in her voice nearly shattered him. He sent as much emotion to her as possible, giving her his heart as he shed his body, leaving it vulnerable to Vadim's mutations. Amelia's mind was the real battlefield. Vadim wanted her dead before they contained her. The sliver of evil commanded her lungs to cease breathing. Dragomir forced the air to continue in and out of her. He felt the anger as the master vampire realized he wasn't alone in Amelia's mind. The force of the undead's rage, coiled and ugly, hit him hard. Waves of turbulent sound bounced through Amelia's head. High-pitched, painful. Vadim tried to drive Dragomir out of the teen while he went after her heartbeat. In the midst of the waves crashing into him, driving his spirit time and again away from Amelia's lungs, Dragomir suddenly realized the frantic drumming of the girl's heart had ceased. He immediately stimulated the heart, forcing it to beat and pump the precious blood through her body to her brain. He was aware of Tariq there, carrying the body, moving fast, the healer and others surrounding him. Sandu was there, carrying his body with the ancients guarding him. They took them through the house where the children lived, rushing deeper into the walls where the safe rooms were built in. Each room was off a child's room, and once they were inside, would be in the ground, surrounded by safeguards where no one or their monsters could reach the children. Amelia's body was laid out on the bed. Dragomir's body was on the floor beside the bed. Gary shed his body fast and entered the fray. "Tell me." It was a demand. Nothing less. "He is striking at her heart and lungs," Dragomir said to him, "desperate to kill her so he can get out. If you can take over keeping her alive, I will hunt him. The poison he put in your body is lethal. You would have little time, but by shedding your body, it shut down your heart. The poison can't spread." That was one consolation, although Dragomir hadn't given a thought to what was happening in his body from the knife cuts. He hadn't had time. "Is Liv alive?" "Yes. Valentine and the others pulled her out of the lake. She is strong, that one. Valentine commanded she breathe underwater, and she did. Without a single lesson. Do you hear that, Amelia? Liv is alive. All the children survived. You cannot allow him to defeat you." There was no response, but Dragomir didn't expect any. The girl was in a comatose state. There was no fighting Vadim and winning. She was human. She was a teenager. She couldn't process the kind of evil inside of her. He had deliberately allowed her to see him, to know that she was the one causing all the trouble, the one trying to kill Dragomir and Emmeline. Vadim wanted her to want death, to seek it. Gary was an ancient healer, with the knowledge and experience of an entire line of healers. He was also a hunter with that same lineage, pouring their experiences of battle into him. He was fast, and he moved through the teen's body, repairing each massive problem Vadim began. Aneurysms, strokes, lungs filling with fluid. Vadim tried them all, while the healer rushed to repair or stop the damage. Dragomir was quiet, looking for a pattern in the attacks on Amelia. There always was a pattern, always. No one could help it, and an ancient vampire such as Vadim least of all. He developed a huge sense of self-preservation over the centuries, and he would keep to the things that had always worked for him. Vadim knew he had to kill the girl to free the sliver. However, if he didn't kill her, they might not find the sliver in her, and the Carpathians wouldn't kill her. To them, she was an innocent child. Why had Vadim outed her as the spy? Why would he do that? Dragomir had already dimmed his spirit's light in order to move through Amelia's brain, looking for that tiny little discolored spot that would be Vadim's sliver embedded there. The vampire needed a base from which to conduct his attacks, which meant he must be in the brain. The sliver couldn't move around. It would get lost in the bloodstream and be carried away too far from the brain to be of any use to Vadim. Dragomir examined each portion of the brain with slow, meticulous care. Xavier, the High Mage, had been the first to embed slivers of himself into others, so he could see his enemies and fight from a distance. Vadim and Sergei both carried a sliver of the High Mage in them, allowing them to use his spells when they needed them. None of the Carpathians were particularly adept at finding the slivers because, until now, Xavier had been the only one using such a forbidden technique. Dragomir went through the entirety of Amelia's brain and found nothing. There was no dark spot he could see. Nothing that seemed off to him. He had a moment of doubt. Was he wrong about where Vadim had to be to direct her heart and lungs to shut down? He had concentrated his efforts in the brainstem. He looked everywhere throughout the brain, but he had been certain Vadim would have chosen the brainstem for his sliver to reside. The cerebrum controlled action. He'd had to control Amelia's movements when he had taken on the lightning in the healing grounds, and again when she fought Dragomir underwater. He had just started to move around the brain toward the cerebrum when Amelia's body convulsed. Nerve cells fired in massive bursts, lighting up areas of the brain as the electrical charges spasmed. Dragomir spun around to study the brainstem under the fiery glow of the electrical charges. There it was, he was certain. The tiniest little curved splinter, barely discernible, lying in a shallow crevice of the cerebrum. Dragomir floated closer, keeping his light as dim as possible. The electrical charges sputtered and slowly died out as the seizure eased. Dragomir moved with infinite slowness, coming into position above Vadim's sliver. "I think I've found him. Keep his attention centered on you," he said to the healer. Gary responded by using the white-hot light of his spirit to build a shield around Amelia's heart, effectively stopping Vadim from giving her a heart attack. The little spot wiggled just once, and then waves of rage and hatred burst through Amelia's brain. Dragomir didn't wait. He dropped right over the splinter and shed his spirit's light on the dark, destructive piece of himself Vadim had placed in the teen. At once the splinter began to smoke, to blister. It tried to escape by attempting to burrow, but that allowed Dragomir to get even closer, wholly incinerating the tail of the tiny sliver. Rage filled the brain, and Amelia's body came up off the bed and was slammed back down. Once, twice, again and again. Tariq caught her and held her against the mattress. Dragomir was certain he heard Emmeline sob. The moment that small sound echoed through his mind, Vadim's splinter erupted into a mass of cruelties. He sent agonized pain after pain through Amelia's body. He knew he couldn't save his splinter, and he wanted Emmeline to suffer. So he tortured Amelia, causing as much pain as possible to the teenager, all the while fighting to stay alive, skittering from one crevice to another, trying to get Dragomir to miss and burn the sensitive brain tissue instead of the splinter. Emmeline suddenly comprehended that Vadim was aware she was in Dragomir's mind, and he was punishing her through Amelia, that her presence had added to the horrors he visited on the teenager. She slipped further away, into the back of Dragomir's mind, hoping to ease the girl's suffering, although her life-mate could have told her it was too late. Vadim was going to hurt the child as much as possible, in hopes of hurting the woman who cared for her. Dragomir stayed distant from it all. He had one job, and that was to destroy the splinter Vadim had placed in the girl. It couldn't escape. He'd burned half of it, but as long as there was anything left, it could cause harm. He followed that wiggling little thread relentlessly. Each time his light passed, white-hot and bright, over it more smoke and blisters arose. He could hear Vadim's screams as the master vampire felt the death of that tiny piece of him. He would be diminished in power. The loss of that part of him was critical. Dragomir had already taken a piece of his heart. Now, this loss would further weaken him. Dragomir reached for the vampire, using the common link between Carpathians. Your brother will be the one everyone must look to. You are defeated by a teenage human child. With the loss of this splinter, you lose power, and all those following you will be aware of your diminished capacity. He was poking the tiger, but he wanted the other vampires, and especially Sergei Malinov, to know Vadim wasn't invincible. In the past, vampires were too vain and selfish to stick together. The Malinov brothers had been the ones to accomplish what no one had ever done. They'd formed their own army of vampires. Even other master vampires were talked into joining with the Malinovs. That was unheard of, and boded ill for the world. The Carpathians were playing catch-up with the vampires. The Malinovs had put a plan in place centuries earlier, and had the patience to carry it out. Vadim was a huge part of that. If Dragomir could discredit him and cause doubt among his followers, it would be all to the good. Amelia's body convulsed again, this time a long, violent seizure. The bursts of electricity aided Dragomir in finding Vadim's sliver as it skittered up the brain. Looking to slither into the bloodstream, he pinned it down with a concentrated flow of white-hot light, refusing to allow it to get away. Another section incinerated and dropped off, turning to ash. Vadim howled with pain and rage. She will suffer as no one has ever suffered. Dragomir didn't respond to the threat, although he didn't like the confidence in Vadim's voice. By all reasoning, the master vampire should have left the area. There were too many hunters. He had to know that the hunters would do what they did best. They were going to track him and kill him. Not just him, but a good portion of his followers. Still, the vampire stayed. Whatever he needed from Emmeline was so important that he refused to cut his losses and retreat. Vadim also had managed an attack on the compound when they all should have been safe. This child won't be able to take much more. Her body is going into shock, Gary warned. He fended off the attacks, but he couldn't stop her body's natural reactions. Dragomir followed the last tiny segment of Vadim's sliver. It was minuscule, but it was still dangerous. He didn't dare allow it to escape his light. He just had to get close enough. The sliver tried to take refuge in a layer of neurons, desperate to conceal itself. He knew he had it then. He didn't wait. He sent a burst of white-hot light straight into the tiny bit of matter, burning it until it was nothing but ash. Thunder crashed across the sky, rolling through so strongly it shook the compound. Outside, the last of the mutated creatures converged on Emmeline's house, trying to find cracks to slip through. The birds went for the chimney. They flew into the windows over and over, pecking wildly to try to break the glass. The little gopher mutations covered the porch while the frogs attached themselves to the door and sides of the house. Dragomir slipped out of Amelia's body back into his own. Pain blasted through him. He looked down at his arm to see it blackened, blistered, the skin sloughing off. Emmeline gasped. "Let me come to you." "It's what he wants," Dragomir said to her. "You can't leave the safety of the house until all the creatures have been dealt with. The children are safe. That's what matters." "Not to me. You matter to me. I have to come to you." Gary materialized beside him, swaying with weariness. Andor immediately extended his wrist to allow the healer to feed. "You have to shut down your heart and lungs. I've seen this poison, Dragomir. It is difficult. The same as the poison used by Leon. Xavier created this, not Leon. And Sergei or Vadim must have accessed his memory of it. It will eat through muscle and bone if I don't stop it. Shut down now." There was a bite to Gary's tone, as if he was weary of having to tell others what to do all the time, especially more than once. Tariq dropped a hand on Dragomir's shoulder. "Thank you for saving Amelia. I'll take care of Emmeline. The house is covered with Vadim's creatures. He's up to something, Tariq. Amelia wasn't his big gun. She was always expendable. He didn't want to lose the sliver, but he was willing to give it up. You know he isn't finished. He has something far worse in store for us. It's already here. And how did he attack us? How did he get through the safeguards? Dragomir! Gary's tone was a warning. He wondered vaguely if the healer would try to force him to sleep before he could make Tariq and the others understand the danger was worse than ever to the compound and people residing in it. Please do what he asks, Emmeline whispered in his mind. Please, Dragomir. For me. Women. They were a curse. He had duties. His honor demanded he aid Tariq and the others. But his woman, she broke his heart. How could he refuse her? Not when she was silently weeping and so scared. For him. She had Vadim's mutated creatures trying to break down her doors and windows, trying to chew their way to her, but she was thinking only of him. He looked up at Sandu. Sandu nodded. Dragomir did as Emmeline asked and shut down his heart and lungs, allowing the healer to enter his body. Sandu followed on the pretense of learning about the poison. The Brotherhood backed one another up at all times. They knew little about Gary. He was a dangerous hunter and a skilled healer, but there was death in his eyes, and a layer of coldness only the ancients from the monastery recognized. He belonged with them, behind those high walls where they couldn't do damage to others. He didn't have the code inked into his back, reminding him that they lived by honor. They lived for their people. They lived for the One. He needed that reminder. Sandu watched as the healer tracked the path of the poison. It appeared a long, dark ribbon winding its way through Dragomir's body, toward the heart. It was thick, like sludge, and it moved with infinite slowness. Everything it touched turned dark and discolored. The outside flesh was blackened and blistered, but inside, the dark muck burned deep trails along bone. When it touched a vein or artery, it burned through it, cauterizing the wound. If you're going to be in here with me, get to work, Gary told Sandu. I have to repair the damage to his body, the veins, the arteries, and anything else this has touched. You destroy it. Sandu stared at the healer's white light. How did one stop that slow stream of death? It burned everything it touched, so it stood to reason that burning it would do no good. How does one destroy it? I've never seen it before. He shared the image with those in the Brotherhood. You haven't seen it because it was originally Xavier's concoction, Gary told him. Sergei was always very interested in poisons and how they affected the body. If I had to guess which brother, Vadim or Sergei, accessed Xavier's memories, I would say Sergei. This is a mixture of an ancient poison developed by the High Mage. It is extremely dangerous, even to the one wielding it. Yet he had the girl put it on the blade of a knife. The water didn't damage it. No, it wouldn't. The poison is too thick. As he explained, the healer was working to repair the damage done to Dragomir's veins. This poison is made in darkness. The spells cast over it are of darkness. The ingredients are those found only at night in the deepest part of the forest, in the darkest soil. Sandu continued to share with the others everything the healer said. So, light kills darkness. That's what you're saying to me. Gary didn't bother to respond. Sandu positioned himself at the end of the stream where it hadn't managed to spread yet. He shone the white-hot light of his spirit over the darkened sludge. The brown stream shuddered and then slowly shriveled everywhere the light touched it. Can this be done outside his body? On the flesh that is being eaten away? It is the only way to stop it, Gary told him. One must shed the body, become the spirit, and destroy the stream that is slowly devouring Dragomir's outside body. Sandu made certain his brethren heard every word, and was satisfied when Afanasiv began the work of healing Dragomir from the outside in. It took the three of them several hours and quite a bit of blood to stop the poison, destroy it, and repair the damage. By the time they were finished, it was close to dawn. The ancients returned Dragomir to Emmeline's house. Maxime and the triplets had destroyed Vadim's creatures. Charlotte, Blaise, and Genevieve settled the children down in their beds, with the Waltons watching over them. Tariq and Pharaoh took Amelia back up to her room and made certain she was in a healing sleep. It was Sandu who opened the floor of Emmeline's house and showed her over and over how to open the earth and close it. He floated Dragomir down into the healing soil. Emmeline managed to float down on her own, but she landed a little harder than she would have preferred. Wrapping her arms around Dragomir, she filled the dirt in around their bodies, burying his head, but leaving her own outside the cover of dirt. She couldn't quite make herself bury her body entirely. "I can do it for you," Sandu offered. She shook her head, her arms tightening around Dragomir beneath that blanket of soil. Her breathing was coming too fast, her heart beating too hard. Sandu ignored her, waving his hand to put her to sleep, and then covering Dragomir and Emmeline with the richest soil possible. He opened the earth above them, prepared to take on any enemy threatening them. Emmeline was a Carpathian woman, Dragomir's life-mate. She was also the vessel carrying another female child. That child held the fate of a Carpathian hunter in her hands. No one would harm her on his watch. Spreading out beneath the house, Pharaoh and Andor took refuge in the soil, one to the right of Dragomir's resting place and the other to the left. Afanasiv and Niku slept beneath the house as well, one under the porch, in the front, and the other under the porch, in the back. When the sun came up, only the security company moved in the bright light of day. Chapter 14. Amelia's so far away, none of us can reach her, Dragomir told Emmeline as he gathered her close to feed her. Tariq is hoping you'll try. The healer thinks she doesn't want to come back. She knows Vadim used her to try to kill me, her sister, and the other children. She knows he used her to try to reacquire you. Charlotte and Blaise have tried. Gary has tried. So has Tariq. Danny is at her bedside along with Leave. But nothing is working. They had to have the conversation about Dragomir imperiously preventing her from helping during the attack. But right then he sounded so distressed over Amelia that she couldn't help reaching up to link her fingers behind the nape of his neck as she fed. He tasted delicious. Perfect. Truthfully, she was just thankful he was alive. "You throw yourself into battle without thinking of the cost to yourself," she pointed out to him. "It's terrifying, Dragomir. You almost died. That poisonous knife could have killed you. So many things could have killed you last night. You don't weigh the consequences. You just do whatever it takes to save the day." She had woken with her heart pounding and the taste of fear in her mouth. She'd been disoriented, reaching for him, afraid she'd lost him. He'd promptly proven to her that he was alive and more than well, his body moving in hers, sending streaks of fire radiating through her until she couldn't think straight. He'd gone to feed, and in his absence, that same frightening feeling she'd woken with had consumed her. She hadn't wanted him out of her sight, which had made her feel needy and dependent. His hand stroked caresses down her hair that she'd woken with free of tangles. He'd still brushed it, because he'd loved to, he'd said. She was certain it was because she loved it. She'd gone to sleep in the ground and woken in her bed. Naked. His mouth on her. His hand so gentle she'd felt the burn of tears. After, when they lay together, holding each other, he'd talked to the baby, his mouth against her stomach, sending waves of love and reassurance. "I am a Carpathian hunter, Emmeline." His voice was as gentle as his hands had been, so at odds with the way he fought. With her, he was the complete opposite of the man she saw battling the vampires. She hadn't found a shred of emotion in his mind when he'd been in the lake, not even for Amelia. Now, with her, he was all emotion. Gentle and thoughtful, I hunt and destroy the undead. She ran her tongue over the 2 tiny holes in his chest, tasting those last delicious drops. She loved everything about him. Everything about the way he touched her, the way he tasted, the man he was. But she was beginning to think there was a lot about him she didn't know. She had access to his mind, his memories, everything he was. Dragomir didn't limit her ability to see him, not even his violent past. Yet she hadn't probed. She didn't want to. I know you've always done that. Hunt vampires. I also know you're a huge part of keeping everyone here safe, she conceded, looking into his eyes. Those strange golden eyes. But the way you throw yourself into battle, as if you have nothing to lose, as if you don't care that you might lose your life, is terrifying to me. I don't know any other way. He didn't blink, and her stomach did a slow roll. He looked wild, dangerous, all predator. She turned his statement over and over in her mind. What you're saying is, you will continue to battle vampires the way you've always done it. His gaze remained fastened on hers. She felt captured there, a prisoner. There was no looking away. They were locked in a battle she didn't understand. It was as if he was holding his breath, waiting. They stared at each other for what seemed forever. Dragomir, tell me. He was so still, holding himself together as if at any moment he might shatter. That was so unlike him. He always had such confidence in himself, confidence bordering on arrogance. There is no other way to fight the vampire and win. Again, his tone and expression gave away nothing. Nothing. He still waited, held himself too still, as if the axe would fall any moment. She was missing something important, something she needed to address immediately. She bit down on her lower lip, her heart beginning to beat out of rhythm with his. The moment that happened, he took her hand and pressed her palm to his chest, right over his heart. I need you to tell me what's wrong. Emmeline whispered it. She did. She detested seeing him so upset. It hurt to see him so ready to believe. What? That she would be so upset with him that she would reject him? That didn't make sense. But the nagging feeling stayed with her. You're angry with me. I'm not. She wasn't. How could she be? He'd saved Amelia. Even when she told him he was her choice, and even implied if he had to choose, to save himself. Shivamet. The endearment washed over her. Through her. His heart. He'd told her what it meant, and she loved when he called her that. It wasn't just the endearment. It was the way he said it, the tone, that soft caress to his voice. He meant it when he called her that. You are angry with me because you think I go into battle without thinking of you and our child. You are angry with me because when I went into danger, I refused to allow you to accompany me. She opened her mouth to protest, but had to close it. He was right. He was so right. She hadn't wanted him battling the vampire when he could have been killed. He'd been horribly wounded more than once. She also was angry on behalf of all women that he would lock her in a house while a battle raged outside. Okay, yes, she conceded. But I don't understand why you're so upset that I'm angry. It happens between 2 people when there is a misunderstanding. He shook his head, his thumb sliding over the back of her hand. There is no misunderstanding, Emmeline. His voice was gentler than ever. Sad. There was sorrow in his eyes. I have no choice. To come home to you, I must push you and our child from my mind and fight the way I always have. If I am divided, my thoughts with you, fear in my mind, I wouldn't stand a chance against the undead. I know no other way. Her heart hurt. A physical pain. She forced air through her lungs. She wasn't weak. She had tied herself to a man who would always be on the front line, always determined to keep those around him safe. That was who he was. If she loved him, and she did, she had to accept that in him. She also had to accept how he kept himself safe. She touched her lower lip with her tongue, soothing the tiny bite mark she'd made earlier. She didn't like him throwing himself into battle with no thought for his own life, but if he said he had to fight that way to survive, then she had to find a way to accept it. He hadn't looked away from her, not once. She felt him moving in her mind. That was intimate, the way his mind brushed over hers so gently, the way he touched her skin. That was the way he touched her mind. I understand, Dragomir. I do. I'll do my best not to worry too much. Like that would happen. I love you. When a woman loves a man, she worries. I can't stop that. He brought her hand to his mouth, still looking into her eyes. And the other. Emmeline realized immediately it was the other he was most worried about. I realize you are from a different time, where women didn't have rights and their men looked after them. Carpathian women have always had rights, he interrupted. They are cherished, treasured. We know how capable they are. Blaise and Charlotte go with Tariq and Maxim. They are at their side when a battle comes. That affects us how? He seemed genuinely puzzled. She sighed. Dragomir, I can't be locked up. You wouldn't have stayed where you were safe. If she were honest, she wouldn't have stayed in the house. She would have tried to help in some way. She wasn't like Blaise, a warrior woman. She never had been, but she went her own way and made decisions for herself. She'd been doing that since she was a very young child. Maybe I would have. You would have, he said. There is no maybe, Emmeline. You would have rushed to help those children without thinking of the consequences to you, the baby, or to me. It has to be my choice. For the first time he looked away from her, but not before she caught that terrible sorrow deep in his eyes, as if she had just shattered his world. She curled her palm around the nape of his neck. We're talking it out, Dragomir. That's what couples do. He shook his head. There is no talking it out, Emmeline. I am centuries old. There are things about myself I cannot change. One of those things is my need to keep you and our children safe. I have to know that before going into battle. You think it is reasonable to put yourself and our unborn child in harm's way. I do not. So, because you're bigger and stronger, we do it your way? She tried to keep belligerence out of her voice, but she felt a little confrontational. He shook his head. We do it my way because I cannot do it any other. I want to be everything you need, Emmeline. You do not need this, but I do. In a relationship, there has to be compromise. I must learn modern ways in order to ensure your happiness. In some things, you will have to forego modern ways to ensure mine. Do you care if Blaise goes into battle with Maxim? He shook his head. Blaise is a good warrior. You are not, nor will you ever be. I see into your mind, Shivamet. You have compassion for all things. You have determination and courage. You would fight at my side, but the toll on you would be horrific. There is no need to prove to me or anyone else that you're willing to fight. I want you to learn to handle the modern weapons being developed to kill the vampire. I want you adept at using them. What I cannot have is you needlessly putting your life on the line because you think you should. Why is your life worth less than mine? It isn't. I have centuries of experience, and you cannot hope to catch up. Truthfully, Emmeline, you are the other half of my soul. I am what you need, and you are what I need. Blaise is what Maxim needs. I cannot have a warrior for a partner. I cannot. He shook his head, and his golden eyes were back on hers, holding hers, waiting for judgment, waiting for her to tell him she couldn't live with him the way he was. Emmeline wanted to reassure him, but first, she had to know in her own heart if she could live with the man he was. She would be forever tucked away while he went into battle. He would never stop. Not because he had a life mate, and not when he had children. Fighting the vampire was ingrained in him. He would never stop, and she would always worry. Would it be better if she fought at his side? She wasn't like Blaise. She never had been. She didn't like confrontation, and she certainly, despite being taught by Blaise's father, didn't like to fight. Still, to know Dragomir was in danger and she could do nothing. If he was injured and she was locked away, she would go crazy. She shook her head. We have to find a compromise, Dragomir. I'm fine with not going into battle. I don't want to face a vampire ever again. I don't. On the other hand, I have to be able to defend my children, my life and yours if necessary. I can't be a little mouse sitting at home waiting for my big bad warrior to return. I have never thought of you as a little mouse, he denied. I want you to be able to defend yourself, the children, and me if necessary. What I don't want is for you to make a rash decision because, like last night, things look grim. You would have to give me your word. You would look to me for guidance in a situation. Then you would have to give me your word. You would call to me if help was needed, even in the worst situation. Do you understand what happens to the male Carpathian if his life mate dies? She shook her head slowly. Something about the way he asked the question made her heart beat faster. She was fairly certain she wasn't going to like his answer. We have two choices. We suicide, or we turn vampire. It happens fast. One can't take the sudden change, from light to complete darkness. Everything gone, after having everything beautiful. Can you imagine what kind of vampire I would be with the knowledge stored in my head? I would wreak havoc on the world, Emmeline. That is one of my greatest fears. It always has been. That's why I chose the Brotherhood. Living in the monastery when I reached the point of no return, rather than chancing turning vampire. You wouldn't. If you were gone, I would. She heard the conviction in his voice. Why was she throwing up arguments? I'm not Blaze. I don't want to fight vampires. I just want you to understand that I have to make my own choices. You need to explain to me the things you need to make you happy. I have to be the one to make the choice. You can't force me. That's a dictatorship, not a partnership. I understand the kind of man I am, Emmeline. Again, she could hear sorrow in his voice. He didn't believe she could accept who he was. He believed she would reject him. Her breath rushed out of her lungs. She understood that feeling. She'd had it all her life. She'd lived without acceptance. He had given her unconditional acceptance to be who she was. She detested fighting. She always had. As far back as she could remember, she'd had to fight off men, fight for food, fight for the right to be educated. Dragomir knew all those things about her, because unlike her, he'd looked into her memories and taken those things into consideration. She'd been a coward and hadn't considered his memories. She hadn't wanted to see the stark ugliness of his life. But if she'd bothered to learn everything she could about him, she would know what he needed. She took a deep breath. Whatever commitment she made, he would expect her to keep. If she gave her word, she should expect to keep it as well. Could she? If there was danger, as there had been the night before, to the children, to the other women, to him, would she be able to stay in her house and let him, and any others, go into battle without her? I want to give you my word. I know you need that from me. But you can't. Not yet, she admitted reluctantly. I need to get to a place where I know how all this works before I can give you my word of honor. Can you accept me putting you in a safe position, Emmeline? Because I will. Make no mistake about it. I will safeguard you every single battle until I have your word that you will do so yourself. She heard the implacable resolve in his voice. He would lock her up. He would take the decision out of her hands. She either had to accept that or... what? Lose him? That was unacceptable. She bit at her fingertips nervously. For now, when something happens, safeguard me, Dragomir. But leave me a way out in your mind, so I can get to you if you're injured, and I need to do that. Relief crept into the gold of his eyes. He nodded slowly. Thank you, Emmeline. I realize it is difficult for you to give me that, and it is all the more appreciated that you would. I will use your consent with care, and as sparingly as possible." She leaned into him to kiss him. She had been fixated on his eyes, but his mouth was equally as intriguing to her. He tasted wild. She loved that about him. He tasted dangerous. He was both those things, and yet he was hers. She had to be brave enough to look into his mind and see those terrible memories, the emptiness that drove men of honor to become the worst monsters on earth. He kissed like sin, like heaven. She indulged because she'd hated that look in his eyes, the one that said he thought she wouldn't want him as he was. She indulged because he was just sexy and his kisses were hotter than the most out-of-control firestorm imaginable. She laid her head over his heart. "I love you, Dragomir." "I know you think you do, Emmeline. I know you're my life-mate, and you said I was your choice. But I'm not an easy man. I swear to you. I'll give you everything I can, everything you want or need. But I cannot give you the right to fight at my side when I battle vampires. I will never be that man." She didn't think she would ever be that woman. She was more the kind of woman who flung herself into danger without thinking it through, because a child was in need. There were so many on the streets, Dragomir. Kids without homes, boys, girls. There was always some kind of trouble. Most of the time I ran, just like the others did, but sometimes someone was caught, and if I didn't go back and help... She trailed off, trying not to think about the dangers of being a child on the street. It isn't in my nature to want to fight, but it is to protect children. He smiled for the first time that evening, and she realized she'd been waiting for it, hoping for it, needing it. Everyone, Emmeline. You go out of your way to protect everyone. You may not want to fight physically, but you can't help rushing in when others are afraid. He said it with admiration, and that was a soothing balm when she knew he wouldn't think twice about putting her somewhere safe if the situation ever came up again, and she was certain it would. "What are we going to do about Amelia?" She knew he changed the subject deliberately because there was nowhere to go with it, so she let him. "I don't know if I can reach her, Dragomir, but if you take me to her, I'll try." He got to his feet in that fluid, sexy way he had, pulling her up with him. He dressed her, and it was a long dress again, one that swirled around her ankles. It was an empire-waisted gown with bold black piping, a balloon hem and petal sleeves. The neckline was a V, and not too low. She loved the way it felt on her, swirling around her ankles. "Do you stay up all night looking in catalogs for dresses?" she teased. He frowned, puzzled by what she said. "I don't know what that means, but I look into your mind and see images you have there." She burst out laughing. She'd been the one to look in catalogs. She had all her life because she couldn't afford the kind of clothes she wanted. She didn't need to afford them now. She could make them the way Dragomir did, although she rather liked that he was choosing dresses for her. "I like this one," she acknowledged, smoothing her hand down the fabric. "Why gray? I would have thought that was the one color you would avoid." "I thought so as well," he agreed, taking her hand. "But the image in your head was gray, and it didn't look the same as the shadowy world I lived in. This gray is vibrant, and against the black accent quite beautiful. I knew it would look beautiful with your hair and eyes." He ran his hand down her side, over the curve of her hip. "I want you to always feel beautiful, Emmeline. You have a list of favorites." "I do?" She'd forgotten she'd done that. It seemed so long ago. Everything had happened so fast. "You do. You keep adding to that list for me. If it's in there, I'll use it." They stepped out her front door, and she was shocked to see everything looked the same. The lawn was green with no gopher holes. The flower beds were intact. There were no dead birds in the yard. The play yard was there with swings, slides, and climbing equipment. The stone dragons sat in there waiting for the children. The lake was as beautiful as ever. It must be nice to be Carpathian, and be able to clean everything up after a battle with a wave of your hand?" He laughed softly and brought her hand to his mouth, nibbling on her fingertips. "Emmeline, you're Carpathian. Everything I can do, so can you. Picture it in your mind and you can do it. We'll work on the things you want most." She'd forgotten that. Color swept up her neck into her face, but she didn't care. She loved the idea that she could do so many things by thinking of them. "I want to fly, and then fly a dragon. The minute we have some breathing room, teach me." "I should have known that would be first on your list." "Of course. That's easy enough. I thought the children lived in the house over there." Emmeline indicated the smaller house, close to the water. Dragomir shook his head. "Tariq and Charlotte want them living with them now. They've officially adopted them in the human world. In our world, they were already theirs. I think Tariq believes they're going to have to convert Amelia soon. He doesn't think she can get through this otherwise. The trauma has been too much for her mind. First the terror of what Vadim did in the underground city, and then his using her to harm those she loves. They want the children close to them." Emmeline shook her head. "She won't convert as long as Bella remains human. We talked about it several times. She's been looking after her little sister since the day she was born. She doesn't want someone else to do it now." Dragomir shrugged. "I am not Tariq. These are his children, and he has the right to do as he sees fit." "What does that mean?" She looked up at him, the knots in her stomach tightening. "Just that I do what is best for my child, regardless of what she believes she wants. If she needs to be converted, I would do so in a heartbeat. If Bella were mine, I would convert her as well. That way, when I rest, so do they, and I don't have to worry they are up to no good." "And Danny?" There was a small silence. "Danny is a problem. I wouldn't have thought so, but I look at Gary and realize turning a male isn't the same as turning a female. The male must be imprinted with the ritual binding words. The ancestors must accept him. The line must go back centuries. Danny would have to be accepted by Tariq's ancestors. There would be a risk to him. It isn't a small one." "What kind of risk?" "I told you what happens to the male Carpathian when he loses his life mate. All emotion and color is ripped from him. Going from that light to the ugliness of darkness so fast, without all the years of fading gently, causes a thrall. Insanity. That happened to the healer. From what the others have told me, it took the prince of the Carpathian people and his second-in-command, Gregory, to keep him from turning." "You think that could happen to Danny?" The thought was terrifying. "He's only a boy." "I don't know what would happen. In my day, there was no question of converting humans. It wasn't done. I've never heard of a male child being converted. Our children remain so until they are 50 years. Danny is a baby in our world. He would have to die and be reborn Carpathian. His soul would split, and somewhere in the world a child would be born with the other half of his soul. If I was Tariq, I would be consulting the prince and any other who might have knowledge to share on what would happen to the boy. I can't imagine Amelia converting if she knew any of this. She would stay with him. Again, I wouldn't give my child the choice. I would do what was best for her." Emmeline pressed her hand over her stomach protectively. She would do the same for her child. Wouldn't every parent? She sighed. Amelia was human, and Tariq and Charlotte were Carpathian. If they converted all the female members of the family, but not Danny, what would happen then? Eventually there would be a division. Don't think about it, Shivamet. Tariq is a wise man. The reason the others follow him, the reason I stayed when I knew I should go, was because of Tariq. There is something compelling about him, and I found myself wanting to protect him and what he's trying to build here. He's intelligent, and he's found a way to bring the Carpathian people into this century. He is loyal to our prince, and makes certain to keep in touch with him at all times. Trust him to find the solution for his family, just as we will find solution for ours. She liked that. She liked that he felt respect for Tariq and that a part of him wanted to stay and protect him and the others. With Dragomir came the Brotherhood. They were loyal to him and to one another. I don't understand why Vadim doesn't just give up and go away when there are so many ancient hunters here. Tariq has an army of humans with weapons that can kill vampires. Why doesn't Vadim find another empire where there aren't any hunters? Dragomir opened the door and stepped into the foyer. She hung back. We should knock. I called ahead and let Tariq know I was bringing you. He said to go inside and up the stairs to the first bedroom. She found herself smiling. She wasn't certain she would ever get used to the Carpathian telepathic way of communication. I would like to buy land near here, bordering Tariq and Charlotte's. Maybe even on the lake, although the water scares me. His gaze jumped to her face. Why? She shrugged, unwilling to sound like a frightened child. Dreams. Bad dreams since I was a child. I blamed not learning to swim on opportunity, but Blaze's father would have taught me. I didn't want to learn because that meant getting into the water. Dragomir stepped in front of her on the stairs, reaching behind him for her hand. He did that a lot, sheltering her. She wasn't used to it, but she liked it. She had always tried to imagine what it would be like to have a man want to protect her, to love her, to put her first. No one had ever done that. Blaze and her father were wonderful to her, and she loved them both. But always they had each other. She knew if she wasn't perfect, Blaze's father wouldn't have thrown her out, but she still feared it and went out of her way to always be on her best behavior. Tariq paced in the hall, a small frown on his face. He swung around as they reached the top of the stairs. Emmeline, thank you for coming. Not even Gary can reach her. We thought for certain Leave would be able to, but she said Amelia had gone too far. I'm not certain we'll get her back. If you can't do it, then I'll have no choice but to convert her. Gary isn't certain if that will work either. I'll do anything I can to help her, Tariq, but I'm no healer. I don't know how to do the things all of you do to heal one another. It's a tremendous gift, but I'm not certain I can do it. I'll be with you, Dragomir assured. Emmeline wasn't certain that would be the best thing for Amelia. The teenager was afraid of Dragomir. All the children were. She knew Amelia in particular was because they'd discussed it. Once, when he strode by, his long hair flowing like a waterfall to his waist, and his golden eyes alive with heat and danger, Emmeline had waited to speak until he took to the sky, using 2 running steps, and then he was gone. He had been breathtaking. Her body had reacted despite the pain racking her, and she'd turned to find Amelia staring at the same spot where he had taken to the sky. They'd stared at each other and then laughed, agreeing he was hotter than hell and someone to stay away from. She had seen the shy admiration in Amelia's eyes, but also the fear. He was big and bad and just plain scary. He scared Emmeline, too, so she hadn't tried to persuade Amelia to feel any differently. Let me just sit with her for a few minutes, Emmeline said. She started past Tariq, but Dragomir caught her hand and pulled her back to him. What scared you about the water, Shivamet? He asked softly. Her stomach rolled, knotted. She felt slightly nauseous. Forcing a smile, she shook her head. I was a child, Dragomir. He looked as if he might object and force her explanation, but in the end, he caught her chin in his fingers and forced her head up. Kiss me. She would, anywhere, any time. She leaned her body into his and gave herself up to his kiss. He always was hungry, commanding. He tasted like sin and sex and love. So much love. She kissed him again and again, wishing they were alone, and then abruptly pulled away to glare at him. You're distracting me. So you're thinking of something you love rather than something you fear. Go be strong for the both of you. You were born for me, he said, but also for this. For children like Amelia who need a strong, courageous woman to guide them when they're lost. Do what you do best. She hadn't thought she did anything best, except maybe dance. But that wasn't something others needed. She looked at Tariq, at the lines of worry in his face. Charlotte came out of the bedroom, her eyes red from crying, her arm around Liv, who also was in tears. Valentine was their shadow, his features grim. Hope had been lost. She could see that. They're all counting on me. What if I can't do this? She reached out to the one person she knew was always going to be there for her. It isn't about them or for them. This is between you and Amelia. What happened to you happened to her. Vadim and his pawns violated both of you. She's a child, barely 14, traumatized, afraid. Vadim put parasites in you, but he put a splinter of himself in her. He forced her to inject her 3-year-old sister with parasites. He tried to make her kill Liv. Do you know that she fought him? A master vampire, there under the water, with Liv drowning, knowing he would kill her. She tried to fight his influence. That's magnificent, Emmeline. And, Shivamet, it's also you. She did what you would have done. She took a breath and let it out, looking up at his beloved face. He always made her feel brave and perfect. In his eyes, maybe she was. She wanted to be. She had to get Amelia to see that she was brave and perfect as well. She had to find a way to guide her back to them. I love you, she said softly, wanting the others to hear, to know, because her man was brave and perfect, and he always knew the right thing to say to her. She walked into the bedroom, hesitated, and then closed the door. There were things that were private, things others didn't need to know, not about her and not about Amelia. She sank down onto the chair by the bed and took Amelia's hand. The teenager looked so pale she was nearly gray. It was disconcerting to see that her eyes were wide open, glassy. She was gone. There was no Amelia in that shell. She stood a long time, looking down at the teenager. She had once been beautiful, just as Emmeline had. Vadim had hurt both of them until neither felt or looked that way. Dragomir had intervened for Emmeline. Amelia had her. The healer, Tariq, Charlotte, and Liv had all tried the Carpathian way of retrieving her. No one had tried reaching out and connecting. That was all Emmeline had. The truth and the obscene way they were connected. God knew. She didn't want to relive one moment of that time, but Amelia was stuck there, and there was no other way to get her back. Emmeline took another deep breath, set her shoulders, and drew on every ounce of courage she had. "Baby," she greeted softly. "I know you're locked away from us, somewhere safe, somewhere monsters can't get you. I know, because I've gone there a time or two myself. It's all right to go there. We all need that respite once in a while. It isn't cowardice. It's self-preservation. Just know you can't stay there." She stroked caresses down Amelia's arm. "I know, Amelia. Vadim's horrible vampires surrounded me and held me down. They ripped my clothes off. Some of them licked me with their tongues. Their tongues were black and bumpy, with parasites wiggling on them. When they touched my skin, I felt filthy." She watched Amelia closely. The body never moved. Her skin was cool to the touch. Had those lashes fluttered? Or had Emmeline just wanted them to do so? Could she do this again? Relive it all for Amelia? She had to, because it was what Amelia was escaping, what she couldn't face, and she had to know that she wasn't alone. When I told Dragomir about it, I left out details like that because I didn't want him to know. I didn't want anyone to know, the way it felt when Vadim grabbed my ovaries, when he put his fingers in me. She choked on that. A shudder went through her body. She almost reached for him, but she knew this was between her and Amelia. A child. A young girl the vampire had treated the same way. "Inside me, Amelia. His hand was inside me. I felt so filthy. I felt as if I could never get him out. She threaded her fingers through Amelia's and held on. When she looked up at the girl's face, there were tears running down her cheeks, and this time her eyes were closed, not open, staring vacantly. It hurt so bad. She whispered the truth. I knew he wanted it to hurt. He made me hurt because my pain caused him pleasure. My fear gave him even more pleasure. But even knowing that, I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't stop fighting him. He made me feel weak and helpless. He made me feel filthy and unworthy. I didn't want anyone to know, but I knew. I knew how they touched me, the things they said. A sob escaped Emmeline, and Amelia's sob matched it. Amelia's fingers tightened around hers. Then he put that needle in me. Nothing ever hurt like that did. It was so thick and long, and when he pushed that plunger and emptied the contents into me, it was so terrifying and painful, I couldn't quit screaming. They all laughed, and he took my blood. He just sank his teeth into me, and it felt so horrible. I wanted to go to that place, Amelia, the one I knew I would be safe in, but I couldn't get there. Not even when he forced me to drink his blood. She whispered the last admission because it shamed her. It sickened her. That black acid blood with the parasites wiggling on her tongue and down her throat. Then he made me drink more blood from a cup. There was some on my face and lips, and the other vampires fought to lick it off. He did. Vadim. He waved his hand, and none of them could move, and he licked it off me. Her body shuddered. She knew tears ran down her face. She looked at Amelia to find the girl looking back at her. They stared at each other, a shared horror in their eyes. You're the only one I can tell the entire awful thing to, Emmeline said. You're the only one who would understand what I felt, what I still feel. Like you can never be good again, Amelia whispered. He took everything, and then he made me hurt people. Dragomir. He fought for you, and then he fought for me, and Vadim made me hurt him. She closed her eyes again. And Liv. You didn't hurt Liv or Dragomir. Even had you managed, it wasn't you, it was Vadim. Understand that, Amelia. I had to understand when I knew I was carrying a baby and there were parasites in me. Bella, how could he make me do that? How could I have followed his instructions? Vampires can take our will. Vadim's particularly powerful, yet you still fought. Dragomir said you were courageous like me. He thought you were magnificent. He actually used that word, magnificent. He did. Amelia's voice said she didn't believe it. He did, Emmeline assured. I know it's difficult to face others, but, honey, it's our own fear and guilt, not what they feel about us. It's what he planted in our minds. He wants us to feel fear and guilt. He doesn't want us to have any kind of life because that means he loses. I want him to lose. You have so many people who love you. They want you to be with them, not lost in a world with none of them in it. Not somewhere you had to go to escape Vadim. Tariq and Charlotte want you as their daughter. I'm unclean. Am I unclean? Emmeline looked her straight in the eye. She looked confused. No, you're amazing. I want to be like you, Emmeline. You're beautiful and brave. He did the same to me that he did to you, Emmeline pointed out. If I am not unclean, neither are you. Dragomir said we're alike, and he should know. There was a small silence. Amelia closed her eyes on the fresh flood of tears. I'm so afraid, Emmeline, she whispered. I don't know if I'm strong enough. Baby, I'll be here with you. Tariq and Charlotte will be with you. Dragomir will stand with you as well. You have Danny and Liv, and little Bella and Lorades? Genevieve has hardly left your side. I want you to think about this. We're alike, you and me. We've been touched by monsters, but we're still standing. We're going to grow so strong that if he comes at Bella or Lorades, if he goes after Liv or Danny, we'll be there to stop him. We'll learn how to wield those new weapons and how to kill vampires if we have to. We'll be that last line of defense for them. Emmeline held out her hand. Come on, Amelia. We can do it together. She hesitated, but then nodded, clasping Emmeline's hand hard. Chapter 15. So far, Vadim has been the aggressor every time, Tariq said, looking around the circle of ancients, the men he trusted with his family. I think it's time we struck back and struck back hard. I know many of you have been out looking and scanning all around San Diego and the surrounding parks and hills, but so far, we've got nothing. The ancients looked at one another, shaking their heads. Not a thing, Tomas reported. They head out toward the water and we lose them there. I've checked ships. We all have. The wharf, docks, storage. They disappear without a trace. Even the newer vampires, Lohos added. We deliberately targeted them because they tend to leave such a mess behind, making them easier to find. We've noticed they have another vampire with them, one that's been at it longer. Vadim isn't taking chances with his recruits. That's worrisome in itself, Tariq said with a sigh. No master vampire has ever concerned himself with lesser vampires. They've always been pawns to sacrifice. Dragomir watched Gary's face. He had the knowledge of so many centuries of battles, of experiences. Gary turned and looked at him with his strange, ice-blue eyes. So rimmed with silver, it was difficult to tell what his eye color really was. He shook his head. If a master vampire has ever had similar behavior, I have no knowledge of it. Sandu drummed his fingers on the table. What is the draw here? Is it really Dragomir's life mate, Emmeline? She is carrying a female child. That child would be useless to him, and he has already tried to kill it. Amelia is of no more use to him. What does he hope to gain by staying in this place? His underground city is destroyed. He broke off and exchanged a look with Dragomir. Have we kept an eye on it? When last we checked, it was completely destroyed, Mateus answered. Vadim brought the thing down after we discovered it. He didn't want us to find his secrets, although we managed to get most. Dragomir shook his head. Vadim is cunning. He wouldn't leave behind anything he thought would lead you to him, or anything of value to him. The things he allowed us to recover were of no more use to him. Afanasiv leaned across the table toward Tariq. If Vadim brought down the ceilings of his city, he could just as easily have resurrected them, or disguised them so we take a cursory look and see what he wants us to see. Tariq nodded. I have to agree. Vadim Malinov has always been highly intelligent. All the Malinovs were good at strategy. Once they became vampires, we tended to put them in the category of the unthinking. Every negative emotion drives them. But that isn't so with the Malinovs. They stuck together, and they had a plan. Vadim is different from the master vampires I've tracked and destroyed, Dragomir added. Using his vanity against him doesn't work. Taunting him doesn't work, nor does compulsion. He stays in control for the most part. Tariq leaned forward in his chair. I don't understand why he sacrificed Amelia, his spy in our camp. He couldn't have known we were onto him. We already know he's patient. He could have waited and instructed her to kill the children one by one. He could have had her go after Genevieve. We were watching for that. So why didn't he? He's testing our strengths and looking for weaknesses, Niku suggested. We've come through with little damage because there are so many of us. But so far, We haven't seen what he's fully capable of. The worst attack was when he was trying to reacquire Emmeline, and he came himself. He brought so many for his protection." Silence fell, broken only by the drumming of Sandu's fingers on the table. At home, in the Carpathian Mountains, the war council would have been conducted in the privacy of the sacred warriors' caves, where their ancestors would have listened and weighed in on decisions. Here, in the newer world, where technology reigned, and they had to fit in with the humans surrounding them, they sat at an oblong table made of thick oak. Tariq let his breath out in a long, slow hiss. "I can't figure out what he's up to, but whatever it is, it must have something to do with San Diego. No vampire has ever stayed in a place where so many experienced hunters have gathered." Dragomir heard the frustration in his voice. It echoed a similar frustration gathering inside himself. He glanced at his fellow ancients from the monastery. In some ways, they were lucky they could no longer feel. They understood Tariq's frustration, but did not share it, and it didn't affect them one way or another. They hunted. That was their life. They hunted individually or in packs. It made little difference how they caught their prey, only that they did. "I want the waterfront watched," Tariq said. "Tomas, Lojos, and Mateas, you've been patrolling the wharf. Can you continue?" "Of course," Tomas answered for them. "We should extend the areas where we've been looking over the water and along the shore," Tariq continued. "Spread out along the sea to encompass as much as we can." "I'll take that," Niku volunteered. "I will aid you," Afanasiv added. "Good. The two of you work out a schedule. Vadim and his army know we're watching for them, so go unseen. Even if you spot them, don't let them know you have. We need to follow them back to their lair and find out what they're up to," Tariq advised. "I'll take another look at the underground city," Dragomir said. "If Vadim is hiding something there, we need to know." Tariq nodded. "Chances are, if he is still using the underground, he'll have more than one vampire guarding it. If he is using it, we need to know why and what he's doing. I think I'll go with you." "No," Gary stated the denial firmly. The others shook their heads and shifted uncomfortably, as if they might surround Tariq and force him to stay where he was. Tariq looked shocked. He studied the ancients facing him, and then slowly looked around the circle. "What is this?" The question was directed at Gary. "You have to be protected. We will hunt." "I have always hunted," Tariq said. "Granted, there are many at this table considered stronger and faster, but I have managed, these centuries, to stay alive. I will do what I have always done for our people." Dragomir cleared his throat to bring Tariq's attention to him. "We are in a new world, an environment the rest of us are struggling to understand and catch up with. You are familiar with this world. You've shared your knowledge with us. But where we are still trying to process and learn to fit in, you do so naturally. You fit and move in this century with humans as if you are one of them. You understand their technology, and more, you look ahead, anticipating. We need you, all of us. We cannot afford to have anything happen to you or Charlotte." Tariq frowned. "Maxim," he turned to his partner. "You are as familiar as I am." Maxim shook his head. "Not so, Tariq. You'd chosen to live among humans long before I came along. You instructed me for several years. I live among them, work among them, but I still feel as if I am moving just out of step. You are at ease. Completely so. If we are to survive, we have to be like you, all of us. If our life mates are human, and it appears many will be, then we need to understand them," Afanasiv added. "The technology of this century is so advanced. It is a threat to us," Sandu pointed out. "We have to be aware of cameras everywhere." "Software recognition," Tomas said. "The perils of this century. all of it, Pharaoh said. It isn't simple, especially for those of us who've been locked away for a couple of centuries. Tariq pushed his fingers through his hair in agitation. I am sorry. I should have worked with each of you more. You all seem to be learning so fast. I have no problem sharing information. You have only to ask. I can't just push my way into your minds. No one here thinks you have shirked your duty to our people, Gary said. To the contrary, you are the leader here, one we all accept, so you must remain safe. Dragomir suppressed a groan. He understood how difficult it was for ancients to process emotion, but they'd been well on their way to convincing Tariq until Gary used the word safe. Safe was what they wanted for their women and children, not a hunter of Tariq's caliber. Tariq's eyes flashed with a kind of fire. That fire smoldered in him. Deep, suppressed maybe, but always there. He glared at Gary. I am no leader. We have a prince. His name is Mikhail Dubrinsky, and I have sworn my allegiance to him. He is the leader of our people. Gary nodded. Most of us have sworn our allegiance to him. He looked around the room, his gaze touching the members of the Brotherhood. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, everyone acknowledges Mikhail as our leader. When he sends out orders, those who have sworn allegiance to him can do no more than obey. Those odd-colored eyes pinned Tariq. The Daratrazanov line had produced renowned warriors, and through the centuries, some had strange eyes. The ice blue rimmed with silver had significance, but Dragomir wasn't certain what it was. Is this not so, Tariq? Gary pressed. Of course we would obey Mikhail, he said. I send him daily updates on all urgent matters, which these days encompasses just about everything. I am hoping he has ideas as to why Vadim is behaving the way he is. He has sent a message to you. I received it last rising, but we were under attack and you needed my skills as a healer. Unfortunately, I was too fatigued to deliver it to you. Gary pushed a piece of paper across the table to him. Tariq drew it to him reluctantly. Very slowly, he picked it up and read it. His expression darkened. He frowned and shook his head. I don't understand. He sent you to me for what purpose? His blue eyes focused on Gary. I have no need of a bodyguard or second in command. I am not in command. I own a nightclub with Maxim. I have this property, and hope those of you who want to remain will, and that you'll purchase the properties around mine. Some of them I own and can allow you to buy. Others need to be acquired. Gary shook his head. You are deliberately not understanding what Mikhail is saying. It is an order, Tariq. He isn't asking. Tariq tossed the thin parchment onto the table and leapt up, all restless energy. He shook his head. Gary didn't move, not even when Tariq paced close to him, looking threatening. The Carpathian was always elegant in his attire. Now he looked what he was, a predator pushed close to the edge of control. He's got this wrong. He can ask someone else. Order, Tariq. This is an order from the prince of our people, Gary corrected. He sent me to assess the situation here in the States. It is dire. Vadim is not the only master vampire here. We need more hunters. We need a stronghold, and a way to protect our families and the humans around us. You've already thought of that and begun the process. I was here, Tariq said. Gary shook his head. You anticipated this happening long before it did. You are going to become a target. I suspect you are already the biggest target. Vadim knows it is your mind going up against his. You are the appointed leader in the United States. You answer only to Mikhail. All hunters coming here are bound by your orders. Tariq snarled and leapt at Gary, landing inches from him. I do not give orders to my fellow hunters. Gary didn't flinch. You have no choice in this matter. None. Look around you. Long before Mikhail sent me, you already had those ancients following where you led. Mikhail recognized your abilities, just as everyone at this table has. Tariq snarled again, whirled around, and paced across the room. The Carpathian had wide shoulders, but already Dragomir could see weight settling there. I am here to protect you. Mikhail sent you a Daratrazanov to keep you alive. I will do so whether you wish it or not. Dragomir's head went up. I was there, Gary. In the monastery. Surely you told the prince that your life-mate was in Paris. Gary sent him a quelling look. She is no more than an infant. When there is time, I will search. But there are many years between now and then. As Valentine knows, it is not easy to have a child for a life-mate. It can be a special kind of hell. I know when she was born, and that she is alive, and that is more than most know. I also know it will be years before I can claim her. His strange eyes returned to Tariq. In the meantime, I have my orders, and I intend to carry them out. Maxim patted the chair Tariq had vacated. Quit prowling like a tiger and sit, old friend. Everyone but you knows you were born to lead. We need your skills to figure out what Vadim is up to. Sit down and show us your brain power. Tariq did a slow perusal of each ancient's face. I think you're all a little crazy, but Maxim is right. We must figure out what Vadim is up to. I don't like that he gave Amelia up. The sliver is destroyed. He no longer has a spy in our camp. And what real damage did she do? He leaned his hands on the table and shifted his gaze to include them all. I keep going back to that. What real damage did he do? Dragomir had wondered that all along. If Vadim had so senselessly sacrificed Amelia, then she had never been important to his plans. She was merely a pawn, a diversion. He has to have someone else here, someone who can feed him information, someone he isn't willing to sacrifice or use to kill so he can receive vital information when he needs it. If he knows Tariq is his greatest enemy, then it has to be someone who would have contact with him in a more adult way, someone Tariq might talk in front of. Frustrated, Tariq slapped his palm on the table, almost glaring at Dragomir. But who? How? We've checked everyone. My entire security force was checked. I did it myself. The Waltons, although they had no real contact with Vadim or his army. Genevieve? She immediately offered to have us check her, and we did. She was fine. So who else? What are we missing? Dragomir turned the problem over and over in his mind. Who did he have access to? Emmeline and Amelia for certain. We know he had leave. Her blood was taken, and she was given first to Valentine to use for food and then Vadim's puppets. Where was Danny? He was never in the same room with Danny, Tariq said. Bella? Dragomir persisted. She was put in a cage in the same room with Leave. So he could have put something in her as well. We checked her, Tariq pointed out, his head turning toward Gary for confirmation. We checked her. You did. She had parasites, and you got rid of them. The parasites were injected into her that rising, Gary said. His tone was strictly neutral. Once we knew the parasites were in her body, I got rid of them. I didn't check for anything else, and even if I had, if there was a second splinter, I most likely wouldn't have found it. Oh, good Belcho, Tariq swore. She's 3 years old. She isn't the only one we have to consider, Dragomir said reluctantly. Emmeline was with Vadim the longest. He could have put a splinter into her. Or the baby. Is that possible, Gary? When he impregnated Emmeline, could he have also given the baby a splinter? If he killed the baby, what would happen to the splinter? Because he definitely wanted to kill Charisma. Again, there was silence, as the ancients looked to Gary for answers. Dragomir felt as if he had betrayed Emmeline and his daughter. Each time he fed Emmeline, His blood went to their child, turning her more and more to his. Her organs and brain developed with the nutrients of his ancient blood. I'm sorry, Shivamet, but we have to know. She never quite left him, or he her. Emmeline had gone through too much, and there was a part of her that just refused to believe he was real. She didn't want to be lied to, or kept from knowing what was happening around her. He gave her that because she needed it. He knew she wasn't the only one who needed reassurance. He had never been an easy man. Others often avoided him. He was ruthless when it was needed, implacable in his resolve, and he knew that his woman would always be that, his. To cherish and protect, to make happy, to love and respect. Above all, he would keep her safe. Those weren't qualities in men, as far as he could see, that modern women appreciated. They wanted to be the same as a man, with all the same rights and responsibilities. He didn't know how to make that happen. He knew Emmeline would never have the ability he had to fight a vampire. She could and would defend her home, children, and herself if she needed, but to seek out a vampire in his lair was dangerous. Seeking a master vampire could be suicide. No, he wasn't ever going to let that happen. He would take her choice away, and that was something a modern woman couldn't live with. He didn't know how to resolve that issue. Another man might have just let her make her choices and live with the consequences. But he wasn't that man. He'd never be that man. Stop, Dragomir. We talked about this. I am your life mate. You told me I am, and I believe you. I feel the ties connecting us with every breath I take. That means you respect me and see to my happiness. It also means I do the same for you. I know it won't be easy staying in the house when I think I need to run outside to scoop up a child. But if you assure me you have it covered, and the others are watching over you, I'd only get in the way. She sent to him telepathically. He knew it was the best concession she could give him, and he loved her all the more for it. His heart felt painful, it was so full. Emmeline. His heart and soul. There was no way to express to her the feelings he had for her. Thank you, he said back to her. I am sorry about discussing Vadim's slivers without first talking to you. I hadn't considered it fully yet. It had been nagging at him. If Vadim gave up Amelia, his eyes and ears in the camp, he had to have another fully entrenched, one he didn't believe anyone would ever consider. I would want to know, too. There is no betrayal. I should have spoken first with you. He felt a wave of warmth pour over him. His woman. Perfection. She didn't see it in herself, not the way he did, but he vowed that one day she would. Emmeline? Or the baby? Gary spoke softly, clearly giving it thought. It is very possible, of course, that either has a splinter. If he killed the baby, the splinter would simply move to a new host. That host would be Emmeline. But we inspected the baby's brain for anomalies, and there were none. We could have missed it. Splinters are tiny, but I doubt it. He didn't want any of the vampires to kill Emmeline, nor did he try when he had the opportunity, Dragomir said. I thought it was because of the baby, or that he wanted her for another purpose. Could it be that she is a host to a sliver of Vadim? If so, how do we find it without tipping him off? If he knew we were aware of it, he would move quickly to kill both the baby and Emmeline. He would have to kill her to leave her body and find a new host. We would have to outsmart him, Tariq said. Emmeline would have to be ill. She'd need a healer to look at her. He would have to inspect every part of her and, if he did find the splinter, not give that away. The idea was repugnant to Dragomir. Vadim had done so much to Emmeline already. She had gone to Amelia and talked to the girl. He'd heard every word. More, he'd heard and felt the emotions she felt. Not only her, but Amelia as well. Emmeline had relived those memories in order to connect with the teenager and bring her back to them. "Are there any others who Vadim was with long enough to implant a splinter?" Tariq asked. "Me," Valentine said. "He was with me a very long time. I do not believe he thought I would ever get free, so the chances are slim, but I would very much like the healer to check. I want Liv checked as well." "At any time were you unaware?" Gary asked. Valentine nodded. "I was in and out sometimes after he tortured me. He kept me starved and often took my blood. I was weak most of the time. It could have been done." "I need some others to go with Dragomir to the underground city," Tariq said. "Remember, this is to gather information only. Don't engage unless you have to. Once we assess the situation, we can put together a comprehensive plan of action. In the meantime, Gary, we'll need you and Dragomir to examine the victims for any sign of Vadim." "There's a feel to him," Dragomir stated. Gary nodded. "The longer the splinter is in someone, even if he isn't using it, and I suspect he can't help himself, he has a toy, and he'd want to play with it. The taint grows. Dragomir has felt him as well. I think between the two of us, we should be able to rule out his victims, or at least narrow our suspect list." "Start with me," Valentine insisted, looking not to the leader or Dragomir, but instinctively to Tariq. "And then leave." Tariq nodded. "And then I want Bella cleared." Dragomir shook his head. "We need others looking as well. Sandu is capable. So is Andor or Pharaoh. I want to check Emmeline and the baby." "I go with you," Sandu said. "I am no healer." Dragomir glanced at him, but Sandu just shrugged. There was no changing his mind once it was made up. "Que utage belsho." "Shadow take you," was a Carpathian curse, but Sandu looked as impassive as always when Dragomir hissed it on their private telepathic path. "You know how to heal. You just don't want to do it. Look what has come of Tariq taking responsibility. Now he has no choice. The healer will not allow him to hunt the vampire. At least he already has a song. Veridet beye, you heathen." Dragomir continued to curse him. Sandu lifted an eyebrow, but only shook his head. "You do realize you could take your woman and go. We would follow you and protect the two of you. Vadim will follow or he won't. Either way, we will be away from the madness of this place. Humans are beyond comprehension, and human women are insane with their demands." Dragomir wasn't about to admit he halfway agreed with that last statement, not with his woman listening to them. "Dragomir, I realize you want Emmeline tested immediately, but she has been harassed and prodded enough. If we can spare her, I would prefer that." Tariq's tone was gentle. Dragomir closed his eyes. Was he so selfish that another man had to tell him what would be best for his life-mate? He had wanted to make certain no vestige of Vadim was left in her, not one single trace. "I share your need, Dragomir. Perhaps I even drove it. The thought that Vadim might still have some small part of him in me, or charisma, was more than I could stand. I wanted you to check me immediately. It's okay, though. I can wait. Bella is a baby. She should be examined first. It makes sense to look at Valentine and leave first as well. I am fine," she communicated to him. She wasn't. He could tell. She felt once again apart from everyone. She had been sitting quietly with Amelia, but now she wanted to go lock herself up in her house, away from everyone, just in case Vadim was using her as his eyes. "I am coming to you." "No, don't. Stay and check the others. I'm going to sit on the porch and listen to the night. It makes me feel better." He made her feel better. His life-mate came first, before all else. Before the Warriors' Council. Before finding Vadim's spy. He stood. "My life-mate needs me. I will take care of her. That includes looking for any evidence that Vadim created a second splinter." Gary rose as well. "I will go with you. I believe she has need of a healer. When I am finished there, Valentine, I will return immediately and check you. I do not think Vadim would put a part of himself in you. It would be too risky. You are a hunter with a hunter's instincts. It wouldn't take long before you suspected and eventually discovered him. No, a human and a female would much more suit him. He's bold, but he is also extremely intelligent. He needs someone of the light, someone who would never suspect the evil he's capable of. Dragomir didn't wait for the rest of the conversation. He sped out of the house and across the yard to the house where he knew Emmeline paced. She looked as if she might be wearing a hole in the wood floor. She wore the flowing gray dress, and it swirled around her as she paced. Her hair was intricately braided, and as he strode into the room he studied it, determined to be able to reproduce it by human means. She turned as he approached, and practically threw herself into his arms. A little sob escaped, tugging at his heartstrings. "I can't believe this, Dragomir. It must be me. You know that's why he didn't try to kill me. That never made sense. Once he knew the baby was female and he was willing to kill her, I really was of no more use to him." "You know better. You're upset, but I'm in your mind, and you know your ability to dream the future is of huge use to him. There are other things in your mind you fear as well, that he can use you to do." Dragomir pressed a kiss to her forehead. "We will get through this together, as we've done everything else." She took a deep breath and nodded, her gaze clinging to his. "I am at your door, Dragomir. Invite me in. I think she is of great use to him, and in her mind is the key to why he is staying here in this area. When I was in her before, I caught glimpses of strange things," Gary said to Dragomir, mind to mind. Dragomir had too. He'd been in her mind now often. He moved around, looking for ways to understand her. That meant looking at her memories, the times with Blaze and her father, the times on the streets. Those saddened and angered him, even further back to her childhood. She dreams. Her dreams often are grounded in reality. She is the key to all of this, Dragomir. Sandu and the others are out here. They are like a pack of wolves, restless for the hunt. They want direction. We need to point them so they can do what they do best," Gary said. It was more than that. The members of the Brotherhood were far more predatory and dangerous than wolves, and living among sheep wasn't helping to take the edge off. "I invite you into my home, healer. Please enter of your own free will." He turned the tables on Gary with just a rearrangement of words. Gary would have power coming in, but if he entered of his own free will, that swung the balance of power back to Dragomir. It was an old, ancient balance of power. A vampire or a Carpathian had to be invited into a home, if it was closed to them. But if they entered of their own free will, the owner of the house had the power. "Sandu, Andor, Pharaoh, just come in," he added. He should have known they would follow him. They thought he had a lead. Maybe he did. He wrapped Emmeline securely in his arms and brushed a kiss on top of her head. "We'll both go in and look for this sliver." She shook her head. "You protect the baby. Let the healer look." "Who will protect you? Without you, the baby won't survive. I protect you." "I can help the healer look," Sandu said. Dragomir glared at him. "Now you're willing to own up to your healing abilities?" Sandu shrugged, clearly unrepentant. "Now we're not talking about sidelining our hunters if they have other useful skills. Let's just do this. I'll be the child's shield. You find the coolie and destroy it once and for all. It will weaken him even more." "You all think the sliver is in me, don't you?" Emmeline said. "There is a good chance," Dragomir said. "You would be the best option for him." She pulled out of his mind abruptly, and he felt the loss instantly. He gripped her forearms and waited until she looked up at him. It took a while, and her gaze kept sliding from his. "Don't do that. We're in this together." It doesn't matter if the sliver is there. We know what Vadim is doing, and we're countering his every move. He can't make you less than you are. He simply can't. He knows what we're doing. Those moments we talk, or your—" She broke off, shaking her head. "If I leave the house, he's watching the children. My friends, you. He can hear what you say to one another. What we say to each other." Her voice broke. His heart clenched hard in his chest. "That's not the way it works, Emmeline. Just because he put a slice of himself into you, or someone else, that doesn't mean he knows what everyone is doing. He would have to reach for it, leave his body and go into the splinter. That's always dangerous to him. Just as when we're healing someone, the body is unprotected. If he is attacked, or another vampire decides to kill him, he's in trouble. You set a trap for him using Amelia. How could you know he was listening? Even if he wasn't, he would go through her memories. But when he is active, there is a taint of evil. She had it," Dragomir explained. "You do not." "He directed Amelia," she said. "He directed her to hurt others." "His body was safe somewhere when he orchestrated that attack. He would never have gone that long outside his body without being safe," Dragomir assured. "We have to know. I'm going to keep you safe. Let the healer move through you and search. I will do the same. Sandu will protect Charisma." He nuzzled her hair, slid his nose down hers, and found her mouth. She was very aware of the men in the room with them, and she didn't kiss him back, but she clung to him. Emmeline, if she wasn't convinced, he would take more time. She nodded and closed her eyes, burying her face in his chest. He sank onto the couch, pulling her down with him. He kept his arms around her, even as he shed his body to become pure healing spirit. Gary was just as fast, and the two entered her a split second before Sandu. Dragomir and Gary moved through her body, streaming straight to her brain. Vadim had a pattern he repeated because it worked for him. That gave the healers an idea where to search. The splinter in Amelia had been found hiding in a crevice in the cerebrum. Vadim had chosen the cerebrum because the neurons there initiated movement, coordination, hearing, vision, judgment, and everything else Vadim needed to control the host. Once they reached Emmeline's cerebrum, the two healers split off and began to carefully examine Emmeline's brain. Dragomir knew Sandu was doing the same to the baby. He hadn't lied to Emmeline. Had she asked, he would have told her the ancient would have to clear their child. The splinter had to be found. Getting rid of it might be easy if Vadim wasn't aware. He would feel the heat of their spirits, and he might not be able to resist checking to see what was happening, especially if he thought he was in danger of being discovered. "Your woman is very confused. I lived a human life, Dragomir. You think only in terms of Carpathians and Carpathian women. She knows nothing of our culture. She doesn't understand the life-mate bond," Gary communicated. Dragomir heard a warning in Gary's voice. "Tell me what you want to say." She lived a life on the streets, homeless, thrown away by her family. Like these children Tariq has taken as his own, she doesn't feel as if anyone can want her or love her. That's ingrained in her. The fact that she was pregnant with Vadim's child. My child. Yes, she is wholly your child now, but she was Malinov's, and part of her will always be Malinov. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ivory Malinov is a great warrior and a wonderful woman. The point is, Emmeline believes she entered the compound under false circumstances. She carried Vadim's child and was host to his parasites. That alone, having those creatures in her bloodstream, made her feel filthy. She looked on them as a sexually transmitted disease. That's ludicrous. That's human thinking. Dragomir detested that for Emmeline. He didn't want her thinking she was less than him, less than anyone. Now, we tell her that she has a piece of Vadim in her somewhere. that he can control her actions through that little sliver. He can force her to betray you and everyone in the compound. She was resistant to his compulsions. She doesn't see that. She sees that time and again she isn't good enough. She will want to run. For your good. For the good of the Carpathian people. For the children. Dragomir nearly lost his ability to stay pure spirit. The thought of his woman wanting to leave him shook him. Life-mates cannot be apart. She is not Carpathian and does not understand that concept. You must remember, she thinks like an abandoned human. She will convince herself it is for your good. Dragomir let his spirit spread light through Emmeline, bathing her brain in warmth and love. He wanted her to know how he felt about her, how the others felt about her. Didn't she realize that ancients like Sandu would never have actively sought her out to aid her if they didn't respect her? If they didn't see her as part of their community? Here it is. Vadim has hidden himself very well, but I can see the darkness against her light. He cannot stamp out her light. I had hoped, for her sake, he was not here. Dragomir hadn't realized how much he had also wanted Vadim's splinter to be found in someone else. He would have taken it from her if he could. Gary was right in that Emmeline was already thinking herself unworthy. He had to find a way to counteract that feeling, to show her that the Carpathian community embraced her, welcomed her and the baby. The baby. It hit him then. The real problem wasn't just the way Emmeline felt about herself. She didn't think Carpathians would accept her daughter, not even with Dragomir's blood flowing in the child's veins. That was something he could combat. He knew exactly what to do. Reaching out to the prince and other Carpathians wasn't something he was comfortable with, since he hadn't yet sworn allegiance to the prince. But for Emmeline, he would do it. Chapter 16. Emmeline stared out the window. Dragomir and the others had gathered together to figure out the best way to get rid of the splinter Vadim had left in her. Her heart was so heavy, she thought it might just shatter into a million pieces. There was no going back from this. It was the last straw, the very last. She'd done everything she knew how to do to make things right with Dragomir and the others, but no matter what she did, there was always more. Emmeline. She closed her eyes. She was certain Tariq had sent Charlotte and Blaze to assure her everything would be all right. But it wouldn't. She would always be that girl from the streets. She could change species, but she couldn't shed who she was inside. That girl. She touched her fingers to her face and was shocked to find blood-red tears tracking down her cheeks. She stared for a moment at the blood smearing the pads of her fingers, not comprehending. Her tears were blood? She sat there feeling frozen inside. She didn't answer the door. She just couldn't bear to see their faces, Charlotte's and Blaze's, looking at her with pity. She was that girl who got food from a dumpster, the one carrying the child of a vampire, the one with a vampire controlling her through a splinter of himself he'd put inside her, in her brain, where she thought, reasoned, where she shared her dreams with Dragomir. She lifted her face to stare out the window again at him. Her man. He was the most perfect man in the world, and he deserved better, so much better. She watched him, her heart pounding, love swamping her. He protected her. He watched over her. He treated her as if she were a queen. He turned and looked at her, his gaze mesmerizing even through the glass. Love hurt. It hurt so much. She'd always tried to be a decent person. Even when she was dancing on a pole, it was to help Blaze get to the men who had murdered her father. She hadn't told Dragomir about dancing in a strip club. I want to see this dancing you do, privately. Just for me, he said to her mind to mind. She would like that, but it wasn't going to happen. She couldn't saddle him with a woman so tainted. He was too good a man. "Answer your door." His voice, so gentle. Even commanding it was gentle. She shook her head and found drops of blood on the windowsill. She had to stop crying. She wasn't even a good Carpathian. They could will themselves to do things, but she couldn't even stop the tears from flowing. "Shivamet, you are my life. Answer the door, and allow your friends to talk with you, or I will be forced to leave the warriors' circle and come to you," he said to her mind. He would. He would leave the other men in a heartbeat and come to her. The others would know what a needy baby she was. Dragomir wouldn't care, but she didn't want them to think he was a life-mate to someone so weak he had to leave an important meeting, a meeting they had to hold away from her, just in case Vadim decided to listen in on what the Carpathians were planning. And they were planning something big. "Emmeline?" The voice was Blaze's this time. Of course they'd asked Blaze to come. Blaze had been her only friend through the years. "Please open the door and invite me in. You know how stubborn I am. I'm not going away. Charlotte is with me. We just want to talk to you." Emmeline kept her gaze on Dragomir. She knew he heard every word spoken in that circle of warriors, but it looked as though his entire focus, all his attention, was on her. Her body hurt, every muscle exhausted as if she'd run a marathon. Her mind hurt from trying to puzzle out what to do. She was tired of being afraid, but the truth was, this nightmare was never going to end. When she'd been alone in her house with the parasites tormenting her night and day, and the baby inside of her screaming in agony, she had come to that same conclusion. Now, after having hope, it was worse to know there was none. Vadim had marked her in ways she could never get rid of. "Open the door to your friends," Dragomir said to her. "Vadim programmed you to believe you were born to betray the Carpathian people. He told you that you were his life-mate. He said it over and over when he was raping you. The rape was mental and emotional as well as physical. He whispered it to you day and night, using the parasites as his way to keep his connection with you. He deprived you of sleep and kept you sick, weak, unable to eat. Emmeline, you have been systematically taken apart and made to believe the things Vadim wants you to believe." She lowered her lashes, unable to meet his gaze, not even through the window. Did he not realize he was a big part of the problem? He was so good to her. He was such a good man. He might believe he lived in a different century, but what man could be sweeter, more supportive? She felt like such a fraud. What had she given him in return? Vadim's child. More pain and suffering. Survival of attack after attack. Was it ever going to end? She shook her head. She knew Vadim wouldn't stop. Not ever. Sooner or later, Dragomir wouldn't be fast enough, and the vampire could kill him. A sob welled up, and she jammed her fist in her mouth. Where could she go? "To the door. Go to the door, and allow your friends to come into the house to visit with you while I'm away. I am the man you can trust. You've given yourself into my keeping. You have to have faith, Emmeline. I know you want to be independent, and you think you should be to be worthy, but that is not how I think. I believe partners lean on each other when they need to. It isn't weakness, it is strength. For this time in your life, when the world feels like it is ending, lean on me. Choose my way, Shivamet. Do this for me," he said to her. Of course she would do as he asked. What else was there for her when his voice stroked caresses in her mind and righted her tilting world? She forced her stiff body to respond. Very slowly she got to her feet, her eyes on him. She smoothed her hand down the beautiful dress he'd created for her and took a deep breath. "For you, Dragomir, because I'd do anything for you." Love surrounded her, his love. It poured into her like a healing balm, It spread through her mind, rushing to encompass her heart. The emotion went deeper, finding her soul and wrapping it up in him, in his love. His love was deep and abiding and endless, unconditional. She saw it and felt it, and it made her ashamed that she wasn't stronger for him. Still, if he wanted her to lean on him, to choose his way in this time of madness, she would follow him. She would do it, even when she felt it would be better for him if she left him. I wouldn't survive you leaving me. I am weak in ways you cannot imagine. You are my strength, my light in a world of darkness. You just haven't realized it yet. She wrapped her arms around her middle as she made her way to the front door. He made her feel extraordinary. In her worst moments, even knowing Vadim hid inside her, a monster waiting to activate his spy, Dragomir still managed to make her feel as if she was beautiful, innocent and amazing. She didn't know how he did it, but right then she didn't care. She didn't care that others might see her as weak. She would lean on him just as he asked, and she would trust him to stay. I have blood on my face. Smeared. I look awful. Now you are clean. All you do, Shivamet, is picture what you want. In this case, a clean face, and you have it. I did it for you, but when you're alone, practice. Thank you. She opened the door, and Blaze and Charlotte stood there, big grins on their faces and packages in their arms. She stepped back and waved them inside. I'm sorry it took so long to get to the door. No matter, Charlotte said. We've brought some awesome things. They arrived this evening, flown in from Paris, as well as from the Carpathian Mountains. Blaze flung her arms around Emmeline, hugging her tightly, forgetting all about personal space. I am so excited to see what a prince would send you. Dragomir sent word that you are pregnant. He wanted Ivory Melanov to know she had blood kin, so to speak. Emmeline's breath caught in her lungs until she felt as if she were burning for air. You told other Carpathians about Charisma? I am proud that our daughter will one day be the life-mate to a warrior. More than likely she will be a warrior herself, defender like you, of her children and home. Her Aunt Ivory is legendary. She hunts with a pack of wolves, and her life-mate is Razvan. At one time, he was the most despised man in Carpathian history. Now he is renowned. A defender of children and her home? Emmeline was torn between laughter and tears. Already he was choosing for his daughter. Look to your gifts. Emmeline wasn't positive how to feel about what he'd done. Perhaps you should have discussed this with me. I wanted to surprise you. Charisma is our child, Emmeline, but she belongs to all the Carpathian people, and they deserve the chance to welcome her. I knew they would send gifts. Gifts? She looked at the packages. Gifts? She murmured aloud. Genevieve is coming as well, Charlotte said. She needs adult company. She said if she stayed with the children one more hour, she would begin blubbering like a baby. Emmeline couldn't help the smile. It was small but genuine. She pressed a hand to her belly. She was very small to be pregnant, but already the conversion and Dragomir's care were showing. Her skin and hair looked 1,000 times better. She wasn't in pain, and that took away the lines in her face. Dragomir sent word to the Carpathian Mountains, to the prince, that I was pregnant. She stood, one hand on the door, waiting for Genevieve to get there. She was hurrying up the path. And now, look, gifts. I can't wait to see what they sent, Charlotte said. Tariq talks to the prince all the time, and he said Mikhail and Raven were very excited to know you are carrying a girl. We need them desperately. Genevieve hurried in, a little breathless but smiling. Lorades was upset and didn't want to take a bath. Thank God for Amelia. She has a way with children. She hugged Emmeline briefly and followed that up with hugging Blaze and Charlotte. Amelia. Emmeline was so glad Amelia was going to be all right. There was no changing the things that had happened to her, but now, at least, she could begin the healing process. She is wonderful with children, isn't she? Emmeline mused. Amelia had been used by Vadim. Her sliver hadn't lain dormant. Vadim had actually directed her to spy on and harm those within the compound. Emmeline had told her she wasn't responsible. She was a victim. Her teeth sank into her bottom lip. Had she been lying to Amelia? Did she secretly despise the girl for the things that had happened to her? Things out of her control? No. Of course not. What was wrong with her that she could say those things and mean them to Amelia, but not apply them to herself? Do you ever get tired of my feeling sorry for myself? She said telepathically to Dragomir. Dragomir's soft laughter warmed her heart. She loved to hear him laugh. She knew it didn't happen often, and she felt it was a great victory every time she made him laugh, even if it was at her expense. Han Shivamak. He stroked the endearment along the walls of her mind, caressing her with it. Beloved. She loved how he called her that, or his heart. Sometimes it was keeper of his soul, but she loved beloved. Peshad te engemal. I don't know what that means. It means you are safe with me. Do you feel safe? Do you know that I would do anything for you? Pesed te engemal. You are safe with me. She loved him so much, she was overwhelmed with the emotion. She wanted to run to him, fling her arms around him and hold him tight. Just hold him, so he knew he was just as safe with her. She wasn't going anywhere. If Amelia could face the Carpathian world, holding her head high without an extraordinary man like Dragomir standing beside her, then certainly Emmeline could do it. I love you so very much, Dragomir. That is a good thing, since I am not giving you up. Stop talking to your man and come have girl time, Charlotte said, taking the door from Emmeline's hand and closing it firmly. Sheesh! How do you know I was talking to him? She asked, striving for a little dignity. You have that goofy look on your face every time you look at him, and it's so much worse when you talk to him, Charlotte said. I don't have a goofy look, she denied, although she knew she probably did. Yeah, you do, Blaze said. All mushy and starry-eyed. She caught her hand and pulled her to the couch. When we were kids, we'd make fun of some of the women who would look all googly-eyed at their men. We'd giggle about it and vow we'd never be like that. Emmeline glared at her. I hope you're not implying that I'm gaga over Dragomir. Not implying it, babe. I'm stating a fact, Blaze said. Your eyes go dreamy, and you smile this beautiful but very goofy, I'm so in love with you sort of smile. I refuse to dignify that with an answer. Emmeline sank down onto the cushions of the sofa. The three visitors laughed, and she couldn't help joining in. She did feel goofy when Dragomir was anywhere near her, let alone talking to her in that velvet soft voice of his. I want to see what a prince sends, she said, but she was more interested in Ivory's reaction. Would she accept Charisma as blood kin? Charlotte handed her a large, carefully wrapped package. Emmeline took it, and the moment she put her hands on it, she felt the power of it, even wrapped. Whatever had been sent had safeguards embedded deep. She bit her lip and looked up at her friends. I can already feel the energy coming off it. Good energy. Powerful. She removed the wrapping paper without tearing it, revealing a quilt, one that would go over a crib. Squares of bright material, each stitched with obvious care, made up the blanket. She picked up the letter and scanned it quickly. Each individual square has been created by a Carpathian couple from the prince's stronghold. Raven and Mikhail were represented by a forest, a raven and a crown. She touched the square and instantly felt a burst of strength and reassurance, as well as the presence of safeguards, strong ones. Shay and Jacques, the prince's brother, had contributed a square depicting the forest as well, but with a sense of peace. When she touched that square, the stars gleamed silver and glittered like diamonds. Gregory, the prince's second in command, and Savannah, the prince's daughter, had also contributed a forest scene to the quilt, but in theirs the leaves had a silver sheen, and as Emmeline touched it, she swore she could hear the sound of laughter. 4 small owls peeped through the branches of trees at her touch. She did it twice, and the others leaned forward to listen to the childish laughter. Emmeline held the quilt to her chest, once more feeling the burn of tears. It was a beautiful, thoughtful gift, and she would spend a long time looking at the various squares the Carpathian people had put together to make it. No wonder it was so powerful. Each couple had embedded safeguards and soothing, peaceful messages to the baby. Her baby. No, their baby. Dragomir had done this. He was the reason they'd sent such an incredible gift. He had sent word to the prince. She knew he hadn't yet sworn allegiance to Mikhail, but he had still contacted the prince to let him know of the newest addition to the Carpathian family. That had been answered with a beautiful welcome. Her heart hurt, it was so full. Dragomir loved Emmeline and Charisma, and he showed it in everything he did. She rubbed her palm over her little baby bump. Charisma kicked her, a small little brush of her foot, much like the brush of Dragomir's voice when he spoke to her telepathically. "This is beautiful," Blaze said, smoothing her hand over the squares she could see. "The safeguards are strong," Charlotte said. "She'll be safe while she's sleeping above ground." "I can't feel safeguards, but it is gorgeous," Genevieve added. "I've never seen anything so beautiful. When you touch it, it feels so soothing. Tariq and Dragomir must have sent them the measurements of the crib they're making. Tariq likes to work with wood. He uses his hands, not magic. But there is magic in his work. He embeds safeguards as well. Dragomir asked him to help make the crib with his own 2 hands. I loved that so much. I told Tariq that when we have a baby, I want him to make our crib with his own hands." Dragomir had asked Tariq to help him build a baby crib. For her. For Charisma. He'd done that without saying one word to her. It was so like him. He's so... She struggled to find the right words. There were none. He was incredible. But even that didn't describe him, or what she felt about him. He told Tariq you love the dragons, and he wanted to incorporate dragons into the design. I thought that was very cool, Charlotte went on. Did you talk about it with him? About the dragons? He was very specific. Emmeline shook her head. Specific in what way? The headboard is the male dragon with his wings outspread. The footboard is the female dragon with her wings spread. He wanted the feeling of the baby being held by both, protected by both, loved, he said. The carvings are beautiful, and both Tariq and Dragomir are weaving strong safeguards into the wood. Emmeline set the quilt carefully on the small end table and stood up to walk to the window. She touched the glass, staring out at Dragomir. He was talking, shaking his head, the others listening. Tariq said something, and Dragomir nodded. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked straight at her. His features had been stone, cold, expressionless. The moment his gaze touched her, he warmed. "You have need of me," he said to her. "Just looking at the man I love," she returned. Her heart was so full, she knew it was overflowing. So what if Vadim stuck a splinter of himself in her? Dragomir would take it out. Dragomir could move mountains. He smiled at her, that small, barely there smile, but it was for her alone. She owned that smile, and it was more precious to her than any treasure. She touched the glass in a little salute and turned back to her friends. She discovered that Dmitri and Schuyler had not only contributed a square to the crib quilt, but sent a small stuffed wolf to put in the crib with the baby. The wolf had magical properties woven into it, but Emmeline wasn't certain what they were or what they did. She would have to ask Dragomir. Another package was from Paris, from Gabrielle and Francesca. Francesca was famous for her quilts, and she had sent a beautiful blanket. This one looked embroidered, although Emmeline could see it wasn't. It was actually quilted with material. The intricate scene had been hand-stitched, using tiny pieces of material for every hill, rock, forest, and stream. Wolves peered out of the forest. Birds peeked through the trees. Dragons dipped their muzzles into water as others sat with folded wings on rocks. Every movement of the blanket brought the images to life. She knew Francesca was renowned for knowing what was the most appropriate thing for a client. She was famous enough that she was written up in magazines. Looking at the quilt, she saw, once again, the theme of dragons and wolves. She loved it. But more, she loved the power and peace woven into it. She felt the love that had gone into every stitch, and she knew Charisma would feel it as well. I can't believe he would think to do this. To have the Carpathian people welcome our daughter as they have. It means everything to me. Charlotte smiled at her. Your man is a force of nature, Emmeline. Tariq says it's like trying to tame a hurricane or tornado. He wants him to stay here with us, but it's all about you. Dragomir doesn't care where he is, as long as you're happy. He made that very clear. He also made it clear that everyone had better make you happy. Emmeline couldn't help herself. She burst out laughing. It would be like him trying to command the world to make her happy. He makes me happy. She was telling the wrong people. You make me happy, she said to him mind to mind. The prince also sent protections and blessings, Charlotte added, holding up the letter. I think Ivory is going to come for the birth. I hope she isn't planning to tattoo the baby. Emmeline's head came up and she scowled at her. What? Ivory looks as if she's covered in wolf tattoos, but they're immortal wolves, permanently a part of her pack. When she needs or wants them, they come alive, showing themselves, protecting her. It's really cool, Tariq said. But what would we do with wolves in San Diego? Clearly, she was going to have to communicate with Ivory and find out what kind of gifts she planned for Charisma when she came. We're ready for you. Emmeline pulled the quilt to her, held it tightly against her body. The sense of fun was gone just like that. They were ready for her. They would lock her in that safety room, as they had Amelia, and they would try to destroy the splinter without it harming her or the baby. Sandu would be there, Gary, Dragomir. All would be at risk. For her, again. She licked her lips and tasted fear. They want me now. Blaze frowned, spinning around to stare out the window at the circle of men. For what, Emmeline? What do they want you for? They hadn't told anyone. She glanced at Charlotte. No, she knew. Tariq had told her. Vadim isn't finished with me. Just as Amelia had a splinter of Vadim in her, there is one in me. He hasn't used it yet. At least it doesn't appear as if he has. But we have to remove it. She kept her head up, refusing to be ashamed. Dragomir loved her just as she was, and she refused to stay a coward. She refused to give Amelia advice, and then failed to apply it to herself. Oh, honey. Blaze reached out and caught her hand. That vampire needs killing. It was such a Blaze statement. She always went to the final scenario, cutting straight to the kill. Yes, he does, she agreed. I've had enough of him in my life, and I want him gone. I also want the other children searched, just to be sure. It was done last night, Charlotte said. None of them have even a tiny sliver of Vadim in them. When we get this one from you, then he's gone completely and can't access the compound. Once again, it will be safe. Her stomach knotted, and she put her hand carefully over her baby as if she could protect her. A cloud passed over the moon, an ominous sign. Even the wind chose that moment to kick up leaves and twigs against the window. I think No matter what, as long as Vadim lives, we should all be on alert, even here in the safety of the compound. She squared her shoulders as Dragomir broke away from the group and started toward the house. She refused to give the appearance of cowering inside. She immediately put down the quilt, stroking her hand over it to collect courage and peace as she hurried to the door. She was halfway down the outside steps when Dragomir got there. He swept her up, his hands at her waist, lifting her off her feet and swinging her around to set her on the ground. The small, dizzying dance warmed her. She slid her arm around his waist and looked up at him. Your super-secret meeting is over? He narrowed his eyes at her. Are you giving me a hard time about our strategy meeting? Is that what you call that? I'm not certain I believe it was all about strategy. I think chest-thumping went on. Now his eyebrow went up. Chest-thumping? She nodded. You know, I'm the coolest. I'm the baddest badass in town, that sort of thing. Laying it out and measuring. Laying it out and measuring? I presume you are now talking about cocks. There was a hint of a promise of retaliation for all her teasing, but that only sent a thrill of anticipation down her spine, rather than deterring her. Who could be deterred when it sounded like so much fun getting in trouble? She let her hand slip from his waist to his hip, her fingers caressing the line of his trousers and inching toward the bulge developing there. Just hearing that word makes me hungry. You're going to get yourself in trouble. I like being in trouble, she admitted, batting her eyelashes at him. His hand slipped from the small of her back to the curve of her butt, rubbed, stroked, massaged. She hoped no one was walking behind them, but of course his shadows would be there. Sandu, Andor, Pharaoh. She didn't protest, even though she knew she should. His hand felt too good. Heat spread through her body, pushing the cold out, the cold fear brought. Now there was only Dragomir, with his hard body and amazing hands. She couldn't think about anything else but that fire beginning to smolder so deep in her body. They walked toward the main house where Tariq and Gary waited. She was aware of every step Dragomir took with her, the way his body sheltered hers, every ripple of muscle and the strength in his arms. Most of all, she was aware of his hand, massaging her bottom. Then his fingers were around her thigh, under the hem of her long dress, his fingertips caressing bare skin. Someone will see. They can't see. I would never let them see your body. It is mine. It belongs only to me. I love the way your skin feels. So soft. I've never felt anything so soft. Not in all my centuries of existence. The pads of his fingers swirled over her thigh. My name should be right here. He ran his thumb down the inside of her thigh. His knuckles brushed her slick entrance. So hot for me already, Shivamet. I love that. Before she could reply, he pulled his hand from her thigh and wrapped his arm around her waist, waving his fingers in a circle to create a breeze. She swung her head around and saw Amelia hurrying toward them. She'd been so caught up in Dragomir and the magic of his hands that she hadn't thought of anything else. Grateful he was still aware of their surroundings, she rubbed her face along his chest. You're amazing. She poured love into her voice. I'm hard as a rock, and willing it to go away hasn't worked yet. I need to come up with a spell, he said to her mind. Dragomir sounded pained. She burst out laughing. You get right on that. I'll come up with a counterspell. I was worried about you, Amelia greeted. You looked so sad. Dragomir halted so the teen could hug her. She swept her hand down Amelia's hair. They found a splinter in me, just like the one they found in you. I think it's our fate to have similar lives. Amelia's breath caught in her throat, but then she forced a small smile. You found Dragomir, and he makes you happy. I can tell. If I find someone like him, maybe I can find happiness too. You'll find a man who will make you happy one day. Dragomir confirmed. "In the meantime, you have us. We will look after you and ensure your happiness until he comes along." Emmeline liked that. Liked that he was all but saying they would stay there and help protect the children. She'd saved them, and she was invested in them. She wanted them to be happy and healthy. She wanted to be a part of their lives. "You won't take Emmeline away from us?" Amelia's voice was tinged with fear, but she tried to keep the emotion from her face. "We're family, part of a circle. We might purchase land for ourselves and set up a home, but it would only extend the compound, so you would have twice the area to play," he assured. "I'd like that," Amelia said. "Are you going to take out the sliver?" "Yes," he said. "Right now. I'll keep her safe." Amelia stopped walking with them and just nodded her head as they continued toward the house, watching with that same fear in her eyes, but refusing to acknowledge it. "She's very brave," Emmeline said, as Tariq opened the door for them. "The place we want to go is accessed from the great room," Tariq said. He waved them from the foyer into the large, beautiful room. Emmeline caught a glimpse of high wood ceilings and hardwood floors as he ushered them through to the longest wall. He waved his hand, and an entrance opened into another smaller room. She stepped inside. She knew it was much like a panic room, but it was built to keep out vampires, not humans. Maybe both. The room reminded her of a huge vault. For a moment she forgot how to breathe. Dragomir's arm circled her waist, and he pulled her back against his solid body. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, his mouth moving against her earlobe, yet he spoke telepathically, making his communication intimate. "Think only of me, of what I wish to do to you. I do not care if the others are close. I want to slowly remove this dress, slip the buttons from their holes, and allow the dress to slip from your body and pool at your feet. Feel me, so hard for you. I am always like that now." It was impossible to think about anything else when he spoke like that to her. "Think of me when I'm inside you, when I am a shield and a destroyer. Think of only me, Emmeline. Do this for me." She nodded. "I'll try. It shouldn't be that hard." His body was pressed so tightly against hers, the fullness of his cock reminding her how it felt when he was inside of her. He pulled her down on top of him, his body hard beneath hers, his arms around her waist, his chin on her shoulder. Just that fast, he shed his body, Gary following him. Sandu and Pharaoh followed suit. To her shock, Andor joined them. She tried not to think about why they needed 5 men to go after Vadim's splinter if he wasn't there to defend himself. It took a moment to realize that when Dragomir left his body, he also pulled out of her mind. He'd left behind the feeling of his mouth and hands on her, of his body moving gently in hers, but he'd taken care to remove his mind from hers. She took a deep breath. He was up to something, that man of hers. Something dangerous, or he wouldn't have completely left her like that. He never did. Sometimes he moved in and out of her mind, but for the most part, since he'd claimed her, he had stayed just close to the surface. She pushed gently into his mind, her touch subtle, barely there, so she was able to see what they were doing. He had moved to her brain very quickly, Gary following. Sandu positioned himself in front of the baby, ready to shield her if Vadim became aware and attacked. Pharaoh and Andor positioned themselves on either side of her brain, right where the sliver was located. She saw it through Dragomir's eyes. It was a dark, crescent-shaped shadow lying in a crevice. She would never have noticed it, but all of a sudden it took on an ominous, vile appearance. Then Dragomir's light began to fade, until it was so dim she could barely make it out. How did one do that? His spirit shone bright. What was he doing to make himself diminish? Then she knew. His heart and lungs slowed. He was more vulnerable than ever. She held her breath, knowing. Wanting to scream a protest, but afraid it would alert Vadim and further endanger Dragomir. He was so reckless, willing to put himself in harm's way. They'd talked about it, but nothing could prepare her for the things he insisted on doing. He moved so gently into the splinter, barely a touch, his spirit merging, traveling a long way. She felt his spirit drawn from them to a distance. Then she was hearing the sound of the sea, the boom of a wave crashing over rock. She felt the ground moving in a swelling rhythm. Again, the sea. Dragomir moved closer, and she could suddenly see the water. It was dark and frightening in the long expanse. There was a ship ahead, anchored in the water, waiting for Vadim and the others. She felt his glee. There were men and women on the ship, several children. As the vampires swept in from the night sky, panic erupted, screams. She closed her eyes, but she refused to separate herself from Dragomir. If he had to see the carnage, the least she could do was hear it. For what seemed an eternity, Dragomir stayed in the background, hearing and feeling what Vadim was, watching the sickening massacre. Then Vadim was soaring over the ocean again, back toward San Diego. Twice he plunged into the water, stayed underwater near a long, thick cable, and then he was back in the air. Her heart jumped. She recognized that cable. She'd seen it before. Dragomir withdrew very slowly and then stepped back to give Gary room to work. Gary was very precise. He had done this twice already, and he knew exactly how to destroy the splinter. He hit the sliver hard with laser precision, running up its back, incinerating layers of cells quickly. Vadim jumped into the sliver, throwing up a shield, halting the attack, having learned from the last two. He sliced deep into Emmeline's brain. Excruciating pain radiated through her head. She screamed, jerking in Dragomir's arms, trying to throw herself clear so she could run from it. Andor leapt into action, inserting his spirit between the sliver and Emmeline, so that the next slice never touched her. Vadim abandoned her brain, throwing himself into her deoxygenated bloodstream so that he was quickly carried toward her heart. He began jabbing at her vein as he did so, driving holes through the 3 layers of tissue making up the tubing. Pharaoh was there, his spirit nearly blinding the master vampire as it burned through another layer of cells, incinerating them. Vadim was forced to stop damaging the vein in order to survive. He leapt to the heart. She could feel his triumph. Dragomir and Gary were already there, waiting. While Pharaoh and Andor had chased him from the brain, they had moved surreptitiously into the heart. As Vadim entered, their combined spirits hit him, white-hot light incinerating the cells too fast. The sliver dissolved into ash, curling into itself to try to protect even a few cells. Vadim had already lost the other 2 slivers and a piece of his heart. He fought to protect what he had left, even though it was only a few cells. He tried to make it to the lower chamber, desperate to get to the fetus via the umbilical cord. Andor was there, blocking the way. Dragomir was behind him, Gary and Pharaoh on either side. The 4 together incinerated the remaining cells, destroying the splinter. Chapter 17. The sea rocked gently back and forth, a cradle holding vast amounts of salt water. Beneath the black, glassy surface, great long arms of kelp reached first one way as the water tugged them, and then the other. The arms reached up from the ocean floor so that only the top of the canopy showed, and then only briefly. As she swam, Emmeline caught glimpses of hidden sea life when the kelp opened the lanes. Near the surface, schools of fish moved in and out of the stalks, sometimes with a barracuda or yellow-tailed tuna pursuing them. It was the explosion of color that made the scene so beautiful, although oftentimes over the years she was never certain whether or not she was adding to the vivid colors. Curious sea lions rocketed through the long blades, and sometimes she stopped to watch them play. Most times, she swam along the rocky reef below, where pastel sea fans swayed back and forth with the surge, and so many sea creatures made appearances. There were lobsters moving in and out of cracks, and octopus and moray eels peeking out of crevices. Bat rays rested in the sand, although it was night and feeding time, so most were beginning to stir. The kelp forests were generally between 30 and 80 feet deep, but these went down even farther, their air-filled bulbs planted in the uneven floor. She had been here countless times, and knew the way as if it was her own home. She had been exploring the kelp forest from the time she was very young. She dove down into that wondrous world, glancing sideways to ensure Dragomir was with her. She wasn't afraid. This dreaming was her forte. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she knew what she had to show him. Other than his initial shock when she'd first taken him with her, sharing her dream, he had remained silent, content to allow her to lead the way. She stayed close to the ocean floor, moving in and out of the stalks, straight to the large round pipes that stretched out for miles. The pipes were very large, tall enough that a man could easily stand in them, wide enough to allow several men to walk side by side inside of them. Instead of following the pipes out to the sea, staying on the floor of the ocean, she headed back toward San Diego. "Wait. I need to follow this out. Find out what is going on," she said to him telepathically. She stopped, turned back to him and caught at his arm, shaking her head. She'd done that already so many times. Recalling a dream, she could change the details, and she had, night after night, ever since she was a child. She had explored all the way to the end of the pipes. "It is like the catacombs ahead. People lying in wait to be taken by the vampires," she said to him in her mind. There was horror in her voice, in her mind. She couldn't do anything to save them, or rescue them. She knew, because she'd spent months, years trying to discover a way. In the end, she'd given up and continued her explorations, trying to determine what the vampires no one believed in were up to, or even, when she was so young, if they were real. "There is nothing to be done for them. But this is where I think is most important for you to see. I thought it wasn't real because I've dreamt it for so many years, but follow me," she said to him again. She attempted to pour demand into her voice. She didn't have the dominant trait that allowed him to speak so softly, yet command everything and everyone around him. She had to be emphatic, insistent to get her way. She should have known better. It took her pointing in the direction she wanted to go and a quick shake of her head. He was already swimming toward her, following her lead. God, she loved him for the way he trusted her. She loved that everything she said or did mattered to him. She wasn't positive she'd ever fully get used to it. She led him along the pipes through the vast kelp forest, back toward the mouth of the river. Once she was there, they found the narrow opening that ran underground and connected to the river. She swam through it, and then began to swim along the bottom of the river with Dragomir right behind her. She was aware of him in the way she was always aware of him. It didn't matter that this was a dream that she was sharing with him. Her reactions to him were the same. Every single cell in her body alerted to him. She felt beautiful. She felt sexy. She felt safe. That was all new. In her previous dreams, she'd never felt any of those things, especially safe. She'd learned even dreams could be dangerous. She showed him the arteries that ran beneath the ground, deep canals that led all over the city, that led to the lake where Tariq had built his fortress. Those deep canals led to the underground city where she had helped to rescue the children from Vadim. "Show me the lake axis," he said to her. She hesitated and knew he was aware of her reluctance. "He sets traps for me," she said back to him. She felt his shock. His fingers shackled her wrist, and he brought her up against him. One arm circled her waist, and he tugged until her body was pressed tight to him. "What do you mean? He set traps for you. Vadim knows you dream of these waterways? This is his method of traveling beneath the city?" he again said to her. She nodded. "I was too young to recognize the importance of hiding from him when I first dreamt of these waters. I didn't know where they were or what the significance was. The map is in my head now, and I can draw it out. I've explored far more than he has. I've been to places all over, places that connect from one part of the ocean to vast amounts of land. Why didn't you tell me immediately? Why didn't you tell Tariq?" She winced at his tone. It was a lash, and part of her felt she deserved it. Maybe she should have told Tariq, but then she wasn't certain. She hadn't made the connection between the pipeline and the lake. She had the underground city, but not the lake. She hadn't realized the extent of Vadim's empire beneath the ground. "I was a child when I accidentally discovered the kelp forest. It was a wonderland to a child without a home, a place I could escape. I dreamt of it as often as possible. When I first discovered the pipeline, I ignored it. Then I followed it. I had uncovered the catacombs, the dead suspended beneath the sea, in long rows of clear chambers beneath the pipes. It was something out of a horror film. I was around 10 or 11. I wasn't certain it was real." Shivamet. Just that one word of endearment. All the anger was gone from his voice, leaving it a purring caress. She loved the sound of his voice and the way it brushed over her skin, on the inside of her mind, poured into her body. "I don't know why I kept going back. I was drawn there. Every night I told myself I wouldn't go, but I couldn't stop myself. I would explore the ocean floor over and over, swim all along the pipeline, and then one day, when I was about 14, I saw him. He was in the chamber below the pipe. It was the first time I ever saw anyone alive. I was elated, thinking, at last, something that isn't lying there dead. I almost came out from behind the rocks where I was hiding. Honestly, Dragomir, I'd been dreaming of it for so long, I didn't know if I made it up." Her voice shook. She couldn't help it. She would never forget those moments of her life. It was a dream. Yet, for the first time, she'd feared it was real. She'd known, as she'd walked the streets in San Diego, that just out from shore, where tourists dove and paid good money for locals to take them exploring along the kelp forests, a monster had begun to build a vast empire. No one would have believed her had she told them. She'd tried to tell Sean Maguire, Blaze's father, that there were vampires, and he told her she was having nightmares. That much was true. She couldn't deny it. But the fact that she'd dreamt it hadn't helped her cause. "Keep going. I need to understand," he said to her. I watched as he waved his hand and awakened a woman. I thought her dead, but she was sleeping. He smiled at her and held out his hand. Her fear was so strong it radiated all the way to me. I could feel her fear and his delight. He needed her fear. He fed it, amplified it, and drank it in. I swear it was like an aphrodisiac to him. When he smiled again, I saw his teeth. He grabbed her and pulled her to him. She couldn't fight him physically, but I felt her struggle. He felt it too, and that made him ecstatic. She shuddered and tasted fear in her mouth, the way she always did when she thought of that night. She'd watched him sink his teeth into the woman's neck and drain her blood. When he lifted his head, there was blood all over his lips and teeth. He left it there. He turned to go and then suddenly turned back and looked straight at me. I didn't move. He strode to the glass and continued to look out. When he waved his hand, the kelp parted away from the surge, not with it. We stared at each other. Dragomir stroked her hair, his hands as steady as his reassuring heartbeat. "So he saw you. He knew what you looked like," he said. He was like a bloodhound, sniffing my scent through the glass. He tried to force me to go to him. I could feel the pull of his commands, but I resisted. That shocked him. More, It aroused his curiosity. I don't think many people had resisted his compulsions. You would be correct. The fact that you were only 14 would have really caught his attention. And you were in a dream, controlling the dream. I can see why he searched for you. She shivered again and pressed her face to his chest, to the steady rhythm of his heart. Her anchor. I backed up and got out of there, but I couldn't stop going back. He drew you back, he again said telepathically. She bit down on her lip. Perhaps. I considered it. Eventually I began to see that he had access to so many places. I set out to find them all. Several years went by before I figured that out. You mapped out the underground passageways, the arteries of his highway. You know where all his underground cities are. There's more than one, isn't there? She nodded. When I came back from France to help Blaise find Sean's killers, I considered going to the authorities, but of course they would have thought me crazy, and Vadim has some sway with a few of them. He'd gotten in pretty deep with some of the crime families and was developing his own using male human psychics. Why didn't you tell Tariq? He said to her. I was taken to his compound after Vadim had me. I was terrified he would find out that I was pregnant. Vadim kept whispering to me that Tariq and all the other Carpathians would reject me. I was terrified to leave the compound. I knew if I left, Vadim would get me. I barely knew Tariq or any of the others, only Blaise, and I hid from her as much as possible. Dragomir tipped her chin up. Why didn't you tell me? I was going to. I needed to figure out what it all meant. I can't get that peace as much as I try. Day after day, I would go out and find every passageway I could to try to find just how large his holdings were. I tried to stop dreaming at night. He went very still. Tried? You still dreamt at night? Sometimes I couldn't help it. Did you have other encounters with Vadim? I would see him in the dream, close it down, and the next time avoid that area. So yes, there were a few encounters, but I always woke up immediately if I saw him. Did he know about Sean Maguire and Blaise? She didn't like where the conversation was going. I don't know what he knew about me, only that when we would meet in the dream, there was always an exchange of something. I didn't even know what. I just knew I could feel him before he was there, stronger and stronger after each encounter. But he never got close to me. He certainly didn't take my blood. You were afraid of him. He sounded matter-of-fact. Of course she had been. Who wouldn't be? She wasn't embarrassed or ashamed of being afraid of a master vampire. She nodded, uncertain where he was going with his statement. Very much. Every time I saw him, I was terrified. I kept thinking he would find a way to trap me. But he didn't. He let you move through his waterways. His personal highway. Emmeline, he didn't create the map. You did. He just watched you explore it all and followed you. You knew the ways to go before he did. She frowned, shaking her head. That's not true. I just followed where he'd already gone. The dream... She trailed off, suddenly filled with doubt. Her eyes widened, and one hand flew defensively to her throat. Dragomir, are you saying I helped him? No, of course you didn't help him. But he found a way inside your dreams. And I mapped out an entire city for him. More. He shook his head. Don't, Emmeline. He was silent for a moment, and then she saw the dawning comprehension on his face. He doesn't know. He knows the passages are there, but he doesn't know how to access them. Only you do. He needs you. Vadim has no idea of those places he wishes to go. He knows how to get in and out of the underground city and perhaps to the lake, although I doubt that. But he needs you for the rest. That's why he sought you out from the very beginning. He didn't know who you were until you went in for psychic testing. My dreams? My ability to map out the ocean floor and connect it to the rivers and lakes? To all the cities? That's what he's after? It's more than that. You're unusual, even among psychics. You can resist his compulsions. You can command dreams. You are so strong that even his poisonous blood can't kill you. And you can map continents for him. It would have killed me. I don't think so, Emmeline. I was inside you, in your bloodstream. He kept forcing the parasites to reproduce because you kept killing them off. Your blood. If he hadn't been able to get to the parasites, you would have managed to rid your body of them. Not the Carpathian way, but by building antibodies that fought them off. She frowned at him. I don't understand what you're saying, she said to him. I'm saying you're of tremendous value to both sides. You know the location of Vadim's stronghold, or at least you do within your dreams. You can produce antibodies, which, because you've shared blood with me, means I can do the same. So at some point, both of us will be immune to his parasites. That means every hunter, woman and child can be made immune. It isn't just that he thought you could produce the child he wanted. You are the ultimate prize for him. She shook her head. She'd created a map of the arteries and veins that made up the underground rivers. She had found all the passageways beneath the ground so that one could come in by sea and go just about anywhere they wanted. She knew them all like the back of her hand. Over the years, she'd gone back nightly to try to find ways to stop the vampire. Find anything that might convince others of them. She'd never even told Blaze about her underwater dream, not after Sean dismissed it as a nightmare. She'd been looking for a place to sleep one night when she stumbled across two vampires feeding on homeless people in a back alley. Sean had sent her to Paris, and then he'd been murdered. She'd come home to help Blaze find his killers. She'd come home, already knowing Vadim would get his hands on her and she'd be pregnant with his child by the time the others found and rescued her. Take me to his underground city, Dragomir said to her mind. Her heart jumped. She shook her head. They guard that place. If we go near it, the chances of running into some of them are fairly high. I've tried to slip past the guards. Sometimes I make it. Most times I nearly get caught and have to wake up fast. If we get into trouble, you can wake up. She didn't like it. She was uneasy. The passageway to Vadim's underground city was narrow, an easy place to set up an ambush. She knew Vadim was angry. The moment she'd entered the dream, she felt him in the water, his rage, his need to control her, to reacquire her. She didn't want to lead Dragomir into a trap. She'd wanted to show him the extent of Vadim's stronghold. She knew Tariq wouldn't abandon San Diego, but once he knew what he was really up against, with the information she could provide, maybe they could find Vadim and plan an attack. She wouldn't be able to fight with the hunters, but she would at least feel as if she'd contributed something. She'd brought Dragomir with her rather than tell him, so that there would be no question whether or not she was crazy and just having nightmares. She had taken Dragomir to the deep but thin ribbon of water beneath the ground that fed the lake Tariq's compound bordered. She turned to swim back toward the main artery underground. As she turned, Dragomir suddenly caught her by the arm and thrust her behind him. To her horror, a shark, mouth open wide, snapped at him, catching his upper arm, spinning around and streaking through the water with him. At once blood turned the murky water red, so Emmeline, rushing after them, swam through a red tunnel. She didn't dare end the dream with one of Vadim's creatures holding on to him. Dragomir's body was deep beneath the earth safe, but his spirit traveled with hers through the water in her dream. She should have been more vigilant. She knew Vadim had put traps throughout the waterways. This had never happened, but then she had never taken Dragomir with her before. She wasn't going to get a do-over. She counted on having the dream night after night to correct any mistakes she made, such as triggering a trap. She put on a burst of speed. One thing dreaming of swimming every night allowed her to do was to become a very fast and strong swimmer. She might not put her foot in the water when she was awake, but in her dream she was kick-ass all the way. She also had the advantage of knowing the canals, where they were deep or shallow, where they dropped deeper into the earth. turned abruptly or lazily made an S before straightening out. She knew a few little veins that were just a trickle, with barely enough water to get through. They were shortcuts, connecting one waterway to the next. She hated losing sight of Dragomir. He was used to relying on his Carpathian powers, but in the dream, he didn't have them. She'd been a young child, unknowing of Carpathian powers when she began dreaming about the kelp forests and what lay hidden in them. Cursing herself for ever bringing him into her dream, she took the shortcut, streaking toward the wider underground river that ran out to sea. She reached down to her leg, where she'd strapped a knife. She had started carrying one after she first saw Vadim, when she was a teenager, and knew she was hunted. She laid the blade along her wrist, her fist around the hilt. As she swam, the tops of her thighs skimmed the rocks on the floor, scraping skin, but she didn't slow down. She barely felt the burn as she rounded the corner and slashed at the eye of the beast, holding Dragomir in its mouth. She thrust a second time, this time driving the point of her blade right into the eye. The shark opened its mouth, thrashing wildly, nose and tail wreaking havoc in the water. More blood floated away, creating a thin thread much like a bloody worm trailing through the water. Dragomir caught her around the waist and pushed her in front of him. She held tight to his arm and let go of the dream. Usually, she could force her eyes open and the dream ended. It wasn't quite that simple now, not with the sun still in the sky. It took a few moments to open her eyes, and then she was completely, utterly panicked. She was buried alive. She had to get out. She had to dig her way out. It took forever to get her hands moving, to try to rip away the soil, but already she was choking, breathing loose dirt into her lungs. Suddenly the dirt over her head opened, and she found herself staring at the ceiling of the basement in her house. Breathing heavily, she tried to roll, coughing. Breathe normally. There is no dirt in your lungs. It is only your human imagination. Dragomir's voice was gentle and soothing. Turn your head and see me. She didn't want to, just in case he was wrong and she was alone, buried in the earth. She was lying a good 6 or 8 feet under the soil. It was pitch black there under the ground, the floorboards of the basement stacked to one side neatly, waiting for the command to rebuild. She could look all the way up to the ceiling and see with her enhanced night vision. Shivamet, this is a simple thing I've asked of you. It was, and yet it wasn't. Her heart pounded so loudly it sounded like thunder drumming in her ears. But it was Dragomir, and she couldn't find it in her to deny him anything. She turned her head slowly. There he was, his strange golden eyes staring back at her. He was beautiful to her, with the scars on his face and that strong male jaw. Even lying in the dark, rich soil, he looked elegant. Her gaze moved over him. His arm was chewed up, bloody, now that he was awake. She'd done that. I'm sorry. I should have checked for traps in all the places I was going to take you before I shared the dream. You are extraordinary, Emmeline, and you don't even know it. You didn't even hesitate facing the shark. You've been mapping Vadim's waterways since you were a child, and you know them better than he does, he said to her mind. There was pride in his voice, respect. She found herself smiling at him. I can't swim. Not really. I'm afraid to be in the water because I know what's down there. It was a confession. She was slightly ashamed that she couldn't be like other human beings, swimming on a hot day or night. I think you have courage enough for 10 people, Emmeline. Any more and I would spend an eternity being terrified my woman would do something crazy. He made her feel whole and happy, even in the midst of knowing Vadim and his army could move unseen throughout San Diego. How were they going to destroy him if they couldn't find him? If he had so many exits? That is the job of the hunters, Emmeline. You did your job. You have supplied us with valuable information. We can find and destroy all the places he has built here. There are many of us now, more than he knows. Thanks to you, we have places we can start. From those places, we will find trails to others." She took a deep breath. "It is close to sunset. Just once, I would like to have a night with you when the children or someone else are not in danger. Just one night." His laughter was soft in her mind. "I would like that as well. It will happen. We have eternity together. Soon it will be a baby interrupting us at every turn." "Charlotte told me you are making a crib with your own hands. She said Tariq is helping you." His sigh was heavy in her mind. Then male amusement. "Charlotte shouldn't have told you. It was my surprise for you. I like to give you things. And the thought of making something as Tariq has done, made by hand, was appealing to me. I thought about what I wanted it to look like, as well as what we could incorporate to keep Charisma safe." "She said dragons." "You like dragons. So that seemed something I could use. The male was easy enough to carve, but the female, making her look beautiful and deadly at the same time, capturing that look in wood has been a challenge." "When are you doing this? You are always with me," she said. "We really don't have quite as many warrior councils as I've led you to believe." She found herself laughing. Laughing. It had to be closer to sunset than she realized because the sound filled the basement beneath her home. She licked her lips. "You're terrible." "You fell for it." "I thought life mates couldn't tell lies to each other." He rolled, stretched. He looked delicious with his muscles rippling powerfully beneath his skin. Only, apparently, when surprises are involved. He bunched her hair in his fist and turned her face fully toward him so he could take her mouth. Heat rolled through her. His mouth was paradise. He knew how to kiss, and she gave herself up to the exquisite beauty of his mouth on hers. Kissing over and over, igniting a fire in her that couldn't be put out unless his body was in hers. He gathered her into his arms, and then she was floating, his mouth working hers, commanding, demanding. So hot she was afraid she'd catch fire and burn before they were on the bed, their bodies clean, his healed. She loved that they could do that. Simply think about being clean and fresh, and then they were. He all but tossed her in the middle of the bed and came down on his knees, his hands on either side of her head. "Did I mention I love you?" Even as he asked the question, he leaned down and licked at her nipples. First one, then the other, making them peak. His mouth closed over her left breast, suckling, pulling strongly, and then her right. She was sensitive, and his mouth was merciless, hot enough to scorch. He used the edge of his teeth, and instantly her body was spilling liquid heat in invitation. He caught her ankles and twisted, rolling her over onto her stomach. He leaned forward again and bit her left cheek. "You look lovely and very tasty, Emmeline. I don't know whether I want to devour you or be inside that hot, tight body." He caught her hips and yanked her bottom back toward him so that she was on her knees. He pressed her head to the mattress with one hand, fingers circling her nape to hold her in position. She was supporting herself on her forearms, her face pressed tight to the mattress, looking back at him over her shoulder. Her body pulsed in anticipation. He hadn't had to do much, just wake up, and she wanted him. His hand was there, testing her readiness. She heard his growl of satisfaction. "I love when you're like this, so wet for me." She pushed back against his hand. "I'm totally wet for you," she whispered. "I want you so much I can barely breathe." That was true. Her lungs burned for air. She felt raw, exposed. She didn't care that he knew how much she wanted him. She knew he was the same way. She loved the way he held her so easily, his fingers stroking and teasing, bringing her close, moving away so that she cried out in demand, her fists gathering the comforter into her palms. It was a beautiful ache, a hunger that grew and grew. She loved that so much. Then his mouth was there, his tongue wicked and sinful, stroking, flicking, stabbing deep. He suckled, drew out honey, and then raked her clit gently with his teeth. "Dragomir," She could barely get his name out. A demand. Don't know what you want, Shivamet. You're going to have to be specific. She loved that, too. More liquid heat spilled out for his tongue to catch. You in me. She was panting so hard, her breath so ragged she could barely talk. My tongue is in you, he said, and lapped at the fresh wave of honey. You taste so good. Maybe you want my fingers. He replaced his tongue with first one finger, then two, pushing deep into her scorching hot, very tight sheath. She gave a groan of sheer frustration. Not your fingers. I want your cock. She blushed when she said it, but she knew that was what he wanted. And in giving that to him, she found her body hotter than ever. She couldn't tear her eyes from him as he knelt up, his hand circling the girth of his cock, his eyes on her. She wiggled, pushed back, trying to get him to hurry. He leaned down and bit her again. The shock of that sting sent another fresh wave of honey spilling out so that she was certain her inner thighs were glistening. Please, honey, she whispered. Right now. Hurry. You want gentle? He lodged the head of his cock in her entrance, giving her just enough to make her feel as if he was stretching her, but not enough to fill her. Frustrated, she pushed back again, trying to impale herself on him. I'm going up in flames. I need you right now. This time, along with the pleading little sob, there was demand. He laughed and surged into her, hard. Fire streaked through her, white lightning. At the angle he had her, holding her helpless, he could power deep, his shaft a piston, moving in and out while flames poured over her skin and into her veins. It was good, so good. Better than she could ever have conceived. She loved that teasing laugh, almost carefree. She'd given him that. She watched the beauty on his face. Those hard lines and the scars softened, only to be replaced by a mixture of lust and love carved deep. There in the molten gold of his eyes, it was beautiful to see. That tension rising in him just as it coiled in her, hot and bright. A fierce, loving burn. Then she couldn't think, only feel. He took her up so high, only to stop just short of letting her tip over the edge. Over and over again, until her body was so ready, so coiled. Until tension stretched her beyond her breaking point. She could hear the sob in her voice, the demand, the promise of retaliation, but the look on his face, that fallen angel skating so close to heaven, to paradise, was as much a reward as the desperate hunger in her body. Tied vizjok, ainak, ted vizjazam, peye misha. He murmured something. She caught the words, tet vizjazam, and knew it meant, I love you. She wasn't certain what else he'd said, but the way he'd said it was beautiful. His hair fell around his face like a beautiful Renaissance painting. He stole her breath, her heart, her soul. She knew she did the same for him. She didn't know why or how, only that for him, she was special. He made her feel that way every moment. She couldn't speak, not with her heart so full, not with lightning zinging through her veins, and that unbearable pleasure coiling so tightly she thought she might go insane. I love you, Dragomir, but I need... I know exactly what you need. His body kept moving in hers, hard and fast, and so deep she felt so connected to him, felt they lived in the same skin. She kept her eyes on him, her cheek pressed to the mattress, his hand on her neck, collaring her. She felt her heartbeat surrounding him, pulsing and gripping. His heartbeat answered, throbbing like a drum in her deepest core. His face, that face, her fallen angel, so beautiful to her. She watched the rush come over him, the way his eyes darkened and the gold turned antique, the way the lines of lust and love carved deeper, giving him a look of pure sensuality. His fingers tightened on her neck and hip. Now, Misha. With me now. His shaft swelled in her, stretching her tight muscles, the burn adding to the terrible, brutal beauty of the friction, of that steel spike moving in and out of her. His command, whispered in that silken voice, hot and husky with need, sent her careening over the edge. Hot seed poured into her, bathing the walls of her sheath. She was flung into the sky, free-falling, soaring. It was as terrifying as it was beautiful. Her orgasm went on and on, tearing through her with a force she'd never known, taking every cell by storm. All the while she watched his face, watched what it did to him. Such perfection. She could only hang on to the comforter with both fists and ride out into the night sky with him. He was there, surrounding her with his protection. To catch her when she came tumbling down, gasping for breath, heart exploding. So far gone she wasn't sure who she was, where she was. Only that he was there. That face. His hands stroking her, soothing her, his mouth whispering to her, kissing his way up her spine, his cock inside her, tying them together, giving her love with every stroke, giving her ecstasy, just simply giving her everything. He withdrew, and she cried out as his heavy cock slid over the bundle of sensitized nerves, setting off another strong wave of ripples. His arms went around her, and he pulled her down to her side, his body curling protectively around hers. One hand went to her belly, where their child was growing. Every time I touch you, it is a miracle. He nuzzled her hair aside with his chin. The brush of the bristles of the shadow on his jaw sent yet another round of heat and ripples careening through her. Your skin is incredibly soft. I thought of you so many times over the centuries. But the reality is so much better than anything I could ever have conceived of. I didn't dare hope to dream of someone like you, she admitted. Her lashes drifted down so she could savor him, savor the scent of him, the feel of his body against hers and his arms, so strong surrounding her. She felt safe. In her life, she didn't remember a single time before him when she'd ever felt safe. Now she equated that with him. He kissed the nape of her neck, gently put her on her back. He stayed on his side, bending over her, waiting until she opened her eyes. His hair fell in long waves around both of them, brushing her skin as he kissed her eyes, brushed her nose, and then his mouth settled on hers, causing the flight of 1,000 butterflies in her stomach. He kissed his way down her throat to her breasts, spent a few minutes there, and continued to her belly button. His tongue strayed, did a quick foray, and then he was whispering to the baby in his own language, talking to her, reassuring her. Love swamped Emmeline. So much she couldn't contain the emotion. It filled her heart and soul and spilled over so that she didn't know what to do with so much feeling. She could only stroke his hair with trembling fingers and vow to herself that, as much as he gave her, she would find a way to give him the same. You give me as much or more every minute in your company, Dragomir whispered against her skin. He kissed the pooch where the baby nestled. You've given me a child. What greater gift is there? You've given me your love, your heart and soul. You've given me you. There is nothing else, Emmeline. You are my miracle. This from a man who carves dragons for our child's crib. She didn't want to cry. Blood tears were messy. I know you have to go to your council thingy, but would you teach me to do the clothing thing? And flying? And maybe cleaning house? He laughed and rolled to the side of the bed, keeping her hand. Just picture what you want to wear in your head. Have the image of you fresh and clean from a shower, your hair washed and dry. The details are the most difficult. Just pay attention to every detail. Emmeline wrinkled her nose. Could it really be that easy? She pictured herself clean and fresh and added a dress of soft white, covered in delicate red roses. It had been one of her favorites in a catalogue she'd looked at almost daily. She chose it because she remembered every detail. She found herself wearing it, the soft material falling around her ankles, flowing in swirls when she jumped up, shocked and excited that it had worked. I did it! I can't believe I actually did it! She flung her arms around his neck and hugged him. Of course he was fully clothed and looking perfect. I'm going to clean every room. It's good practice. Then I'm going to talk to Liv about dragons and how to fly them. He kissed her. House cleaning, okay. Talking to Liv about flying dragons, absolutely not. That child is in enough trouble without you helping her get into more. He stalked to the door, that other Dragomir already taking over. The one that was intimidating and scary. The dangerous predator that moved with fluid power over the ground and through buildings. The one that took her breath just as easily as the one that treated her so gently. He paused at the door and turned back to her. Before you go outside, Shivamet, you might want to add undergarments. Personally, I like you without panties and a bra, but I'm not so certain you will be as thrilled when someone else notices. She watched the door close and then burst out laughing, hugging the baby, knowing she was truly happy for the first time. Chapter 18. The breeze stirred the leaves on the ground, throwing them playfully into the air. Dirt, cement, and debris were piled high in the alley just behind the deserted building. The entire block of empty stores looked like a ghost town. The slight breeze used the alley as a private playground, lightly touching the debris, rifling through it. The wind slipped across the dirty glass of the windows, as if peering in, looking to see what state the shops were left in when people abandoned their businesses. Dragomir circled one way, using the breeze to carry him where he wanted to go. Sandu and Pharaoh moved around the outside of the buildings from the main street, each searching for signs of vampire activity. Andor took the roof. The hunters were traveling in packs, spreading out through the city, following the underground map Emmeline had laid out for them. She'd given it to Dragomir, leaving it in his mind after she'd pulled him into her dream. Tariq and Maxim stayed in the compound, surrounded by the human security force. With their women, they began teaching the children, the Waltons, Genevieve and Emmeline, as well as the security force, how best to slay vampires. The drills had begun in earnest. It wouldn't matter that they were children, women, or humans. They were in the fight to stay alive and keep others safe. To do that, they needed to know how. Carpathians had always been hunters. They had other skills, but it was ingrained in each of them that they had to hunt the vampire or any other threat to their people. They were born with the drive. In some it was stronger than in others, but no matter what, they hunted, found the enemy and destroyed him. It wasn't personal. There was no sense of fairness, no rules, it simply was. They locked on to a target, and they destroyed it. 5 ancients made up Dragomir's pack. They had hunted together many times, and were used to the way one another thought. They had taken one another's blood and could communicate together separately from the common path of the Carpathian people, which gave them an advantage, since the vampires couldn't hear them. It was their good luck that when they put out the call, others from the Brotherhood answered. Benedict had joined them. He made up the 5th man in Dragomir's pack. He was as cold as ice, with unique midnight black eyes that never blinked. He made his way around the block, coming in from the other side of the alley. The 2nd pack was also made up of ancients. All were in the Brotherhood or had been at one time. Afanasiv, Niku, and Valentin were joined by Petru and Izia. They made a formidable pack, moving fast, going out to sea. Tomas, Lohos, Mateus, Andre, and Gary made up the last pack. At present, they were streaming out over the national park, where water ran in rivers beneath the ground. Those rivers connected directly to the lake bordering Tariq's property. Dragomir dismissed the other packs from his mind, knowing they were strong and could weather any storm sent their way by Vadim. His pack's job was to enter the underground city undetected, observe what the vampires were doing, and then permanently destroy any of the undead they found. He used the wind to aid him. It was natural and would never give the vampires pause. On the outside, the alleyway looked as if no one had been there since a cave-in had destroyed the entrances and hallways inside. He studied the debris piled in front of the entrance from every angle. Touching it lightly with the breeze, he felt the taint of evil. It wasn't strong, barely more than a whiff of darkness. Ordinarily, he might have dismissed it as the trace of a vampire that had passed by long ago. Thanks to Emmeline, however, he knew the vampires were still using the underground city, which made this faint scent of evil a trail worth pursuing. He kept moving with the breeze, so no alarms could be triggered. His progress was slower than he would have liked, but he felt no frustration. It was his job to hunt the enemy, and sometimes that took patience. The wind slipped into a crevice and found space. Emptiness. "One entrance here," he reported to the Brotherhood. "I'm going in." Entering the tunnels would be more dangerous than staying outside, where the breeze of his presence would seem natural. Now he would have to be a slight draft, cold air seeping in from the outside night. "There is an entrance from the floor of the shop I am in," Sandu reported telepathically. "I'm going in. Be careful. I am using a faint draft." "No worries. I am creating a nice habitat for the black witch moth. It isn't small. It has a 7-inch wingspan, but the undead would not believe a hunter would use such a creature to spy on them. I, however, will have to give my moth at least 8 inches to be realistic." Dragomir nearly choked. Leave it to Sandu. The black witch moth was legendary as a harbinger of death. And 8 inches? It was starting. He shouldn't have shared humor with any of them. "Found another entrance here on the street," Pharaoh said this time telepathically. "I will go in as a black witch moth. Perhaps I should make my wingspan that little bit bigger, as in keeping with my size, say 9 inches? Dragomir would have laughed if his present form allowed it. They might not find humor in the things they said, but they were funny. Now that he had regained his emotions, he shared them automatically with the others. It had been so long since any of them had felt anything, they almost didn't remember what humor was. "If we went by that, I would have to go for a 10-inch wingspan," Andor said, his voice droll. "Sandu, I hope that you do not feel embarrassed. Given that much larger than 8 or 9 inches is going to draw attention and be smashed first by some stubby vampire, I have no reason to feel this emotion, this embarrassment you speak of. That rules out my 12-inch wingspan," Benedict grumbled. "I am going in by the back wall, 3 shops down." Dragomir's heart clenched hard in his chest. He knew that entrance, or more precisely, exit. Vadim had used it after he had impregnated Emmeline. "Be especially cautious. That leads directly into Vadim's private lair," he said to the others telepathically. He moved into the pile of debris, floating in the steady breeze down through the crevice and into the hallway of the underground city. Rock and dirt covered the floor in great impassable mounds. One rock blocked the door to the chamber where Bella, Liv, and, farther back, Val had been held. Live experiments with children had been conducted there. Children were fed to the flesh-eating puppets Vadim had created. Most of those children had been alive at the time. In hunt mode, he was grateful he'd put some distance from his emotions. As it was, the place turned his stomach and sorrow slipped in. He began to drift away, more than happy that there was no sign of Vadim or his pawns. He halted abruptly, staying in the steady, cool stream of air, but not moving with it. He couldn't overlook anything. It seemed ridiculous to think that Vadim would use the chambers again, but they couldn't afford to take the chance. He slipped out of the breeze and, moving slowly so as not to trigger any alarms, slid into a tiny opening between the rock and the chamber wall. At first the room appeared empty. He nearly turned to go back, But then air was displaced and figures shimmered for a moment. They appeared translucent, so that anyone looking could see right through them to the dirt-covered ceiling, the blood-stained floor, and the dark, ominous scratches in the walls. Dragomir slipped into a corner and stayed absolutely still as he focused his Carpathian vision on the interior of the chamber. It only took a few moments before the images began emerging into flesh and blood apparitions. There was a woman of indeterminate age in the cage. Her hands were tied at the wrist, suspended over her head. She had scars on her neck from rough biting, and there were more on her arms and even one up high on her thigh, where her skirt was pulled up. Her hair was pulled back in a loose, disheveled ponytail. He could tell she was tall and very thin, almost emaciated. Her hair was very thick and long, the color dark with a few streaks of silver woven through. Her face and body appeared young, but there was something about her that made him think she was older. She appeared dehydrated, glassy-eyed and beaten. There were bruises everywhere he could see. Her head was down, but without warning, her gaze shifted toward the corner of the room, the corner where he stayed so still. She took a breath and let it out slowly. Her head moved, her chin jerking slightly toward the second chamber, the one where Valentine had been held. Telling him something. Warning him, perhaps? She knew he was there, he thought. She was aware of him even when the vampire was not. What did that say about her? Who was she? A vampire moved along a long stone table. He muttered to himself and kept casting murderous glances over his shoulder at the prisoner. She had once more dropped her head, looking defeated when Dragomir knew she wasn't. There was fresh blood on the floor and smears of it, small bloody footprints leading into the next chamber. Dragomir didn't much like the fact that the woman knew she was no longer alone in the chamber with the vampire so close. He needed to find out what was in that chamber before he made a move against the vampire, and he had to kill the vampire without alerting the underground city. Vadim had woven a spell over the chambers, one that the Carpathians had already fallen for once. They had examined these chambers once before, and believed he had abandoned his city, but it was still in use. He just hid it better now. Dragomir moved slowly, inching his way through the chamber to keep from moving air. The vampire was engrossed in what he was doing, still muttering to himself, obviously angry at his assigned task, or the orders to leave the prisoner alone. It was the way the vampire alternated between glaring at her and licking his lips hungrily when he eyed her that had Dragomir certain he had been given orders to stay away from the woman. Without warning, the chamber door banged open so hard it hit the rock, bounced closed, swung open a second time with equal force, but this time a large vampire stood framed in the doorway. Dragomir recognized him immediately. Eugen. He had successfully escaped from the cave, but he was covered in scars from his encounter with the sun. He'd burned severely. Half of his face was a flat silver sheet with strange, almost cheesy skin around the borders. As if it were a mask, when the vampire spoke, the skin already pulled tight didn't allow for expression. "Get a move on, Arthur. I'm tired of waiting. We don't have all night." Arthur glared at Eugen. "You got to eat? I'm starving. She smells delicious. Her blood must be powerful. I want just one taste. I'm hungry." The last was almost a whine. "I don't give a rat's ass if you're starving. I'm not going to let you get me killed. Sergei wants the information, and I told him I'd get it for him." Eugen glanced behind him, bared his teeth, and swung around. "I can see you're anxious for your treatment today," he said to someone behind him. "I don't have anything to prove to him," Arthur snapped, almost gleeful, although he shot a glance toward the door behind him as if Sergei Melanov might step through at any moment. Dragomir inched closer to the open door. Inside he could see a second female, and this one looked very young, maybe in her early 20s. She was chained to the wall and hadn't fared any better than the other woman. Maybe worse. She'd been severely beaten. Her face was swollen and bruised. Streaks of blood were smeared at her ribcage and along her right arm, where there was a large cut. Eugen stomped back to the girl and grabbed her throat, his thumb forcing her face up. "If you don't give Sergei the information he wants this time, I'm going to hurt you like you've never been hurt." A malicious smile revealed his spiked, stained teeth. "Or I'll tell him you've deceived him all this time and you don't know how to undo Xavier's spell." Dragomir had continued floating, inching his way around Eugen, but that brought him up short. Xavier had been one of the most powerful mages ever born. He was wholly evil, and had almost succeeded in stamping out the Carpathian people. There was a stir behind him, and both vampires trembled, fear removing the cocky looks on their faces. Eugen had always been a fighter. He was no newly turned vampire. In fact, Dragomir would have thought he was well on his way to becoming a master vampire, yet whoever was coming to the chamber had inspired pure fear. It permeated both rooms. Even the two women looked scared. Archer quickly began to lay out a tray with instruments of torture. That was purely psychological for the humans. No vampire needed such things to hurt a victim. Dragomir studied the older woman. Her gaze was glued to the door, but he felt a warning, a distinct push to leave the chamber, to leave the women to their fate. Everything in him stilled when he felt that delicate push. He studied the woman much more closely, moving slowly to the cage. She wasn't human, this one. She was ancient. A Carpathian. The Melanovs had a Carpathian woman in their possession. He couldn't begin to recognize her. He'd been gone far too long to identify her. He'd heard news, of course, of lost women, those who had disappeared, but too many centuries had gone by. He didn't remember who they were or if they'd been found. Eugen's fingers tightened around the throat of the girl hanging by chains on the wall. He squeezed down hard, cutting off her airway. Immediately the woman in the cage reacted, throwing herself at the bars, kicking at them. She didn't call out or speak, but she made such a ruckus with her body against the bars that Eugen whirled around with a hiss. "Stop it, or I'll kill her!" Instantly the woman in the cage subsided. The girl in chains gasped for breath, coughed, wheezed, and then drew in a lungful of air. The outside door to the chamber opened, and Sergei Melanov strode in. Dragomir had encountered him several times. In the pack of 5 brothers, Sergei had never stood out. He seemed to disappear when there was a fight, and almost never voiced his opinion, preferring to follow his brother's lead. The temperature in the chamber dropped several degrees. Sergei looked handsome, a man made for the present century. He first looked to the woman in the cage. He smiled at her, and bowed slightly, an old-world, courtly gesture. "Good evening, Elisabetta. I trust you slept well." The woman inclined her head but didn't speak. Her eyes, on Sergei through lowered lashes, held a kind of terror, yet there was defiance in every line of her body. Sergei's eyebrows went up. "Really, Elisabetta, I tire of your continued behavior. This girl is not a good influence on you." Elisabetta seemed to shrink, looking smaller and defeated. Sergei turned to the vampire standing beside the girl in the second chamber. "Have you gotten the information I require?" Eugen turned stark white beneath the sallow, grayish skin. "There hasn't been enough time. She is strong and doesn't react to the—" Sergei raised his hand, one finger apart from the others, his nail a long, thick talon. He slashed down, and Eugen screamed as the good side of his face was torn nearly in two. The master vampire did it casually, with no expression on his face, sending a chill through Dragomir. Sergei wasn't weaker or less dangerous than his brothers. This man was fully in control, fully in charge. Those in the chamber knew it. Both women had gone utterly still, as if faced with a venomous viper, and neither wanted to draw his attention. Sergei ignored Eugen to focus on the girl. At once the chains holding her began to smoke. She gasped but didn't cry out. The skin on her wrists where the cuffs held her began to blister. "I suggest, Julija, that you give me what I want, or you are of no use to me. I have run out of patience." He snapped his fingers, and the chains fell to the dirt floor and slithered there like snakes. He pointed to the stone table behind him, and the girl's body jerked, and then began to come toward him, one unwilling step at a time. Sergei had escaped death several times, and watching the casual way he wielded power, Dragomir was reminded of Xavier, and recalled that Sergei had a splinter of the High Mage in him. He had obviously utilized it, learning from it. This was a dangerous adversary. Clearly he had been all along, but none of the hunters had recognized that he was far more powerful than his brothers. More cunning, hiding his skills and biding his time. He allowed his brothers to shine, to be the most feared while he worked in the background. That made him the most unusual vampire in the history of Carpathians. Was he hiding those same skills from his brothers? Dragomir compared him to Vadim. Vadim was always the one in charge. He directed everyone, including Sergei, taking the lion's share of whatever they received for himself. He was always the first to feed, and the one to make the decisions. Vadim considered his brother as less than himself, and he was making a big mistake. Sergei was recruiting quietly behind his brother's back. He had a plan, a strategy, and so far, it seemed to be working. Before Dragomir made a move, he had to determine just what was going on. He needed information. He would have to send for backup in case one of the vampires escaped the chambers, but that required energy, and Sergei would feel it. He remained very still. If Sergei tried to kill the girl, he would have no choice but to intervene immediately. Information, backup or not. Julija made it to the stone table, her eyes on Sergei the entire way. There was fear, but there was defiance. She was a fighter, this one, and she was angry. From the cage came waves of soothing peace. The feeling settled over all of them, vampire, hunter, and enraged female. Sergei glanced up, his face softening. He smiled at Elisabetta. "I see you are determined to work your magic on all of us, my dear. You don't have a mean bone in your body. I would give you anything you asked, but this one continues to defy me. We must move you. We must find a way. Vadim wants this part of the city abandoned. If he knew I was returning here, he would know I had a very good reason, and he would find you. I keep you safe from him. The least you can do is be grateful and tell this idiot mage to give us the proper spell. She isn't helping us, Elisabetta, and I cannot have that. If you move her, you know you will hide her away somewhere the Carpathian hunters will never find her," Julija said. "Giving you the spell will harm her, not help her." Sergei turned the power of his penetrating glare on the mage girl. Both Eugen and Arthur took a step back as if any moment he would explode into violence. "I spent a good many years searching for a direct descendant of Xavier." "Well, you didn't find one." The vampire's hand struck like lightning, slapping her face, and then catching her arm, turning it over to show the mark on her forearm. "This is the mark of a high mage. You must be born with it. No one can wear such a mark without a direct lineage." He hissed each word, enunciated as if she were a child and wouldn't understand. "I am aware I was born with the mark," Julija answered. She didn't touch her reddened cheek. She didn't rub at the blisters circling her wrists. She stared up at the vampire with a calmness that belied her years. "I am the direct descendant of Xaviero, or perhaps Xavion." She shrugged. "Maybe I am from Xavier's bloodline, who knows? I understand they'd like to share. At least Xaviero and Xavion did. In any case, I am far more powerful than you know." "I am aware of that. I was aware of it when you had the chance to escape, and you stayed to help Elisabetta escape. She is precious to me." He changed tactics, his voice softening. "My brother would be cruel to her. Elisabetta and I belong." He lifted his head to smile at the caged woman. "Because you have emotions when she is near. Xavier imprisoned a Carpathian female in the hopes of children. Vadim is experimenting in the hopes of children. What is it you want? A child? I don't think so." Julija's voice was speculating. "I think you crave the emotions she gives you. It is Elisabetta that allows you to think and plan so clearly. She keeps the negative traits at bay, doesn't she?" Sergei inclined his head. "Clever girl. I will never let her go. If you cannot help me, you are of no use, Julija. So I suggest you figure out very quickly how to undo the spell that holds her here." She sighed. "It's complicated. You used a spell you chose from Xavier's memories without knowing the consequences." "I showed it to you." Again, Dragomir had the impression that Sergei's patience was wearing thin. The moment that happened, that wave of soothing peace filled the room. It wasn't just Sergei affected by Elisabetta's wave of peace. The other two vampires, the mage and Dragomir, all felt that peaceful surge moving through them, quieting tempers. "Yes, Sergei, you did," Julija admitted. "But it wasn't the entire memory. I need more. I have started to unravel it, but it's complicated. Very complex. Xavier put a holding spell on a Carpathian. He held her prisoner for a very long time, just as you have done to Elisabetta, using those same methods. But this spell, this is extremely difficult to undo. I cannot do it without seeing his entire memory." There was the ring of truth in her voice, and yet Dragomir had the feeling the girl was either very close or might have figured it out. Clearly, there was a spell holding Elisabetta to the underground city, the part Vadim wanted vacated. Sergei couldn't leave his prisoner there, a prisoner his brother wasn't even aware of. That was an added complication for Dragomir. Even if he could kill all three vampires, he wouldn't be able to free Elisabetta unless this girl could actually remove the holding spell. Without warning, Sergei's hand lashed out again, sending Julija tumbling back against the stone table. "You will unlock this spell, or die right now." There was no anger in his voice. He was a cold killer. This was the man Elisabetta feared, the one the vampires feared. He raked his talons down Julija's forearms, shoved his fist into the air, which lifted her body and slammed her down onto the top of the table like a human sacrifice. Elisabetta kicked at her cage frantically, still not speaking, not making a sound. Part of the holding spell had to include being unable to speak. That made sense. Xavier would have needed to keep his victim silent if the Carpathians were close. But what else had Sergei given away? Julija had the chance to escape, and she hadn't taken it. She'd stayed, risking her life on the gamble that she might be able to rescue Elisabetta. That said a lot about her character and courage. Dragomir couldn't allow Sergei to kill the mage, no matter the danger of any of the others escaping. Sergei suddenly lifted his head and looked around the chamber, searching inch by inch. He looked up at Elisabetta, who kept her head down. He smiled at her. "You have earned another lesson, my dear. You know you deserve punishment for what you've done." He uttered the words very softly, his white teeth snapping together. Elisabetta shuddered and kept her eyes to the ground. He whirled back to the mage lying on the stone table. He slammed one long talon, spiked like a thick ice pick, right through her throat, leaving it there, pinning her to the rock with one long dagger. He waved his other hand toward Elisabetta. To Dragomir's horror, her body began to dissolve, to become part of the rock her cage rested on. "Keep her alive or you die," Sergei said to his vampire servants. "If she lives, the rewards are vast." And then he was gone, that fast. So fast Dragomir couldn't see him move. He must have gone under the door of the chamber, or even through it, because he didn't open it. One moment he was there, and the next there was an empty space. Blood bubbled from the horrendous hole in Julija's throat. She coughed, and blood sprayed across the room. Eugen sprang toward her at the same time as Arthur. They bumped into each other, but it was Eugen who covered the wound with his hand, applying such pressure that the girl couldn't breathe. The Carpathian woman was still dissolving, her body melting until there was no way to see her, not even when directly looking at the place she'd been. The cage remained. The hook where her hands had been suspended above her head, but not the woman. The woman had been absorbed by the stone around her until there was nothing left of her. "In this chamber. Sergei, fleeing." Dragomir warned the others telepathically. "All the vampires are exiting," Pharaoh reported. "It happened so fast that half of them are already deserting the place. Engage. These men are Sergei's soldiers, not Vadim's." Dragomir said to them all. What was he going to do about the mage's injuries? Elizabetta's imprisonment? "Gary, I have great need of you," he said telepathically. He had skills. So did Sandu, but Gary's skills were far superior. If he got there in time, he might save Julija. Sandu sauntered into the chamber, Andor behind him. Andor didn't waste time. He flew at Arthur, his indigo eyes every bit as piercing as Sergei's talons had been. His inky black hair fell to his waist in a braid as thick as his arm. He blew past Eugen and slammed his fist into Arthur's chest. Dragomir materialized behind Eugen and hit him with his fist. A short, powerful punch that crashed through bone, driving straight toward the withered heart. Eugen twisted, screaming in fear and hatred. He thrashed, sending Julija tumbling from the table. Sandu caught her in a firm grip, his hand covering the gaping wound in her throat as he did so. He took her to the floor, on the opposite side of the table from either of the vampires and the hunters fighting them. She started to struggle, and he simply waved his hand and her body stilled, but her eyes radiated pure fury. He kept his hand over the wound on her throat and slipped from his own body, right there with the two vampires in the room, leaving behind a shell to become pure spirit. He moved through her body quickly, noting all the signs of torture. The woman had endured a lot over time. He saw scarring that indicated she could have been held as long as 6 months, maybe even a year. Sandu bypassed all of it, even the fresh lacerations and tears. To get to the puncture wound on the girl's throat, he had to stop the bleeding. That had to be done, or they couldn't leave with her. He closed the wound from the inside out. There was damage to her larynx. The 2-inch tube was shredded. If she was going to speak again, he had to at least address that. It took longer than Sandu expected, and by the time he'd managed to get some of the tubing to stick together in the beginnings of a repair, someone or something hit his body, knocking it sideways, and his spirit abruptly was pulled from the girl back to his own shell. A boot stomped down close to his thigh and even closer to the girl. He threw himself over her, covering her smaller form easily. The boot narrowly missed his back as the vampire stumbled backward, trying to escape Dragomir. Dragomir kicked Eugen in the head, driving him farther away from Sandu and Julija. He spared them one glance to ensure they both were alive as he leapt over them, following Eugen. Eugen tried hard to take another form, but Dragomir was on him, preventing the change. He pinned him against the wall and slammed his fist deep, searching for the elusive heart. Eugen roared and somersaulted, taking Dragomir with him as he rolled across the dirt floor, acid blood pouring over Dragomir and soaking into the ground. He landed on top of the Carpathian, so they stared into each other's eyes. Dragomir never wavered, his fingers still digging relentlessly for the heart. Behind Eugen, Andor loomed above them both, his indigo eyes fierce, his features brutally savage. He slammed his fist through the hole in Eugen's back that Dragomir had originally made. The vampire screamed, throwing his head back in an effort to strike the Carpathian attacking from behind. On the ground, he had no leverage, so he slammed his head forward into Dragomir, hitting him in the skull, trying to crash through it to shatter the bone. When that didn't stop the hunter, he bit down with all his might, letting the rich, ancient blood pour into him. The moment he tasted that blood, His world went white. Narrowed, he felt nothing but craving. A dark, terrible craving that took hold and refused to release him. He thought of nothing else but getting more. The hole opening inside of him was enormous, yawning open so that the blood could fill it, rich, satisfying. The only taste that would ever do. He was aware of Dragomir extracting his heart, but Andor bunched Eugen's hair in his fist and yanked his head back so hard it cracked bones in his neck. That didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was getting to the blood. He could see it, just out of his reach. Dark rubies, gems of the purest blood he'd ever tasted. He had to have more. Lightning arced around the room, jumped to the heart on the floor, incinerating it, turning it to ashes. The white-hot energy bathed away the blood on both Carpathians, and then the floor. Sandu had kept his arms and body over the mage, but now he slowly released her. "I stopped the bleeding, but she can't talk yet," he announced, lifting her easily to carry her to the stone table out of the way. Andor finished the job by incinerating the bodies of the two vampires. "Gary is on his way," Dragomir said. "Her name is Julija, and she's a mage, a direct descendant of Xavier or one of his brothers. Sergei is also holding a Carpathian woman named Elisabetta." Andor's eyes went wide. There was a young girl, Elisabetta, Trajan Trigovisa's sister. I would go to her home, and somehow she could make me feel lighter, as if I had emotions again. The longer I stayed in her company, the longer the effect lasted. She has been gone for centuries. She disappeared one day, and no one knew what happened to her. No one could trace her. I know Trajan looked for centuries. She was quite a bit younger than him. Younger by at least 500 years, maybe more. It could be the same woman, Dragomir conceded. She kept Sergei from losing his temper. "Pharaoh! Benedict! Where are you?" He sent out into the ether. "Sweeping the underground city. The vampires left quickly. We've systematically gone through every room here, and they are all gone." They answered telepathically. Sergei had clearly sacrificed two to save his army. The vampire had to have felt their presence. Julija had been deliberately injured, the extent bad enough that the master vampire knew they would have to heal her, or she would die. "The healer is on his way. We can't leave here without figuring out how to save Elisabetta." Dragomir stalked over to the cage and walked around it, studying it from every angle, trying to see what wasn't there. He made her part of the stone, the rock. I was looking right at her, and she disappeared into the walls. He glanced back at the mage. Her eyes were open, and she regarded him with suspicion, but there was also a faint trace of hope on her face. "Can you bring her back? Do you know the spell?" She visibly took a breath, flinched, and started to grab at her throat. Sandu caught her hand and shook his head. "Wait for the healer. You don't want to have permanent damage." Her gaze shifted to him. She studied him for a long time, and then she looked back to Dragomir and nodded. Relief flooded through him. "Did you work out the spell to reverse whatever is keeping her here?" He could tell by her face she wanted to protect Elisabetta from all of them. She didn't trust them, and he didn't blame her. She didn't know them. She might think they were part of Sergei's plot to get the information out of her. Her gaze went to the terrible wound that had coated his neck and shoulder with blood. She frowned and looked back at Sandu. "She wants me to heal you," Sandu said. "I'm not the healer. I'm a Page hunter. Stop complaining. You didn't have to stick your arm in acid up to your elbow," Dragomir said. "Where are you?" he asked Petru and Izia mind to mind. "We need to regroup. We need to wipe this pipeline out for good. Vadim is using the sea to escape. He's created his own city down here, complete with a fresh smorgasbord." Petru answered him. "We need to call everyone in and destroy this, now, tonight. Come back to the underground city. I'm calling the third team back as well. We'll include Tariq and come up with a plan. In the meantime, I've got 2 women here that need healing. One needs to go directly into the healing grounds. I think we have solved the mystery of the disappearance of Elisabetta Trigoviz." There was silence. Elisabetta had been legendary in the Carpathian world because she could restore emotions to those warriors at the very end of their ability to continue. She hadn't exactly restored them, so much as lightened their burdens for the time in her presence. She'd smiled, and the world had seemed filled with joy. Dragomir hadn't seen her smile, but he felt her peace, that enduring serenity. There was calm in her that spread through the room the moment it was needed. She was clearly conserving strength, and she needed blood. Her hunger had beat at him, but so gently he barely registered it until she was gone, made to be a part of the walls of the chamber. Elisabetta. The name was whispered for all of the Brotherhood to hear. That magical girl. All of them who had ever crossed paths with her would never forget her. She'd been considered an angel, her gift nothing short of miraculous. The child had grown into a beautiful young woman, still as angelic and as selflessly giving as she'd been as a child. More than one warrior had crossed oceans to get back to her, just to be in her presence. If they had found Elisabetta, they had found a treasure unsurpassed. Did Vadim have her? Benedict made the demand. I do not believe Vadim knew of her existence. Sergei had her. He has had her for some time, and has hidden her from his brother. He is much more dangerous than we ever gave him credit for. In fact, I believe he is our true enemy. Vadim thinks he is in charge, but Sergei has quietly built an army, and he's learned much from the splinter of the High Mage. I thought Vadim has a splinter of the High Mage as well, Pharaoh said. Just because he has it doesn't mean he uses it, Dragomir pointed out. Power burst into the small confines of the chamber. Gary Daratrazanov strode in, his long hair flowing behind him. The muscles beneath his thin shirt rippled in an impressive display of sheer strength. His gaze fell first on the mage, jumped to the injuries on Dragomir, and then slowly slid over the wall where the empty cage sat. "I feel her presence," he said softly. "She is very powerful, and a boon to any man such as I. Before we try to bring her back, I will do what I can for the mage and you, Dragomir. I grow weary of you and your injuries." Sandu nudged him. "I told you to learn to be a little faster." Dragomir sent a very rude gesture Sandu's way. Chapter 19. Dragomir held council in the much larger chamber while Gary worked on healing the young female mage. Tariq had joined them, and all agreed the city inside the pipeline had to be destroyed. The humans Vadim had taken there for sustenance were mostly vegetables, incapable of recovery. He left them just enough sanity to feel fear. The undead needed the rush of their victims' fear. It was the drug every vampire craved. The task was distasteful, but they had no choice. They spent some time working out the details, and then Dragomir returned to the smaller chamber where Gary had worked on the mage, and the ancients had supplied him with blood. "I was able to repair the damage, but she shouldn't speak for a couple of weeks. If she does, she will cause permanent damage to her vocal cords." Gary directed his attention to Julija. "I cannot emphasize that enough. You can write down what you need to say, or better yet, someone should take your blood and exchange with yours so you can speak telepathically." Julija shook her head adamantly. She glared at the healer. He shrugged. "It is your choice. If you wish to help Elisabetta, that is the only way. I may have some input, but without your guidance of where to look for answers, I can be of no real help here, and should go with the others to take down Vadim's city." Frustration had Julija's brows drawing together. She drew a question mark in the air and pointed to him. "Dragomir told me you didn't see the entire holding spell that is locking Elisabetta here to this underground city. I have the ability to access very ancient memories. It is possible one of my ancestors saw something or heard something that will help you." She pointed to Gary and tilted her neck slightly, although her hands were trembling. She locked them together tightly in her lap. Gary shook his head. "I will not connect you to me. Dragomir has a life-mate. It is safe for him to connect himself to you, but if I ever turned, you would be in danger. It is impossible for him to turn as long as Emmeline lives." Julija sat for what seemed an eternity. Dragomir was aware of time slipping by. The others had already left to attack the city under the sea, and he was a warrior and should be joining them. Tariq had returned to the compound to ready the healing grounds for Elisabetta, if they were successful. If they weren't, Gary was prepared to stay in the underground city to guard her, finding a place to sleep and then working out a plan with the Carpathian woman. She had to have seen the spell. Even if it was complicated, between Gary, Dragomir, and Julija, they had a chance of figuring it out. "We can't be here too long. Sergei is not going to give up his prize so easily," Dragomir told the reluctant girl. "He will launch an assault the moment he hears of the attack on Vadim's sea city. Most of our hunters have gone there, leaving us vulnerable as well as the compound." Julija's mouth firmed. She pointed to her neck. Dragomir didn't give her time to change her mind. He was careful, respectful, and distanced her from what was happening without taking her mind. Even distancing her was difficult. She had a very strong shield. Her consent allowed him to do so. He pointed to his wrist after carefully closing the pinpricks. She took a deep breath, nodded, and cleared her throat as if she might speak. "Don't," Gary said. "You will ruin everything. Do you want him to distance you more?" She nodded. "You have to allow him into your mind. Make a conscious choice. He is being careful with you, not taking what you are not willing to give. We both realize you are doing this to help your friend, not to aid you in healing, although I assure you, his blood will do both." Julija looked to Dragomir and nodded. He pushed further into her mind, and when she opened for him, he took away her ability to register what was happening until it was done. Dragomir closed the laceration he had torn in his wrist and looked at her. "Are you all right?" He included Gary in their conversation. "Not dizzy or lightheaded?" Julija shook her head and touched her throat. "Still hurts," she said telepathically. "I'm sorry," Gary said aloud. "The damage was very severe." She nodded. "Thanks for fixing me up," she said mind to mind. She slipped off the stone table and walked over to the cage. "I have to reverse the spell Sergei used. It was one Xavier used to hide Rhiannon. It prevented her from making a sound so that he could hide her in plain sight of a Carpathian. That would maximize her torment, being so close to those who could rescue her, yet being completely hidden from them." "How do you know this?" Dragomir said to her. Dragomir had touched her memories, but he hadn't had time to examine them thoroughly. He tried not to allow suspicion to spill over into his mind where she would read it. "Sergei often told the story to Elisabetta. He wanted her to see how much better he was treating her. He didn't let Vadim or his other brothers see her. Not ever. He was careful. She told me about Rhiannon and how Xavier had children by her and then killed her. She said Sergei never tried to force her to have his child." That was a revelation. He exchanged a long look with Gary. "He has the greatest treasure of all time," Gary said. "Of course, the Malinovs knew of her. Sergei wanted her exclusively for her abilities, not for children. He kept her to himself. Elisabetta was trusting. She knew the brothers well, and after their sister Ivory disappeared, they went to her often. She didn't think anything of it when Sergei came to her alone and asked her to go with him to a place he'd built in memory of his sister." Julija walked around the cage, studying it, the wall behind it and the floor under it from every angle. Dragomir saw her stumble, almost go down, and then she straightened her shoulders and put her hands in the air. "Can you do this sitting?" She frowned at him. "I have to concentrate. I only saw this spell the one time, After that he waved his hand, and she disappeared into the rock. "It won't help if you fall on your butt," Dragomir chided. "Answer me." He poured steel into his voice. She gave him another frown, but this time she shook her head. "I am shaky," she conceded, "but I have to mimic his movements exactly in reverse. He was standing, and he moved around the cage as he cast. Just know, if you start to go down, I'll be holding you up. If I have to reach for you, I don't want you to think I'm going to harm you." Her gaze moved over Dragomir's face. "When you came into my mind, I looked into yours. There is only room for one woman. She consumes you. You will fight and die for her. You would never harm me or attack me unless I threatened her in some way. If I start to fall, by all means, keep me from hitting my head." Both men moved back behind her, and the young woman once again lifted her arms. She began a very complex weave in the air. Gary waved his hand, and the weave sprang into the air, the thin lines twisted and looping around and through one another. It was complicated, but the mage worked at it steadily. Sweat dampened her brow. Little beads rolled down her face and dotted her skin. Dragomir felt the pounding in her head. The words she had to reverse were dark and ugly, so dark that speaking them kept the ground moving beneath their feet. Her lips moved, but she didn't utter the words aloud, only pictured them in her mind. But the intimacy of that made them worse. Slowly the weaves began to unknot. When one line was free, she erased it with a flick of her fingers. She walked back and forth while she worked, then around from one side of the cage to the other. She didn't falter, not even when her knees buckled and Dragomir had to catch her around her waist to hold her up. He held her with strong fingers, but kept a light touch so she could move in any direction she needed to, without hesitation. Several times Dragomir caught sight of Elisabetta huddled inside the cage. Her arms were raised over her head, chained to the ceiling. She would be there one moment, and then she'd be gone again. He realized the second time he got a glimpse of her that she had heard every word and knew they were trying to help. Although they hadn't been able to see her, she could see them. Blood-red tears tracked down her face. He couldn't imagine what he would have done if that had been Emmeline. Just looking at Elisabetta made him feel sick and angry. Sergei had kept her prisoner for so long. What harm had all these centuries of imprisonment done to her? Freeing her would be merciful, but after so long, what had been done to her mind? He wanted to hold the woman close and comfort her, as if she were his own sister instead of Trajan's. He glanced at Gary's expressionless features. Even he had his eyes on the Carpathian woman. There was something magnetic about her, something that drew warriors and soothed their tattered souls. The last line fell to Julija's determination. She erased it and slumped. Dragomir lifted her before she fell and placed her on the stone table. "Just rest for a minute. We will get the chains off Elisabetta, and then figure out the next spell. You need blood. You're very weak. I'll give you mine." He turned to Gary. "You're going to have to donate to Elisabetta." Elisabetta didn't say a word. Dragomir wasn't certain she could speak. She kept her eyes cast down, her long lashes veiling her expression. Gary moved to the cage, waved his hand, and the lock fell to the ground. He looked at the chains, and they fell away. Elisabetta's arms dropped, as if made of lead. She made no attempt to lift them, or rub at her hands to get the blood flowing. Gary frowned, and very gently took her hand, his thumb sliding over her pulse. "Elisabetta, I'm Gary Deritrozanov. This is Dragomir Kotzel. We'll take you out of here and get you to the healing soil. You need blood." With each word, when there was no response, his voice got softer, more persuasive. Using his fingernail, he cut a long, thin line in his wrist and held it out to her. She blinked, looked at the blood, and then slowly lifted her lashes until she was not quite looking into his eyes. "I want you to take my blood," Gary said, his voice firming. When there was no response, he gave her a definite order, his tone leaving no argument. "Elisabetta, you will take this blood immediately." She took a breath and then, keeping her hands in her lap, leaned into his wrist. Her mouth moved over the ruby line, her tongue touching the ancient blood. He pressed his wrist deeper into her mouth, and then, as if because he'd given his permission or made a demand, she fed. Her movements were almost childlike, delicate and slow. Dragomir watched her, worry clouding his mind. It was Gary who told her to stop, and she did instantly. Once again, she sat without moving, her eyes downcast. He looked to Julija for answers. After hundreds of years of being his prisoner, she's trained to do as she's told. The consequences of not obeying were severe, Julija sighed. She fought him for me, to keep me alive. He hurt her, but she didn't stop. She'll come back from this if I can get her out of here. The holding spell was one Xavier created, and it was extremely complicated. I tried to reverse it several times when Sergei and the others weren't around, but I couldn't. Dragomir narrowed his gaze, studying her face. The lines of strain there, signs of torture. You could have gotten free at any time, couldn't you? She shrugged. She told me to leave, to get myself free, but I couldn't leave her. Everyone she ever cared about is dead. That isn't true, Dragomir denied. He turned toward the woman in the cage. Look at me, he commanded her, using his firmest tone. He waited until Elisabetta raised her gaze to his. Again she didn't look at him in the eye directly, instead fixing her gaze just below his eyes. It isn't true that everyone you love is dead. Your brother Trajan still lives, and he has found his life mate. He searched for you, but there has been no trace. Others have searched. Your gifts are needed now more than ever, Elisabetta. Many warriors have waited centuries for their life mates and cannot find them. We have no women. It is difficult to continue hanging on. With your gifts, you can bring comfort to those waiting, extend their ability to hold out against the darkness. Your people need you. They want you home. We want you home with us, Elisabetta. Her gaze flicked from his face to Julija and then back again. She took a deep breath and nodded, but she didn't speak. Once again, tears tracked down her face, tiny ruby drops of blood. The sight made Dragomir's stomach knot. Show me, Gary demanded of Julija. In your mind, let me see the spell he cast, to keep her locked in this place. Every detail in your mind. Dragomir is connected to me, and I will be able to see what you picture. Julija didn't hesitate. Dragomir's head was filled with images of Sergei walking back and forth in front of the cage, holding Elisabetta. His feet tracked a complicated arrangement around the cage, while his hands moved in an extremely difficult configuration in the air. To do both, one had to be extremely coordinated. All the while, Sergei uttered commands of dark magic, words that should never have been made, let alone spoken. A sacrifice was made long ago to seal this spell, Gary said. In Xavier's chamber, he sacrificed a young mage. How could you possibly know that? Julija demanded, her suspicion back. When it was discovered that Xavier had turned against our people, one of my ancestors took part in the investigation. They uncovered many disturbing things in Xavier's home. He left hastily, and in doing so, left behind years of memories within the walls of the ice caves, where he conjured most of his spells. That image, because he sacrificed a human being, was very vivid. Are you saying that the things we do in this room can be imprinted on the walls? Julija asked, shocked. Gary nodded. Of course. The more violent, the deeper the etching. These walls are screaming with their burden. Someone gifted would be able to read all that was done here. For the first time, the skeptical suspicion left Julija's face. We really might be able to do this, Elisabetta, she said, jumping up, forgetting how weak she'd been before Dragomir had given her his blood. Dragomir found himself smiling. You exchanged blood with Elisabetta. That's how she's included in our circle. All this time, I thought you were afraid of a blood exchange. I know how this Carpathian life-mate crap works. I'm not going to say a word around anyone that doesn't already have a life-mate, and I'll exchange blood with the women if necessary, but not the men. He found himself smiling, thankful to Emmeline that she'd given him back a sense of humor. The little mage would lead someone a terrible dance if she proved to be a life-mate to a Carpathian. Do you think you can access the memory in the cave? He asked Gary on their private telepathic path. I have located it in the memory of my ancestor, Gary assured. Whether she can reproduce it, I have no idea. Let's do this, Dragomir said. A shadow slipped into his mind, making him leery. He wanted to get back to Emmeline. Julija took a deep breath and lifted her arms. Concentration was in every line of her body. She looked at Elisabetta. We will do it this time, my friend, and you will be free. I cannot comprehend such a thing. The voice that spoke in his mind was the most beautiful one Dragomir had ever heard. Just the sound of it could stop a war, stop a kill, perhaps even make a vampire forget he'd chosen to lose his soul, if only for a few moments. Elisabetta was a powerful treasure. No wonder Sergei had kept her to himself. She would be able to persuade every vampire to join his cause. He could use her voice as leverage, as a gift to his most trusted, giving them a few minutes in her company to feel again, to think again without a chaotic brain. She would become a drug they would all be addicted to. Dragomir glanced at Gary and knew he felt it too, knew the man was aware of just how important she was to Sergei and his plans. If he lost his drug, just what would he be willing to do to get her back? Anything for a voice like that. Anything for a gift like that. Anything to keep his army in line. They would want her back as well, every single one of them that had ever known the blessing of her voice. Julija continued moving her feet in the complicated dance pattern while her hands waved gracefully in the air, completely separate from what her feet and legs were doing. All the while she moved her lips, the dark, ugly words at odds with the beauty and elegance of her body's movements. Dragomir shuddered as the vile spell was uttered softly in his mind. He had closed himself off completely to Emmeline, and was glad that he had. She didn't need this ugliness in her mind, on top of what Vadim had put there. Julija unraveled the majority of the spell before she faltered, glancing toward Gary. At once, the vision of Xavier, the High Mage, was in their minds. The movements and words fed by some unseen ancestor's memories that were now a part of Gary's remembrances. Julija slowed, but she kept moving. Her eyes closed now, as she turned inward to feel, see, hear, and mimic the dark magic spell in reverse in order to free Elisabetta. Each placement of hand and foot was deliberate and slow, so as not to make a mistake. The weight of the spell pressed down on her. It didn't matter that she erased it line by line, that she was undoing something dark and sinister. That slime coated her mind, their minds. Dragomir felt it, so how could she not? His respect for the mage grew. She didn't falter, not once. No matter how bad it got, and all of them knew the exact moment the spell had been sealed in innocent blood. Elisabetta cried out and pressed her hand to her mouth, the first sign of real spontaneous movement on her part. Julija's face went pale, so pale she looked nearly translucent, and her shoulders pressed down as if she could barely carry the weight of that sin. Tremors racked her body, but her hands never faltered, and her legs held her up. Her mind and Dragomir's were melded firmly, two people determined to take Elisabetta from the prison she'd been in for so long. She'd been a young woman, barely 20 summers when she disappeared. Sergei had shaped her life, shaped who she was. Dragomir realized she would be very fragile and would have to be handled with care. Her life-mate could be long gone from the world, and she would live a lonely existence, revered by the Carpathian people, but perhaps in her own kind of hell. He shook his head. He couldn't think about that. Emmeline hadn't given up under the worst of circumstances. The fact that Elisabetta had fought her captor to save Julija, knowing he would punish her, told Dragomir the woman was resilient. Women had shown themselves to be unbelievably strong. "You've got this," Gary whispered, when Julija slowed even more, her body trembling to the point of shaking. Dragomir moved up behind her, placing both hands on her waist to keep her from falling. He had to concentrate and follow those intricate steps so that she could move freely. Even with his help, she was exhausted. Without his blood, she never would have made it through to that last move. When the thread unknotted and she erased it, she would have collapsed if he hadn't been waiting for it. He caught her in his arms and took her to the stone table. "You need blood," he said, making it a command. All the while he watched Elisabetta. They all did, waiting. Elisabetta remained on her knees in the cage, eyes cast down for the longest time. Gary stepped close to the metal bars and held out his hand. "You may leave the cage now, Elisabetta." Her eyelashes fluttered. She took a deep breath and reached slowly for his outstretched hand. Her entire body was racked with tremors. Gary closed his fingers around her hand and slowly began to exert pressure, a silent demand that she obey him. She stretched out her legs, as if afraid that at any moment Gary would reprimand her. When he kept up the pressure on her hand, she let him pull her to the front of the cage until her legs hung outside of it. She gasped and almost retracted her legs, but Gary shook his head. "That's good. See? You can leave the cage. I want you to leave it." She swallowed visibly. Her breathing was rapid, panicked. How long has he kept her in that confined space? Dragomir demanded in his mind. Julija shook her head. "I don't know. A long time. She's terrified out in the open." Dragomir assessed the situation. Elisabetta wasn't a modern woman. She would expect a Carpathian male to take charge in a situation she was unfamiliar with and afraid in. He did so immediately, not only to spare her, but because the shadow in him had been growing. "Elisabetta, I am going to carry you to the safety of the healing grounds. If the night sky is too open and scary for you, close your eyes and put your head on my chest so you can't see. Trust me to keep you safe. My life-mate will be in my mind to hold you as well. Do you understand me?" He reached for Emmeline. "I have need of you," he said to her. "We have found a woman who has been held captive for hundreds of years. She's terrified. I need you to help me steady her while I take her to the compound." "Of course, Dragomir. Whatever you need." She gave him her response immediately, before he showed her the terrible conditions Elisabetta had been living in. At once he felt her, his other half, the best part of him. She was there, soft and soothing, reaching for Elisabetta to hold her fragile mind in hers while he physically took charge. He put his arms around Elisabetta and indicated for Gary to lift Julija into his. Before the mage could protest, he pulled Elisabetta all the way out of the cage, and then they were moving fast, going through the thin crack, Gary transforming Julija and Dragomir doing the same for Elisabetta so they could fit. The moment Dragomir had lifted her wholly out of the cage, Elisabetta tensed as if she might fight him, but instead she buried her face against his chest. He knew she was crying, but she forced herself to remain still, her body shuddering uncontrollably. "We've got you," Emmeline crooned softly. "Dragomir is strong. He won't drop you. Too open, too open," Elisabetta chanted, her voice a sob of pure fear. Her breathing was so rapid, her heartbeat so wild. Dragomir feared they might lose her before they had a chance to put her in the healing soil. She was so used to obedience that she didn't fight, when every cell and instinct urged her to do so. Emmeline did her best to surround her mind with hope and peace. Dragomir shifted his arms, putting one over her head to cage her in. Is that better? Feel the night breeze? Think of the things you saw as a child that you loved so much. It's too much for her, Emmeline said. She's going to have to start small. I'm with you, Elisabetta. I'm Emmeline. Vadim took me prisoner for a short time. Elisabetta stilled. I know you. You saved the children. I saw you. I couldn't warn you that Vadim had planned a trap for you. Sergei took my voice. Dragomir was grateful to Emmeline as she kept Elisabetta's mind off the flight and on her story. Emmeline told her all about the children and what they were doing. He made it to the compound while Emmeline was telling her about how the children had tried to fly their dragons when they shouldn't have. Somehow, in the retelling, Dragomir found a little humor in the story. Tariq had the soil open, and Dragomir took Elisabetta deep in the earth, where the dirt richest in minerals and healing properties had been selected for her. Gary placed Julija gently on the surface and floated down to crouch close to Elisabetta's head. I am going to attempt to heal you before you are placed in the ground. Lie quietly and allow me to do this. Elisabetta nodded, but she didn't look at him or Dragomir. Her eyes were on Julija's. Julija smiled at her. We did it. I told you we would find a way. You're going to leave me. Not for long. When you wake, I will return. That's a promise. The healer says 3 weeks. 3 weeks it is, then. These are good people, Elisabetta. Let them help you. I know it is new and scary, but you can do this. You're Carpathian. Sergei is a vampire. He's evil. There is nothing you can do to change that. I tried. He has no soul. Abruptly, Gary returned, throwing a quick glance at Julija, indicating he'd heard every word exchanged. No doubt, he'd been in Elisabetta's head, trying to help her recover faster. He waved his hand, and just that fast, Elisabetta was asleep, far from Julija, far from all of them. He closed the soil over her. I'm Tariq Isengard. Tariq introduced himself to Julija as they walked through the house, back to the outside. You're welcome to stay. Julija shook her head. I have things to do. Important things. I'll be back, though, if you don't mind. Dragomir gave Tariq her answer. We would welcome you any time, Tariq said. Julija held out her hand to Dragomir. It was a pleasure to meet you. She did the same for Gary. Both of you. I would never have been able to free her on my own. They watched her leave, walking away. No car, no backpack, just a woman looking frail and battered. Their every instinct was to go after her, but she'd made it clear she wanted to be alone, that she had something of great importance to do, and they had to respect her wishes. Dragomir couldn't wait to get to Emmeline. He saw her on the porch, talking with Genevieve and Amelia, but her gaze was on him. Tariq, the city is destroyed, but most of the vampires were not here. Afanasiev reported mind to mind. They were not in the underground city, nor in the park. We are on our way back. Tariq immediately looked toward the high tower where Matt Bennett, the head of his security force, was stationed, waiting. Be alert, he said. Have your men ready. Dragomir took a careful look around. That shadow in his mind had grown to full-blown dread. Emmeline, send the children to the safe rooms. Have Amelia take them in now. You and Genevieve get inside, he said mind to mind. She didn't question him, just leaned over to talk to Amelia and calmly gestured to Genevieve. He was proud of her, proud that she looked normal if anyone was watching. Amelia stepped off the porch and sauntered over to Danny. Slinging an arm around him, she laughed while she talked. The two of them scooped up Laertes and Bella, putting them on their backs, and called to Liv to play with them. Liv ran over, and they raced to the main house, laughing and calling out to one another as they went. They disappeared behind the door just as Maxime and Blaise arrived. Charlotte followed the children into the house. The boom of Donald Walton's new gun reverberated through the night. The night sky lit up with a fiery orange glow. Maxim was in the air immediately, heading toward the lake. The gun from the tower answered. One single shot, a fiery, spinning missile fired toward the lake. "They're coming in from under the water, the underground rivers Emmeline showed us," Dragomir said telepathically. "He has found a way to render safeguards useless in the water." That was a blow, a huge one. The spell had to come from accessing Xavier's mind. "That's why the attacks always come from underneath us," he said. Dragomir launched himself, taking to the air, streaking toward the lake just as Donald's gun and then Mary's sounded. Both were loud, echoing across the wide expanse of water. Dragomir could see creatures climbing out of the black, shiny water. Some shot out of the water into the sky. Matt and his team took aim from the relative safety of the blinds, hidden throughout the compound. They could move freely to and from them via the tunnels Tariq had created for them. "Don't go in the water," Tariq cautioned. "I have a surprise for Vadim's army." Tariq spotted Vadim emerging, a dark figure, using two others as a shield. They didn't call attention to themselves, but rather tried to move in the deeper shadows to shore. Dragomir realized Vadim was locked on to Emmeline's house. He was certain all the ancients were gone, hunting his cities and lairs, chasing his army out to sea and leaving the compound unprotected. Dragomir streaked across the lake, coming at Vadim from behind. He caught him, once again by the play yard. He struck Vadim from behind, slamming his fist right through his back, utilizing his strength and power, breaking bones and tunneling through tissue to get his fingers around the heart. As if recognizing him as the one who had had the other piece of it, the organ leapt toward him. Vadim shrieked in fear and fury. He whirled, shouting orders, caught off guard. His shrieks drowned out the sound of gunfire. The two vampires guarding him swung around just as Dragomir extracted the heart and flung it to one side. Lightning forked across the sky, lighting up Vadim's shocked features. The attack had happened too fast, a blitz he hadn't expected. One of the vampires tackled Dragomir, knocking him back from Vadim. Lightning hit the ground just to one side of the vampire's heart. The second vampire dropped protectively to the ground beside the fallen master. Dragomir recognized Sergei. Sergei Malinov regarded his brother with sorrow on his face. Surreptitiously he reached out and covered Vadim's heart with one hand while he wrapped his arm around his brother with the other. "I'm sorry, Vadim. We didn't see him coming at us from behind. It's too late now. He has your heart. Give me Xavier's sliver, and I may find a way to defeat him. Maybe even stop him from incinerating you." He kept his voice soft and persuasive, gentle, kind even, filled with grief. Vadim shrieked and thrashed. Black blood spilled everywhere. Another scream produced a torrent of spittle. With it came a silver-gray splinter. Eagerly the small piece of the High Mage recognized that the other vampire had another small section inside him. It entered him easily via his ear, sliding inside to find the brain, to find that other slice left of such a powerful man. "That is good, Vadim. Let me try to stop him," Sergei said. He kept his sorrowful look, even when triumph spilled through him like water over a dam. He looked up and beckoned one of Vadim's idiot pawns closer. Glee filled him. His plans were coming together nicely. The vampire hurried to his side. "I need help with my brother, with Vadim," he said softly, making certain that Vadim heard. "Dragomir has taken his heart, and I must get it back. No matter the cost to me. You watch over him." Sergei stood, slipped away, and then returned, coming up behind the vampire, who looked left and right, but paid no attention to what was behind him. He slammed his fist deep, extracted the heart, tossed it to one side, and called down the lightning himself. He incinerated the heart and then the body before lifting his brother. He immediately employed a vanishing spell over both of them. Now he had only to get his most prized possession back. He'd possessed her for hundreds of years. She belonged to him. She was probably terrified without him telling her what to do. He shifted, molecules in the air, moving slowly so as not to call attention to himself while the battle raged around him. Vadim's idiot army doing the bidding of a man already gone. Already under Sergei's rule, although they wouldn't know it. He'd sent 3 of his best to kill Dragomir and their new healer, Deretrazanov. That family was always sticking their noses in where they didn't belong. He reached for Elisabetta, trying to connect with her. There was only emptiness, a void. He nearly panicked. She had to be there, somewhere in the compound. There was no entering the house. He could feel the safeguards from a distance away. If she was in there, he would have known. She was part of him. They'd been together for centuries. He took care of her. She wouldn't be able to function without him. He had no choice but to leave. But he would find her. Dragomir felt teeth rip down his shoulder and arm. Talons tore chunks of flesh from his chest. He and the vampire tumbled across the ground, hit one of the stone dragons and came to an abrupt stop. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a vampire, Sergei, trap Vadim's heart under his hand. Then Dragomir was fighting for his life as a second vampire joined the one trying to kill him. The second one didn't try to wear him down. He went straight for the chest, slamming his fist over and over, creating holes that bled profusely, weakening him. He sank his teeth into the first vampire's neck, ripping his jugular out, snapping the bones there before turning to face the second one. Catching the fist as it came out of him, he jerked the vampire hard toward him. At the same time, he snapped a hard punch deep into the chest. The momentum of the vampire's forward lurch helped drive Dragomir's fist deep. His fingers found the heart. As he extracted the wizened organ, the first vampire attacked again, leaping on him, raking with teeth and talons, pounding at his back with desperate fists. Suddenly, the vampire was gone, and Gary Deretrazanov was there. He hurled the vampire from Dragomir and followed it up. Not fast or slow, just a steady, relentless pursuit. Dragomir incinerated the heart and then the vampire. He looked toward Sergei and Vadim. The air crackled with electrical energy. In the air over the lake, over the playground. Gary called for it. Lightning lit up the sky, turning the night into day. Dragomir could see ashes where Vadim had been. He knelt there on one knee, studying the ground, trying to make sense of it. Sergei had covered his brother's heart and then incinerated both the heart and Vadim. He'd made his play and taken the crown. Dragomir looked around carefully. Gary joined him. Tariq has lit up the lake and electrocuted every vampire in it. Maxim and the security team destroyed the ones who made it to shore. Vadim must have grown so weak after losing those 3 splinters and a piece of his heart that he couldn't think clearly and made poor judgments. Dragomir gestured toward the ashes, already blowing away. Sergei has taken leadership. We knew it would happen. Gary glanced toward the house and the healing grounds that lay underneath. I reinforced the safeguards, above, below, and all around her. Sergei can't get to Elisabetta. He's trying. He'll keep trying. He's addicted to her. Gary sighed and shook his head. You realize that Vadim had a splinter of Xavier in him. No way would the High Mage allow himself to die by lightning. It's in Sergei now. 2 of them. He'll have more memories and skills to draw on. He's going to make an even more relentless and powerful enemy than he did when he had Vadim with him. Dragomir nodded. We'll just have to make it too difficult for him to continue to snoop around looking for Elisabetta. The woman deserves peace. You don't think he can wake her and call her to him, do you? Gary shook his head, a slight smile curving his hard mouth. I thought of that when I put her in the ground and commanded her to sleep. He can't break that spell, not even if the High Mage was working fully with him. She will get her rest. But when she rises, Dragomir, she will have problems you cannot imagine. Dragomir glanced toward the house, where his life-mate waited at the window. She'd done what he'd asked of her, and he knew it had cost her. But even with the brief battle they'd been prepared for, she'd stayed clear of his mind, allowing him to fight the vampire without having to divide his attention two ways. He was grateful to her and respected her strength even more. "I love you," he said to her. He took a step toward the house. Gary put a hand on his shoulder, just as Emmeline replied, "Allow Gary to heal you. You're a mess, and getting bloodstains off the floor is becoming difficult." The love in her voice always did him in. He gave her a small salute and went with the healer. Chapter 20. "Don't cheat," Dragomir said. "I have a blindfold on," Emmeline protested, laughing. "How could I possibly cheat?" "You could look through the blindfold, but you'd better not," he cautioned, making his voice growl to show her he meant business. He led her down the path, making certain every uneven spot was smoothed out for her. "A surprise means you don't get to see until I'm ready for you to see." "You give me surprises nearly every night," she pointed out. "You're spoiling me." "You spoil me." He leaned close to her ear, his warm breath stealing into her, pushing a tendril of desire, spiraling with heat through her veins. "Every time you get down on your knees in front of me and swallow me down, your eyes locked with mine, my world turns into pure paradise. Then you do that thing with your tongue, and I'm completely lost." She couldn't help the soft laughter that spilled out, or the liquid heat between her legs responding to his seductive whisper. "I especially like to lick you clean. You always get that amazing look on your face." Deliberately, she was as wicked as possible. He groaned. "Don't talk about that. We're out in the open, and I'm fairly certain there are dozens of pairs of eyes on us right this minute. Otherwise, I'd lift you up, have you wrap your legs around me, and I'd take you right here and now." He made her crazy when he said things like that. Now she couldn't think about anything but wanting him. The hand on the small of her back, guiding her, slid down to her bottom, caressing her right through her skirt. It was thin, but not thin enough. She wanted to feel him skin to skin, not with clothes separating them. "I'm giving you a different kind of surprise," he said, "so behave." She laughed again, and this time she stopped, turned to face him, and slid her hand up his chest to find his face. Her fingertips traced the curve of his lip. She didn't want to miss his smile, and she knew he was smiling. She loved when he smiled. She did that. She gave him that. Nothing made her happier. "You're the one who started this. You've got your hand on my butt." She leaned in to brush a kiss over that perfect bottom lip. "And you're rubbing—" "I'll be spanking in a minute," he murmured. But already his hands were in her hair and he was kissing her. Kissing her. Like there was no tomorrow. His kiss consumed her, devoured her, fed her crazy addiction to him. He had so many kinds of kisses, sweet, tender, gentle, hard, wet, commanding. She loved every one of them. She especially loved these, because they were the kind she got lost in immediately. If she was strictly honest, she got lost in all his kisses, but she loved these the best. She gave herself to him when he kissed her like this. Her body melted into his, and she circled his neck with her arms, leaning into him, letting him take her weight. She was blindfolded, but it didn't matter. She knew he had her. He always had her. She was safe with him. Her heart was safe with him. Dragomir lifted his head, rubbed his chin over the top of her head, and then trailed his lips down the side of her face to the pulse beating in her neck. "I love the way you smell, Emmeline, and the way you taste. Sometimes I can't get enough." His tongue slid over the pulse, and then his teeth scraped back and forth as if the temptation was too much to resist. Everything in her responded with a wicked invitation. She wanted that bite, so erotic, so beautiful. He'd taken her blood, given her his. They'd made love twice that evening, tangled together on the sheets in her bedroom, sharing the same skin, worshipping each other. "Keep your arms around my neck," he whispered. Hold tight. That was all the warning she got. And then she was cradled in his arms, and they were moving through the air. She laughed and buried her face against his chest. She loved his surprises, although, truthfully, he was spoiling her far too much. She couldn't keep up with him. He was good at picking her wish list right out of her head and giving her item after item. She tried to do the same, but most of his wants were about making her happy or keeping her safe, or were very intensely sexual. Every evening he talked to the baby, his hands around the little bump, his mouth pressed to her bare skin. He whispered that she was loved and that they couldn't wait to see her, to hold her in their arms. Emmeline loved him all the more for that. She never once found a single doubt in his mind. He wanted the baby and thought of her as his. With all the blood exchanges between them, she knew his blood ran in Charisma's veins. I still have trouble thinking he's really gone. She knew Dragomir would know who she was talking about just by the trepidation in her voice. He ruled my life for so many years. I was afraid for so long. I keep thinking he set us up, pretended to die, just so we'd let our guards down. Carpathians don't let their guards down, Emmeline. His brother killed him. I saw the ashes. Could it be a trick, Dragomir? Sergei killed another vampire and Vadim is still alive? There was a small silence. Her heart thundered in her ears. She bit down hard on her lip. She wanted reassurance, not silence. But he didn't lie to her, not ever. It was a blessing and a curse. Dragomir? I am thinking. Is it possible? I took his heart and then was attacked. I saw his brother close to him. Then Sergei wielded the lightning and Vadim was incinerated. Did I see that it was Vadim? No. I assumed it was. What reason would Sergei have for keeping Vadim alive? There is no feeling between the brothers. They are vampires. But Sergei could feel something. Elizabeta gave him emotions and control, didn't she? He has a plan. You said he was actually the one behind Vadim. Now she was terrified. She wanted to pull off the blindfold and look all around her. They were no longer in the safety of Tariq's compound. Dragomir had taken her a distance. He set her feet on the ground, but prevented her from removing the blindfold. Vadim is not going to ruin our lives. I have you, Emmeline. If he's still alive, he'll reveal that in time. We can weave safeguards that will not fail to protect our own. Gary found the spell they used to come through the water. They cannot do so again. We will be vigilant. We have a baby coming. We have Tariq and Maxim as neighbors, and the Brotherhood is close. Neighbors? She'd caught that. What have you done? He pulled her into his body, her back to his front, his arms wrapped around her. You can remove it now. She forced her mind away from the thought of Vadim being alive and reached her hands up to untie the knot at the back of her head. Slowly, she brought the cloth down. Straight in front of her was a large, sprawling house. It was Mediterranean style, U-shaped, so that there was a large courtyard surrounded on 3 sides by the house. Trees were abundant as the terrain rolled upward toward the hills. What do you think? I think you take my breath away, she admitted. Just when I think you can't get any better, you do. This is perfect. Perfect. When I dreamt of a house, this is what I dreamt. 1 story, but large, so I could have a big family but still have privacy with my man. I can't wait to see inside. We have a good bit of forest. I need that, Emmeline. I need wild country. Tariq fits here. He dresses the part and looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing, but I can't be that man. I need freedom. My brothers need the wild as well. Will they stay? She held her breath, waiting for the answer. She wanted them to stay. It was selfish. Each of them needed to go out into the world and find their life mate, but they added protection. She had the baby to think about. For a while. Until they know we're safe. With Elizabeta here, they'll make certain Sergei can't get to her. He'll always try, won't he? She shuddered. Just the way Vadim won't leave me alone. The underwater pathways have been found and are closed to them, Dragomir assured. Vadim has always been the brother that wanted to work with science and technology. He needed you for his experiments. But now that his cities have been taken from him, he will have to rebuild. You are not as important. You're talking as if you believe he's still alive. He shrugged. I have no way of knowing. I had thought him dead, but when I touched those ashes, I didn't feel anything. A master vampire would have left behind something of himself. Some taint I would have felt as the wind took him. On some level, I registered that, but didn't let the significance sink in. Like you, I wanted him dead. The loss of 3 splinters and that small piece of his heart diminished his power drastically. I don't know how long, if ever, it would take to recover from something like that. In any case, this will be our home, if you approve. It borders Tariq's property, and we'd just expand the safeguards. That allows the children and Genevieve to safely go from Tariq's to Maxim's, and now this property. They could fly their dragons. So could you. She tilted her head back to look up at him, suddenly suspicious. My dragon? His smile was back, that beautiful curve to his lower lip. You have to have your own dragon, Shivamet. Excitement sent adrenaline rushing through her veins. Where? She demanded. He caught her hand and tugged, leading her around the side of the house to the large courtyard. There was an entertainment patio and a play yard for children. Sitting to one side of the play yard were 2 dragons made of stone. One was large and golden, with emerald eyes. Her hand went to her throat, and she stopped moving, went completely still, her lungs fighting for air. He had done this, for her. Given her a golden dragon because she'd said she wanted to fly a dragon. God. Dragomir. Her man. I don't think you're real, she whispered. She turned her head to look at him. I don't. You can't be real, honey. Who does this? His answer was not in words. He bunched her hair in his, yanked her head back so that there was a bite of pain in her scalp, and kissed her. Hard. His tongue warred with hers. His teeth bit down on her lower lip, tugged, and then his tongue soothed that bite. I'm real, Emmeline. Very real. She laughed when she really needed to cry, joyful tears burning behind her eyes. Her beautiful man. He caught her hand and tugged until both were practically running toward the golden dragon. When they got close, she saw the second one. This was purple, a soft lavender, and was small. She turned and flung her arms around his neck. You made her one, too. Yes. His mouth was raining kisses all over her upturned face. There was heat, fire, hot molasses in her veins. She nipped his chin and kissed her way down his chest, her hands at the waistband of his trousers. Where is your dragon? She had his trousers open and his cock out. She let out her breath and she cupped his heavy sack. You're so beautiful. I am the dragon, Emmeline, he said, and put his hand on her shoulders, exerting pressure so that she knelt in the thick grass. He waved his hand, and she didn't have a stitch on. I prefer you naked when your mouth is on my cock. I love watching you, looking at your body. Seeing your mouth stretched over me and your eyes on mine. That gives me more pleasure than you can imagine. She knew it did. She was in his mind when she licked up his shaft and took him deep. She was in his mind when his body moved in hers. Fast. Slow. It didn't matter. It all gave him pleasure. Whether Vadim was alive didn't matter. Not then. Not when she was with her man, taking the control, watching the helpless passion carve lines of pure sensuality into his scarred face. Not when desire darkened the gold of his eyes to liquid, and his hand gripped her hair, and his hips moved so carefully into her. Dragomir was hers. She had everything with him. Everything. It wasn't the home he'd given her, or the dragon, or even the acceptance of the Carpathian people. that he'd asked for her and their child. It was Dragomir. She had him, and she knew that would always be enough. The end. This is Jim Frangione. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Dark Legacy, a Carpathian novel by Christine Feehan. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.